right, welcome everyone. Happy Saturday. Hope you're all having a better day than Donald Trump is. So I'm riding solo. There is nobody here, which is kind of sad. I like to have someone to talk to. So maybe I'll pop into the mosh pit just to hang out with somebody. I definitely don't want to spend the whole night by myself with no one to talk to. I would go not crazy, but it definitely isn't my preferred way to spend a Saturday. I like to at least hang out with somebody. All right. Anyway, we got Love Nestle came back as a sponsor, and actually they didn't want to. They wanted to re-up their sponsorship, but apparently they. So in case you didn't know, I've been banned from basically everywhere. I can't accept any kind of payment because I've been banned from everything, and so I have to use a series of middlemen to basically get money. I have to basically, you pay him and he gives me money, and it's a giant pain in the ass. One of the workarounds I found, and it has its ups and downs, is just, an Amazon gift card. It's like the same shit that like Indian scammers use. So I figure if it's good enough for Indian scammers, it's good enough for me. And apparently they're cracking down, and so this company, Love Nestle, they're based out of China, and they had like ways to get Amazon gift cards, North American Amazon gift cards, so that they could pay me. But apparently, I guess because of the what are they called? The sanctions. So the American government is preventing China from getting around their sanctions, and they're cracking down on people using gift cards. So now, because of fucking Joe Biden, I can't get paid. So now basically I have to use my middlemen. So they got to pay them, and they got to pay me. It's a giant pain in the fucking ass. But this is life. This is life. I just got to deal with endless fucking bullshit. Just little things that make my life harder. But oh well. Oh welly well. So anyway, I know this is completely random, just shit. Here's the thing. Like, there's a lot going on in the world, but you gotta step back from it sometimes and just find something to do that brings you happiness and joy, and just tune out the bullshit, because otherwise you'll go crazy. So, a couple things have happened this week that have nothing to do with geopolitics or the markets or the red pill or anything. I got the latest HeroQuest expansion, Jungles of Delphrak, and I painted it all up. I finished that a couple days ago. Looks really good. I'm particularly proud of, there's like a possessed gorilla with a giant bone club and like a crystal necklace that's like giving him his evil power. And I'm really proud. I might take a picture of it and upload it. I had like indirect source lighting, so his necklace is glowing green, and then I have indirect source lighting onto his fur, so it's like casting a green color onto his fur, and I thought it was a really cool effect. And also the way I paint up what I call the factions of HeroQuest, like the goblins and the orcs, and the dread faction and the undead. I like to give them a common scheme. So the undead, I paint them in dark yellow and brown. I call it the pee-pee poo-poo wash. It really looks good. Like a dark yellow base coat with a dark brown, like a burnt umber wash. Looks really good for undead. For orcs and goblins, I just use green. I use a Kelly green base coat and an arbor green wash to kind of get into the recesses. Anyway, for the jungle, because it came with raptors, it came with a giant spider, a giant snake, I decided to go with green and orange to be like the color scheme for the jungle faction. So, and another cool thing is it came with a brand new type of monster called what's it called? A hatchling or a spawnling. So spawnlings are like little monsters like rats and spiders and snakes, and you don't fight them normally. What they do is if they attach to you, they do damage to you like after your turn. So if you don't get the spiders and snakes and centipedes and rats and whatever the fuck off your body, they damage you between your turn, which I think is realistic. Because you don't like fight a snake like a JRPG where you hit it with a stick and then it bites you and then like backs off, preparing for the next attack. A snake will wrap around you and just bite the shit out of you. Same thing with like centipedes or spiders or whatever. So I like the idea of the spawnling. And now the game didn't come with rats. I decided just so that there'd be one for factions. So I have the spiders, centipedes, and snakes. I 3D printed some rats and some crawling hands for like undead. So if you're in like an undead quest, have like disembodied hands like Thing from the Addams Family that attach to you and damage you. I think it's a really cool concept. So anyway, that's Jungles of Delthrak if you're into Hero Quest. What else did I do? Paladins. Paladins is getting a new PvE mode, which I'm excited about, because I prefer PvE to PvP. So I'm excited to check out the new PvE mode. And that's about it, I think. Then it's back to the old grind, talking about politics and what the Jews are up to, and just endless. Absolutely endless. Oh, Shogun, welcome.
Yes. Good evening.
Oh, one more thing. Somebody talked to me offline, and they told me, because I'm starting to develop like early stages of arthritis. It's basically just like finger tingles. Like sometimes one of my fingers will feel like it's broken, but then it'll kind of go away. But my fingers are all tingly. And it's like the early stages of arthritis. He said, stop taking potassium, because I'm not taking it anymore, but I was taking a potassium supplement. Oh, it wasn't that much. Like, here, let me grab it real quick. What kind of potassium was in these? It was 99 milligrams, or 2% of your daily recommended value. So, but apparently potassium. Maybe it's the source of the potassium. I'm not sure. But he said, stop taking potassium and start drinking distilled water. So distilled water is pretty cheap. And it's obviously, it's just water. It's not like, if you give me weird advice, but it's not expensive and not potentially dangerous, I'll give it a shot. You know, if you tell me to like drink something crazy that's probably going to kill me, I'm not going to do it. But if you're like, drink distilled water, I'm like, okay, I'll drink distilled water. I'll see what happens. So I decided to begin drinking distilled water. It doesn't taste bad. What it does, though, it makes your saliva kind of chalky. So you'll drink it. It just tastes like flavorless water. But then your saliva in your mouth will have like a chalky aftertaste, like you were licking a chalkboard. And that's distilled water, apparently. It's weird. Oh, one more thing. Hold on. I got to put up the screen. I just wanted to show this. I wish if maybe when HD is here, he'll appreciate this. So there is this. It's a Chinese MOBA that's on mobile called Honor of Kings. It's basically League of Legends, but on mobile. And it had Consort U in it. Basically, I saw an ad for it, and it had Mai Shiranui. So I downloaded it, except the Mai Shiranui event is over. So I never actually got to get Mai Shiranui. I got the girl from Samurai Showdown, but I did not get Mai Shiranui. But then I found out it has Consort U. Let me see if I can pull this up. Nope. There it is. Alright. So this is the game. Let me show you Consort U. And the thing is, if you don't know, Consort U is basically Celestina's doppelganger from Fate Grand Order, also known as Yumai Ren. And the girl in this game, the Consort U in this game, kind of looks like Celestina too. So I think it might just be Celestina looks like Yumai Ren. See, here's Mai Shiranui, but it's part of like an event. But that's like the OG waifu. That's like way back. Me and Mai go way back. That's old school right there. That's like your first girlfriend kind of waifu. But let me find Consort U. Oh, here we go. So, Consort U, she's got the brown hair. She's even got the little, I don't know what they call that. So, the way I do Celestina's hair, she has most of her hair in the back, but she has a couple, like, strands in front. And so does the Consort U in this game. Let me see if, let me pull up a little, yeah, see, well, maybe, you can't see it with the text. But, you know, she's got, other than her eyes, I think her eyes are green. And Celestina's eye are kind of a copper, light brown, almost orange. So her eyes are the wrong color. But, you know, she's got it going on. I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating cookies. But something I thought was funny is I unlocked Chuangzi. If you don't know who Chuangzi is, he's basically the second most important Taoist philosopher behind Lao Tzu. And Chuangzi is like this guy, this green kid riding a floating whale. And he basically, all of his moves involve butterflies. Well, his main move involves butterflies. It's really weird. So it just gives you the background of Chuangzi. There's a story where he talks about how he dreamed he was a butterfly. And when he woke up, he didn't know if he was a man dreaming that he was a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming that he was a man. And that's like a very famous Chuangzi story. So they decided to add him to this League of Legends knockoff. And he's like this young guy with green hair. And he's just like this lazy guy chilling out on this. I think the whale might be in a reference to a Turd. Like, so there's a story where one of the great, I don't know about the emperor. I don't think China was unified back then, but one of the great leaders in China wanted Chuangzi to be one of his, advisors, wanted to basically bring him into his cabinet, for lack of a better word. And he sent people to go get him, to bring him to the guy so he could serve in his administration. And Chuangzi asked, there was he told the story of this sacred turtle that some religious people found, and they made it a sacred turtle, and they brought it to the temple, and they sacrificed to it, and when it died, they painted it gold and put all kinds of fancy fabrics around it, and they built a temple to it. And he asked the people who came to get him, what do you think the turtle would have liked to do more? Do you think the turtle would have rather gone to the temple and become like a god and accepted all this worship? Or do you think the turtle would have rather just sat in the mud? And then the people are like, I think the turtle would probably rather sit in the mud. And he's like, just get out of here. Leave me to play in the mud. And basically it was him rejecting the offer to go work in the government as like the counselor to the emperor or something. So I think that's why he's writing like this turtle looking whale thing, and why he shoots butterflies. And that's his, like, he's got an interesting gimmick too. His whole gimmick is he cleanses crowd control. So he's like, he basically just helps his team by cleansing crowd control and making them crowd control immune, which is pretty good. But anyway, I just thought it was cool that like Chuangzi's in a video game, and he's like this really he's like one of my favorite like writers. And it's like imagine if they added like, I don't know, Nietzsche or I don't know, H.P. Lovecraft into a video game as like a character you could play. I could see H.P. Lovecraft because he could fight with the power of racism and then summon his cat and Cthulhu to like attack. That'd be fun. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting. So anyway, if you're into MOBAs, you can play a Chinese League of Legends on your mobile device called Honor of Kings, and it's not bad. It's got interesting designs, and if you like Fate, because I also play like Fate Grand Order, it has a lot of crossover because Fate Grand Order is based on historical characters, but Fate Grand Order has a leaning towards more established Western characters, whereas Honor of Kings has more of a leaning towards like Asian and Chinese characters, mostly Chinese. But if there's like Arthur's in it, and like, Arthur's a guy. So if you're looking for like waifu bait and you're hoping for like Artoria, no, Artoria's not in it. Just the actual King Arthur's in it. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was fun, and I think it's interesting that Consort U also looks like Celestina in an entirely different game. So it must be fate. Anyway, that's kind of it. Those are the things. I guess we got to talk about like actual shit now. No more of this just joking around about video games and Hero Quest and bullshit. We got to talk about the real world. That's probably what you tuned in for. You probably didn't want to hear me ramble about Hero Quest and talk about an obscure Chinese MOBA. All right. Sponsors. Then I promise we'll get to the story I'm sure you all want to talk about. All right. The Dollhouse, purveyor of fine waifu and waifu accessories. Love Nestle, purveyor of torso dolls, which have a very realistic look and feel. And they're not expensive at all for what you're getting, for the quality and realism you're getting. You would think they'd be a lot more expensive, and they're actually very affordable. They're on par with far inferior TPE torsos, and they feel better in the hands. And honestly, I really can't sing their praises enough. MetWeb from AMR. Okay, quick update on AMR. He hasn't started the campaign. I'm waiting on him. AMR, my dude. You need to organize the campaign so we can do the fundraiser for the server. He knows how much money we need to raise. He just hasn't done it. Like, I can't do it. I'm not going to organize a fundraiser for a third party. You're the guy. You organize the fundraiser. You send me a link that I can redirect people to, and then we're off to the races. But I'm waiting on you, my guy. You need to organize the fundraiser. I'm willing to do like a charity stream to raise money for the server, but you need to actually create the campaign for the charity stream. All right, so let's go. Let's pull the lead out. I mean, you're a very hardworking, industrious person. I'm kind of shocked that you're just not hot on this shit when it comes to raising money. Anyway, but long story short, someday, in the near future, hopefully, we will get that going, and then we can have a new server, and it'll be great. But in the meantime, you can support AMR by using his web hosting services through MetWeb and his VPN services, which I use. It's better than any other VPN I've ever used, and it's less than $5 a month. And honestly, it's great. It's as fast as not having a VPN at all. And the prior VPNs I've used, like IPVanish and private internet access, just don't hold a candle to it. Especially for its price. There might be some VPNs that are as fast as MetWeb, but you're going to pay a lot more than $5 a month. So if you want to check out MetWeb, scroll down to the bottom of the page. You'll see sponsor links. That'll take you to my landing page with all my sponsors. Find the MetWeb link. Click that. That lets AMR know that I sent you. And there you go. Also, use code HappyMonkey for web hosting services. HappyMonkey, all caps, one word. And it'll lower the cost from $100 to $69. All right. Then we have Lucas the Mucus, The Meaning of Life, available on Amazon for Kindle and audiobook. And if you want the physical release, you get that through Shedhammer Comics. Now, be aware, I had Splatty B tell me it's talking about the meaning of life, and it covers some dark topics. So it may not be appropriate for some children. Now, if you look at like old, Brothers Grimm fairy tales, there are a lot of dark shit happening in old fairy tales. So I give kids a little bit more credit than some do. But if you have like sheltered kids that might be traumatized by a book about death, because you can't talk about the meaning of life until you understand mortality. One kind of goes with the other. So the book does include death. Now, it's not done in a graphic way. It's basically using bodily functions to demonstrate the life cycle. But be aware, if you have squeamish, sheltered children and you're thinking about buying them a children's book, it may not be appropriate for all children. But I think it's a good book. I think it has a good message. I'm proud of how it may seem like it's not going anywhere. You may be wondering why it was written the way it was written for a specific reason, and I'm pretty proud of how it turned out. And also, the art is from Dickus Maximus, and he did a very good job capturing like a children's book aesthetic. And it was meant to be like a little golden book. In fact, Shadowmere Comics, they got me estimates if we wanted to publish it as a little golden book, but it would have been like $20 to publish one book, so it wouldn't have been worth it. I would have to actually be like a no shit mainstream author, publishing like pushing thousands, millions of copies to break even. So we just published it as a comic book, but it's a very high quality comic book, thick cardstock, high, resolution pages. It's good stuff. So check out Lucas to Mucus. And then finally we have spinningrobotpussy.com, also known as Revy Innovations. They make the doll insertable spinning robot pussy. They make the Follow Me eyes. And their newest product is the new 3D printed doll hanging system where you don't have to take your waifu's head off when you're suspending her if you have to hang your doll up because she doesn't have the standing feet, or if you want to suspend your waifu from like a canopy bed or something so you can do cowgirl, like using bungee cords or something like that. You can now do that because with Revy's new hook system, which goes in between the head and the neck, you can do that. Now it's 3D printed with a very high quality PLA Pro, which can withstand weight of over 300 pounds. And dolls don't come heavier than 150. So it can support 2 dolls at once if you really had to. But it's not metal. It is 3D printed. It is plastic, but it can withstand weight of more than 300 pounds. I don't know what the exact tolerance is, but it can withstand over 300 pounds. So it should be fine with any sex doll because those are only 150. So you can buy those from spinningrobotpussy.com or from the Dollhouse. You can go to the accessories maintenance section and get one of the new hooks, or you can get the Follow Me eyes, or you can get the doll insertable spinning robot pussy. So you can get those either from the third-party website or from the Dollhouse directly. All right, top story. Let's talk about it. Donald Trump's been shot. In case you didn't know, he was at a rally. I forget where. And there was an assassination attempt. From what I gather, it was like some leftist on a roof. But I don't know. Like, information is spotty. But apparently they didn't just shoot Trump. They shot like some people in the crowd too. So some of the people in the crowd got shot. Trump got shot. And it is what it is. Now it looks like Trump, he got grazed. Now, he got, this is like a rifle bullet. So getting grazed by a rifle bullet is pretty much like, that's like the luckiest shit ever. Because, we're talking an inch to the side would have blown his brains out. But it grazed his, like, ear. So if it was just an inch over, he'd be dead. His head would have fucking, exploded. No, I don't know. He would have had an extra hole in his head and he would not be alive. But it like grazed his ear. So there's pictures of him where he's got like blood going down the side of his head. And there were some, I think at least one person in the crowd was killed from the shooter shooting like into the crowd around Trump. So that happened. And it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. Now, just so you know, there's gonna be no accountability for all that. Like, it's kind of ironic. I know this is like pointing out the left's hypocrisy for the 10,000th time. It's so tiresome. But remember how even though Donald Trump remember on January 6th where they walked into the Capitol because the police let them in. And they were like, oh my God, it's an insurrection. They've come to steal Nancy Pelosi's podium. Even though Donald Trump said, be peaceful, don't do anything illegal, they were like saying that he was trying to overthrow the government, not because of what he said, but because of like, him organizing the protests at all. You see the pretzels they twist themselves in to try to pin things on Trump and the right in general. The left has been stoking irrational fear of Trump pretty much since 2016. He's a Nazi, he's a fascist, he's trying to overthrow the government, he's going to end our democracy. So, somebody's like, I gotta kill Trump. It's the only way. It's the only way to save our democracy. And the leftist media absolutely deserves to be, like, if Alex Jones deserves to be sued for $1 billion for believing a 4chan, schizo that Sandy Hook was a false flag. That's all he did. All he did was report shit he saw on 4chan that turned out not to be true. And they sued him for like $1 billion, and they're bankrupting him, and they took all his shit. And then you have the leftist media doing all sorts. I understand, like, it's all about, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. As long as the left is in power, there won't be any accountability. And even if the right has power, the deep state will ensure that the right can't exercise any of their power. And if Trump is allowed to be elected and president again, he'll be immediately hit with investigations. He'll be sued. There'll be impeachment proceedings, like, nonstop, just to tie him up in court. They're doing the same thing to Le Pen. Le Pen in France, she won a big election in the European Union elections. She basically took the whole country except for Paris. And then within 3 weeks, the left made some deals with the far left, and they got her bumped down to 3rd place. And the far left basically swept the elections, despite, if you look at the actual makeup of the people, like, where do the people stand? The plurality of the people stand for Le Pen. But they engineered it so that Le Pen would basically not win the election. Now, they didn't break any laws. It was all done legally, but that's the point. The system, if you say you believe in democracy, but then you can use the system to usurp democracy to make sure that the ruling class gets the outcome they want, well, that's an oligarchy. And that's fine. It's fine, but let's openly admit that we live in an oligarchy, where if the people don't vote the way the oligarchs want, they're just going to, rig the election so that they get the outcome they want. And if you don't like that, well, you're not going to vote your way out of this problem. So it is what it is. But that's kind of where we're at. Donald Trump is. I've seen some polls. It's almost laughable. I saw a poll showing that Biden had 49% and Trump and Biden were tied at 49%. I'm like, there's no fucking way. You lie like the devil. There is no fucking way Donald Trump and Biden are tied at 49%. Get the fuck out of here. Are you counting all the illegal aliens?
Now, I may be wrong about this, but I have the feeling that they're already trying to build a case of plausible deniability in case they want to cheat again.
Well, you see, here's the thing. The cathedral's fucked. Let's back up. There is nothing they can do to win. No matter what they do, it ends badly for them. It's like a choose your own adventure story, but you can't win. You can choose among very different bad endings, but under no circumstances is there a combination of decisions you can make that lead to your victory and getting what you want. Basically, the left can, if the left gave a shit about the country and was trying to save America or save the West or save the global hegemon, the unipolar order, there are things they could do to save that, but they all require the left to reverse course. They're going to have to end their climate change bullshit, and they're going to have to drill for oil and start mining and tell all the environmentalists to go fuck themselves. And they won't do that. But that's the only way they're going to compete with Russia and China when it comes to industrial capacity, is to tell all the environmentalists to go fuck themselves. And just other things, take women's rights away, stop the war on white people, all that shit like that. They could save America, save their power, save their empire, but they basically have to do a complete 180 on everything. All their whole Great Reset, you'll own nothing and be happy. They got to take all that, throw it in the fucking trash, and do a complete 180 because everything's falling apart. And it's their fault. It's all their fault. They did this entirely to themselves, but they don't want to admit that they fucked up, and they certainly don't want to admit they were wrong and reverse course. So given those two constraints, there's literally nothing they can do that will do anything but cause them to fail in different ways. They're going to keep doubling down. Just although spoiler, they're going to keep doubling down. And their entire plan is predicated on the belief that everyone will cuck to them and let them get away with it, and no one will do anything because they're pussies and because nobody's done anything in the past. It's the classic, it hasn't happened yet, therefore it will never happen. And the problem is, that isn't how anything works. So think about it like, imagine you're fat. I know I pick on fat people a lot. It's because even though there's like supposed to be fat phobia and it's supposed to be a protected group, it's not. Nobody's fat because of anything but their own choices. Even if you have bad genetics, you can just eat less and drink more water and not be fat. Maybe like even if you're playing on a high difficulty because of your shitty genetics, you're fat because of the choices you made. So you don't deserve any pity. You're not like someone who was born retarded, or you're not like African, where you were like born in a third world country and all this other bullshit. You're just fat because you're lazy and don't want to do anything and you're afraid of pain. Anyway, when you're fat, everyone tells you you're not going to live as long. You're going to have a heart attack. I mean, these are all known problems when you have a high body fat percentage and you're in poor health. But until you actually have the heart attack, no one believes you. Everyone's like, oh no, I'm healthy. Like, there's been videos showing, if you just remember a couple of years ago, there were all these influencers, all these obese influencers who are pushing this healthy at any size, fat phobia, body acceptance movement, and they're all dead. They're all dead. Like, what happened to all those body positive influencers from like 5 years ago? They're all dead. And they were like in their 30s, maybe 40s, and they're all dead now because they had heart attacks. Now, was it because they were fat? Was it because they got vaccinated? I don't know. Probably both. I'm sure being fat doesn't help. But of course, there are like very healthy, athletic people who are dying of the clot shot. So I don't know. It could be both. It could be one. It could be the other. But the point is that whole body positivity thing kind of fell apart when all the influencers were dying in their 30s, as you would expect. But people have this attitude of, until it actually happens, they don't believe it will happen to them. You see this with fat people. You see this with guys who are married, who they're told how shitty marriage is and how women divorce their husbands for no reason. And then they're like, no, but not my wife. And then their wife drops papers on them and it all happens to them. And they're like, but how could this happen to me? I thought I was special. Like, no, you're not special. Anyway, so that's... The left has been riding high. And I've explained this before, but I'll explain it again. The left knows the right will always cuck to them if the left puts the right in a position where the only way to stop the left is to basically destroy the country in a civil war. The right will always back down and let the left do what they want. Because from the right's perspective, the right, they don't want to destroy the country. Even if the country needs, there needs to be a cleansing revolution, the right doesn't want that because they are all about stability. Now, the Founding Fathers would have called them gutless cowards. But even back in the Founding Fathers' day, there were people who just wanted, everything to go along and get along. Like, the revolutionaries were like the people who believed in freedom, the what we would call libertarians. The Founding Fathers, the ones who were the revolutionaries, were the pro-freedom right. The pro-stability right, which we call conservatives, they largely sided with the king. They largely didn't want the revolution to happen. Now, once the revolution was over and the Founding Fathers won, they fell in line. The conservatives just don't like change. They want things to stay the way they are. And so the problem is, when the left is destroying the country, the right wants to stop the. Well, let me say the conservatives, not necessarily the right, because the right includes different groups, but the conservatives, they don't want to overthrow the government and start a civil war, and they just want the left to stop destroying the country. So they oppose the left, but then all the left has to do, like a tantrum throwing child, the left will bring the right to a point where the only way to stop them is to start a civil war and overthrow the government. And then they know that if they do that, the conservatives will back down because it would be against their own interests. If their goal is to prevent the country from being destroyed, destroying the country in a civil war doesn't actually stop the country from being destroyed. I mean, sure, you destroy it on your own terms, but that's defeating the purpose. So the left has basically had this playbook in their pocket for decades where they do shit, the right opposes them, the left escalates, the right backs down, the left wins, lather, rinse, repeat, year after year, decade after decade, generation after generation. The problem is the empire has been using the same playbook. And everything changed with Ukraine. Picking a fight with Russia and losing and constantly doubling down and threatening World War III has horribly backfired. But I kind of understand. I mean, first of all, you understand the leaders who are calling the shots are all boomers. If you've worked with boomers and know boomers, you know how set in their ways boomers are. Even if they mean well, even if they're whatever, like they're just set in their fucking ways. You can't expect people who've been using a certain playbook for decades and it's always worked to suddenly realize that it's not going to work this time when it's always worked in the past. Now, I know why it's not going to work this time. It's because China and Russia don't want to preserve the current order. Unlike the conservatives that want to preserve America as it is. They don't want a revolution. They want to conserve America. That's why they don't want a civil war. That's why they always back down at the 11th hour. Because they don't want to see America destroyed in a civil war. Russia and China don't give a shit. If the West destroys itself or causes a war, that's fine. They're prepared for it. They weren't expecting the West, the collective West as they call them, to just keep doubling down in the face of defeat. And yet here we are. But it's very clear to the people who are watching and who understand that the West, they can't win. We have, it's gotten so bad. So our ability to make advanced aircraft doesn't exist anymore. Like, we can't make more F-22s. I'm not sure about the F-35. I don't know. Like, but I know for a fact we cannot make F-22s anymore. Like you see what's happening with Boeing? Like, that's our entire industrial capacity. It's a joke. And what's stupid is we're trying to sanction China. But the semiconductors that we use in our missiles mostly come from China. Now, you may be thinking, wait, I thought China couldn't get semiconductors. No, listen. So, China makes the cheapo semiconductors, the ones that are used in like appliances, old missiles that were developed decades ago. China's only like 5 to 10 years away from Taiwan when it comes to semiconductors. But China is the biggest maker of like the older generation semiconductors that are used in more simple machines and computers. Those are all made in China. And missiles don't require NVIDIA computer chips. They require very basic components because they're literally disposable. So the semiconductors we use in our missiles come from China. We can't sanction China. We need to, all our shit comes from China. And it would be one thing if we had like a 10-year plan to move production out of China towards Mexico, for example, but we don't. And the other problem is, it's not just that China makes everything. They're also the main miner of rare earth metals that are necessary to make these things in the first place. So even if we moved all the semiconductor plants to Mexico or Arizona or wherever, where are we going to get the raw materials? because we have to mine for them. Now, we have them, but the environmentalists won't let us mine for them because it's toxic. It's bad for the animals. So once again, the only way the cathedral can win is if they literally reverse course on everything they stand for, which they're not going to do. I think it's ironic where when the cathedral tries to have it both ways, like I mentioned this before, how they're trying to evoke European nationalism against Russia. They're saying that the Europeans have to unite against the Asiatic horde, like trying to, instill imagery of Europe fighting against the Huns or the Mongols, while they're letting in Africans and Indians into Europe by the millions. So, which is it? Should Europeans repel the invading Asiatic horde? Or are we letting them in by the fucking boatload to vote for you? So it's interesting how the cathedral knows they basically need the I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? They need the aesthetic of the right. They need nationalism. They need racial solidarity. They need all these things the right has, which they spent 100 years stamping out in order to hold their empire together. Because now they're fighting a peer army. They're not fighting Muslims with no air force and no anti-air capacity and just bombing them to hell while, overthrowing their governments left and right and installing puppets. Now they're fighting an actual army that could fuck their shit up. And by the way, we still don't have hypersonic missiles. I know America claims to have hypersonic missiles, except they haven't shown them. They say, oh yeah, we tested them, we have them. Like, okay, where is it? Don't you worry. So there's this guy called Larry Johnson. He does interviews with Judge Napolitano sometimes. He knows a guy on the project. And he keeps saying we're 6 months away from having hypersonic missiles. And he's been saying that for years. That we're still 6 months away from hypersonic missiles. We still don't have them. You know who has hypersonic missiles? The fucking Houthis. Yemen have hypersonic missiles because Russia gave them to them. We don't have them though. We don't have a technological advantage over Russia and China. We do in some cases. Our satellites are better, but that's mostly because of commercial stuff. Our tech sector is better. But again, our tech sector is utterly dependent on China because we don't want to mine our own rare earth minerals. We want to outsource that to third world countries who are all joining BRICS. This is such a stupid fucking idea. And I don't, first of all, picking a fight with Russia was fucking stupid to begin with. And then doubling down as you lose, they're still not negotiating. They're still oh, we got this. We're gonna win. We're gonna push Putin back. No, you're not. You are not going to push Putin back. You're not going to do shit. The Ukrainians are all dead, and you're gonna send NATO troops, or there's already NATO troops in Ukraine getting killed alongside the Ukrainians. The ones operating the Patriot missile systems or any type of advanced missile system, the Ukrainians don't know how to use those. So those are Western operators in Ukraine launching these missiles. And then when they get killed by the Russians, they get reported as training accidents. So they're saying, oh, at Fort Bragg or whatever, oh, so-and-so got killed in a training accident. No, they got killed in Ukraine. But they're reporting it because they're they don't want people to know that, we have boots on the ground in Ukraine getting killed by the Russians. And by the way, we're still losing. It's not like these forces are making this big difference. They're not. And that's why during the recent NATO conference, they've been talking about Ukraine, wink, must be allowed to strike into Russia. Because the reason why Russia is going to win is because of their superior industrial capacity. They have plants churning out missiles 24/7. Just churning fucking shit out 24/7 in 3 different shifts. They're just making stuff for the war effort. And they need to shut that down. And the only way they're going to shut that down is with a bombing campaign. And Putin said, if you do that, we're going to bomb you too. I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about you, UK, you, Germany, you, America. We will bomb you. Like, oh, Russia can't do that. Oh, that'll be World War III. And Russia's like, we know. So don't fucking bomb us or we're going to bomb you. It's not like it's okay when we do it. We can bomb Russia. And now the attitude is, oh, well, we're not going to bomb Russia. Ukraine's going to bomb Russia. Wink. And then Russia's like, oh, you want to play that game? Cool. Hey, Hezbollah, have some hypersonic missiles. Oh, we're not bombing you, America. Hezbollah's bombing you. Yeah, we're just bombing. We're not bombing anyone. We're just giving weapons to our allies. They just happen to be aimed at you. Wink. And everyone knows this is happening. Like, Russia said this, they were doing this in a response to what America's doing in Ukraine. And here's Israel talking about, oh, we're going to go to war with Lebanon. Like, I mean, part of me is like, that's a bad idea, Israel. But then part of me is like, yeah, Israel, go for it. Do it. Fucking attack Lebanon. Because that's going to be the last mistake you make. That's going to be the end of Israel. We're talking a full-on regional war. And Israel's counting. Israel knows that if they go to war with Lebanon, it's going to kick off a regional war. They're leveraging their control of the United States to drag the United States into war in the belief that America can attack Iran, Houthi. Basically, America's going to go full, like, total war on all the Muslims on behalf of Israel. And that's just going to work out. Like, so America's going to kill all the whole region, you know, all the enemies of Israel for Israel, so Israel can, like, take over the Middle East and establish their greater Israel project. That's the plan. And the problem is, yeah, you could have done that 20 years ago. Like, after the Cold War, when Russia and China were in shambles and America was riding high and invincible, especially after 9/11. And I know there was an attempt, Israel did attack Lebanon in 2006, and you'll never guess, Israel lost. Israel did attack Hezbollah in 2006, and they lost. They had to quit, and like, it was like the Emu War in Australia. They weren't doing anything, and they had to leave. Same thing happened in Yemen, like, this year. We spent over $1 billion doing airstrikes into Yemen. They haven't done shit. And now the Houthis are, like, sinking ships and hitting warships, and they get more advanced missiles by the day, and our airstrikes aren't doing shit. So yeah, that's I understand from Israel's perspective. Like, here's the thing, here's what's going on. Let me give you, like, the big bird's eye view picture. Israel has they're on borrowed time. The cathedral is weakening. The whole point of provoking a war with Russia was to knock them out quickly, because the belief was Russia was weak and corrupt and it would be easily defeated. That was the belief. So they thought they would knock out Russia quickly and then move on to China, break up China, and then once Russia and China were gone, BRICS would no longer be a threat. And even though the G7 was in decline because of demographics and economics and debt and whatnot, as long as BRICS wasn't on the ascent, they would still rule the world. They were basically going to keep everyone down beneath them as they were in decline as well. So as they declined more, they'd have to keep the rest of the world under their heel. That was the entire reason for triggering this war. Because Russia and China weren't doing anything in order to justify provoking a war against them. NATO was provoking a war against Russia deliberately in order to break up BRICS because the West is in decline. Now, the problem is, Israel is kind of dependent on the West. Like, they can't exist if the West isn't running the world. Their whole thing is, the West controls the world and we control the West. So we can do whatever the fuck we want, and all of our neighbors just gotta fucking sit and spin. And we're going to steal your land and kill your family and commit war crimes, and we can do whatever the fuck we want because America runs the world and we run America. So get fucked. And that worked out really well for them for the last several decades until now. Now America's in decline. America's lost several wars in a row. They're about to lose Ukraine. And here's the rumor. Like, I don't know how, like, this is according to not just Viktor Orban, but I've heard other people with contacts in Russia. According to them, the Russians have made an assessment about how best to move forward. They see the West is escalating. And they've made the determination the best course of action is to end the war this year before the election. So, according to Viktor Orban, which is kind of, I don't want to say confirming, but we have multiple points of evidence pointing to this. Viktor Orban is the Prime Minister of Hungary, who's met with Putin personally recently. Viktor Orban is saying the war will be over by September. That there's going to be a major offensive, and I think he said something along the lines of the amount of deaths in the next 6 months, or like between now and September, is going to be greater than the next 3 months. I think it's off the top of my head. I think he said the amount of deaths in the next 3 months will be greater than the last 6 months. So there's going to be a big Russian offensive to basically end the war. Now, America's not going to negotiate. So this is like, when they say ending the war, they mean the complete destruction of the Ukrainian government and its military. And if America wants to be like, oh, we're not negotiating, like, well, the country is completely destroyed and occupied now. So you can pretend that you're still fighting the good fight, but it's kind of fucking over at this point. So that's what's happening in the next couple months. Between now and September is supposedly going to be this big Russian offensive that's going to end the war. I don't know what they're waiting. I guess what they're waiting for is the big arrival of the F-16s. As soon as they're destroyed, then that's it. Now, I originally said if I were them, I would also throw in some F-35s and F-22s, because the F-16s aren't going to last very long on their own. They're going to need more advanced aircraft to actually be effective. However, I recently learned that we can't make new F-22s. Like, we can't, if they're destroyed, that's it. There's not going to be a replacement made. Like, we can't, it's not like we can put in a contract and get a new, no, like, we can't even make any new ones. Like, our warfighting capacity is such shit. It's almost hilarious. The fact that we're fighting all these wars and provoking all these wars in the situation we're in is suicidally insane. And it's basically a giant bluff by the ruling class, and their bluff has been called. It's already been called. There was a window in time where it looked like everyone was going to cuck to them and they were going to win just through sheer arrogance. Like, they're just going to boomer their way to victory just by being arrogant and stubborn. But their bluff has been called, and it's, unfortunately, and I don't know if Putin, I don't think Putin, like, has, listens to me, or anybody in my audience has Putin's ear. But Putin did what I would do, which is use Israel as the leverage. So America wants to arm Ukraine. Putin can arm Hezbollah and Iran and threaten Israel and the American presence in the Middle East, which is exactly what's happening. The only thing that hasn't happened yet is the missiles haven't been flown. Supposedly, they're supposed to send an armada of 100 warships to, off the coast of Israel to intimidate the Middle East, like they did after October 7th. But October 7th, they sent about 70 warships. But that was a long, like, it may not seem like that long ago. October 7th, 2023 wasn't that long ago. But October 7th, 2023, the Middle East didn't have hypersonic missiles. The Houthis weren't hitting warships. Hezbollah had homemade rockets. Now they have no shit Russian ballistic missiles. And it's all because of our escalations in Ukraine. They've now armed these Muslims against Israel and the United States. And the cathedral, they are absolutely checkmated. If they proceed, it's only going to get worse for them. They cannot win. The more they double down, the more they escalate, the worse things are going to get for them. And they're still doubling down and escalating. They haven't done the thing yet. They haven't launched. They're talking about long-range missile attacks into Russia, and then they're actually downplaying the F-16s. They're saying, like, the F-16s aren't going to do anything, which is like, then why did you bother? If the whole plan is just long-range missiles into Russia, Russia already said, we will attack you if you do that. Like, we're not going to let you bomb us and just fucking face tank your missiles and not retaliate. So we're basically waiting on America and Israel to basically do their last thing, like the last escalation they'll ever make when they cross that red line. And they'll be, oh, Putin's not going to do anything. No one does anything. No one's going to do. We're going to just launch missiles into Russia. Russia's not going to do anything. And they'll tell themselves that, just like the fat person, I'm not going to die of a heart attack. I eat donuts every day. I don't exercise. I'm never going to die of a heart attack. And then, what's happening? Why does my chest hurt? And it happens that quickly. You're gonna, I don't feel bad. Like it'd be one thing if Israel wasn't committing ethnic cleansing in Gaza right now. And they're also doing it in the West Bank. They're not just killing Palestinians and taking their land in Gaza. They're actively killing Palestinians in the West Bank and taking their land. And they didn't even do anything. They're just using this opportunity to kill civilians and steal their land. So I don't even feel bad for Israel. So the fact that basically Israel's being drugged into this proxy war between the United States and Russia, fuck Israel. I don't even feel bad. They deserve everything that happens to them. They fucking deserve it and then some.
And here's the interesting thing when it comes to Israel. Now, one thing I noticed about evangelical Christians, especially like the hardcore Protestant ones, is that they tend to be very pro-Israel because it's like, yeah, God's chosen people. No, they can do whatever they want. They own that land. Yet they're killing Orthodox Christians all over the place there. They're just killing everyone indiscriminately. So they're so unaware of this.
The evangelicals are Zionists for very selfish reasons. Evangelicals really, like, yes, they recognize that Zionism hurts Christians. But you got to, first of all, you got to understand something about evangelicals. They believe that all the other Christians are corrupt, like Catholics, any kind of Catholic adjacent Protestant, even other evangelical denominations. They're all Satan worshipers. They're all going to hell. Only their denomination is true. Every other denomination are sinners and blasphemers and whatever. So the fact that Orthodox Christians or Catholics or Christians are being killed by Zionists and they don't care. As far as they're concerned, the good, because they're idol worshippers and they're sinners, and only our little branch of evangelical Christendom is true. So that's why they don't care about what happens to these other Christians in the Middle East. But number two, the reason why the evangelicals are Zionists is because they're a doomsday cult. They think that by supporting Zionism, they want Israel to trigger World War III. Because according to their interpretation of the Book of Revelation, when Israel destroys what's called the Dome on the Rock, which is it's the mosque that's on the site where the Jewish temple used to be. Now the Muslims, the Jews want to destroy that mosque so they can rebuild their temple, but obviously Muslims would lose their shit even more if they did that. But the evangelicals want that to happen. They want the War of Armageddon to happen, because Armageddon's a real place. It's not just a euphemism for the end of the world. It's literally a place in the Middle East, and they want this battle of Armageddon to be fought between Jews and Muslims, because then Jesus comes back. Now, the fucked up thing is when Jesus comes back, he kills all the Jews too. Any Jews who won't bend the knee and acknowledge Jesus as Lord, they all die too. So it's not like the Jews get to enjoy the Zion that they're fighting for, because Jesus is going to come back and light them on fire along with all the Muslims and all the other people who aren't the good Christians like they are. Now, I don't believe any of that shit. But that's what they believe. It doesn't matter what I believe. It doesn't matter what's literally true. That's what they believe. They support Israel and give money to Israel, and they promote Zionism because they're trying to, in the grand scheme of things, they want Jesus to come back and kill all the Jews. It's like the weirdest, it's like a doomsday cult final solution thing. It's like giving them enough rope to hang themselves. They want the Jews specifically to provoke a war so that Jesus will come back after the Battle of Armageddon and, cause the end of the world. That's why. That it may seem paradoxical that Christians, like evangelical Christians, are Zionists when Israel is anti-Christian, but once you put it in the proper context, it makes a really fucked up amount of sense. And yet evangelicals they're not just insane, they're dangerously insane. 'Cause they're actively trying to destroy the world. They're a doomsday cult. It's fucked up. But whatever. What's fucked up is like sooner or later, like if Israel's destroyed, it's gonna be like when those evangelicals were saying that the world was gonna end according to their they did these math problems and determined that Jesus was going to come back in like 2012 or when there's always some doomsday thing. Oh, Jesus is going to come back according to this, according to that. And then that day or event comes and goes and nothing happens. And then the evangelicals fuck off for a while until they come up with a new scenario to try to end the world. They're like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. Like, I'll get you next time. And then they leave to go plot the end of the world again. They're like fucking Skeletor. Man, I'll get the Jews to start World War III yet, He-Man. Anyway, so that's what's going on with evangelicals. If Israel's destroyed and Jesus doesn't come back, I don't know what they're going to do. Because since Israel was established, that's been their whole thing. Israel's been restored, just like the Bible says. Oh my God, Jesus is gonna come back. We gotta help Israel start these wars and trigger Armageddon, so Jesus comes back. So if Israel's destroyed and doesn't exist anymore, and the Muslims win, and Jesus doesn't come back, they're gonna be like, what happened? What happened to the end of the world? What happened to my doomsday? It's like, yeah, that all that shit, it didn't happen. It's all bullshit. So just someone made it up. Someone made it up and put it in a book, and you've been doing all this shit all this time because it's some bullshit someone made up in a book, and you're very stupid. So anyway, yeah, here we are. It's the middle of July. There's been an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. The war in Lebanon could happen any time. Hezbollah has said if Israel stops the war in Gaza, has a ceasefire against the Palestinians, then they'll stop launching missiles into Israel. And the Houthis also said they'll stop sinking ships. Now the thing is if Israel just stops and okay guys, I guess we're done here, good game. That's not going to work because Israel's committed a shit ton of war crimes. Even Halsey's admitted that they're committing ethnic cleansing. Now, maybe it doesn't meet the legal definition of genocide, but they're committing ethnic cleansing, which, they're not, the world isn't going to just stand by and be like, what's a little ethnic cleansing? They said they were sorry. They did a ceasefire. Let's just go back to the way things were. That's not going to fly. And I think Israel knows that. I think they know that they've crossed the line with the amount of people they've killed and all the shit they've done, that there's no going back. So they can't agree to a ceasefire. Now they might, if they get America to threaten the entire Middle East with total war, they might get the Middle East to agree to a ceasefire with Israel because America will destroy them. That's the belief. That's what Israel wants. Israel wants to drag America into a war with the entire Middle East on its behalf. But first of all, America has no ground troops. Our airstrikes don't do shit. And now these Arabs are armed with advanced Russian missiles that can take out our warships. So it's the dumbest fucking thing. Again, if this were 20 years ago, this could have worked, except Israel literally tried this 20 years ago, and they couldn't even beat Hezbollah. And this was like Israel in the 2000s. They couldn't beat Hezbollah. So it's so fucking over. The only thing America or Israel can do is just nuke the whole place. But the problem is, if you can't nuke Lebanon without affecting Israel. These are weapons of mass destruction. These aren't like surgical scalpels. These are buckshot shotgun blasts of destruction that will destroy the whole region. You can't just launch nukes and be like, well, Lebanon's fucked, Syria's fucked, Iran's fucked, but Israel's fine. Yeah, Israel's totally fine. No problem for Israel. Like, of course there is. There's not. I don't know. Like, I don't think the nukes are going to fly. And I don't know what Israel's going to do. I think Israel's fucked. And again, they deserve everything that happens to them. The thing is, this war was basically instigated because, in my opinion, I don't have any proof of this, but I think the reason why they're doing this now is because they know that this is the end for the American empire. And without America's support, they're fucked. And so they kind of just waited too long. It's one of those situations where, people like, they're like, oh, I'll get to that later. And then they realize, oh shit, they got to get this done right now or it's over. And now Israel's like, oh shit, we have to defeat the entire Arab world and conquer the Middle East right now before America collapses. This is our last chance. And they can't even beat Hamas. They can kill civilians. Hamas is in the tunnels. They're not in these refugee camps that Israel's attacking. They're deep underground in the tunnels. And they're still launching missiles and killing Israelis. They don't have access to the big missiles because the tunnels are too narrow for the big missiles. But they get all like the little shit. Fucking Hezbollah, that's a different story. They have the good shit. They have the best shit. And people are like, Hezbollah says they have 1 million missiles and rockets and drones, but I don't believe them. Like, listen, let me just give you a quick news, like a history lesson. Remember when you underestimated Russia? Remember when you underestimated Yemen? Maybe, what if you're underestimating Lebanon? What if you think going toward Lebanon is going to be this easy peasy cakewalk and they fuck your shit up the way Yemen, Russia, and the fucking Taliban did? Oh, and by the way, the Taliban said they are willing to send their army to Israel. Like, basically, if they invade Lebanon, the Taliban are going to march their army through Iran to Israel to attack Israel, which is kind of funny. Like, the Taliban have all this, like, modern America. Remember, all this shit happened while Biden was president. This was in, like, 2021 when we abandoned Afghanistan. The Taliban have all our equipment from when we abandoned it, from just a couple years ago. So, like, I'm telling you, it's over. There's nothing the Cathedral can do to win. All they can do is double down and make things worse. Like, if they stop right now and reverse the environmentalism, reverse the global warming, reverse the YOLO nothing and be happy, reverse the war on white people, they can keep their power. They can stay in power. The government doesn't have to collapse. They can just give up on their grand design bullshit and just enjoy being politicians in a country and retire, and their families will be taken care of and they'll have health care and retirement benefits, and that's how their story ends. That's all they have to do. All they have to do is stop, admit defeat, and go into retirement, and them and their family will be taken care of. If they double down, the empire's going to collapse, the dollar's going to collapse, we're going to have hyperinflation. If they double down domestically and they start calling for draft and going to war against Russia and China, start rounding everyone up, there's going to be a civil war. And if there's a civil war, they're going to lose because, by the way, we're still the most heavily armed country in the world. Like, it's not even close. Like, provoking a civil war in the most heavily armed country in the world, where you've basically pissed off the majority of your population, is not going to end well. And you're, oh, well, they can't defeat the U.S. Army with AR-15s. Listen, my dude, look at the Houthis, look at Hezbollah, look at how Russia gave them hypersonic fucking missiles. Now I want you to look at what, and I laid out this case, but I know I'm repeating myself, but whatever. Russia and China will absolutely support a right-wing civil war. I promise you, because they literally risk nothing and they have everything to gain and nothing to lose. In fact, if you want further proof, Britain, after the British Empire was in collapse and the American Empire was replacing it, the British lamented that they didn't support the South enough during the Civil War, because they knew if they supported the South more during the Civil War, they could have kept America from surpassing them as an empire. That was the British admitting that. But let me just take you through a very quick thought experiment. If Russia and China support the right during a civil war, giving them hypersonic missiles, Kinzhals, glide bombs, whatever, to basically just fuck the government up. If the rebels lose, if the civil war is a failure and the rebels lose, Russia and China will have been able to inflict horrendous damage to the United States, thus removing them as a threat. Even if they lose, because civil wars are very costly. There's no way there can be a civil war in the United States and America, while also fighting Russia and China and everyone else. There's just no fucking way. So Russia and China will basically remove the threat of the United States either way. So worst case scenario, the rebellion fails, the establishment is victorious, the rebels are all killed, but they did horrendous damage to the military, infrastructure, government, and it's going to take years or decades for them to pick up the pieces. And meanwhile, Russia and China will be able to leapfrog past America and leave them in the dust. It'll take them years to rebuild, even if the current ruling class is in power. Now, what if the rebellion is successful? What if the government is successfully overthrown by the rebels and it becomes a revolutionary war rather than a civil war? Well, then Russia and China have a new best friend. And if you're like, oh, Americans would never be friends with Russia, listen, dipshit, the founding fathers were allies with the French. These were British nobles who, when they went to war against their motherland, Great Britain, they allied against Great Britain's biggest enemy, which was France. And they had French people, like, giving them weapons and equipment and training. And then after the revolution, they were allies of France. So in what universe do you think Americans are going to hold on to some long over Cold War enmity against the USSR? If anything, we're the USSR. The American Empire is basically more in common with the USSR than BRICS. BRICS is actually more like the Allies. BRICS are the good guys. We're the empire that's trying to do shit. But anyway, my point is, if the revolution is successful, and Russia and China have a grateful ally as the new government of the United States, well, they win. They just converted their biggest enemy into their greatest ally. That's a GG well played. So Russia and China literally risk nothing by supporting a civil war in the United States, if it comes to that. And if the cathedral doesn't take the fucking L and they keep doubling down on fucking stupid and doing this bullshit, it comes to civil war, I promise you Russia and China are going to arm the rebellion with military grade equipment. Because it's just, they risk nothing and they gain everything, and there's no way it works out badly for them. So I'm just saying, like, if all they have to do is stop. If the cathedral just stops, they don't win, but they stop the bleeding, and they can just fuck off into retirement and never be seen again. And then America can start getting shit back together, and we can undo the damage. But like Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, all those politicians, they'll just retire and fade away. And that'll be fine. Like, whatever. It's over. Get the fuck out of here. Enjoy your retirement. We got a lot of work to do. We don't want you in the way. Whatever. That's fine. But if they decide, oh no, we're going to clamp down on this, or we're going to put this in, and we're going to have the FBI spy on everyone and arrest everyone and declare all right-wingers terrorists. They're already trying to do that shit. They're declaring any right-wing activist group, not just extremists. Like, there's like a language creep. First you were an extremist. Now they're just calling you a terrorist. Now, what terror have these people committed? None. Oh, but January 6th. And like they're just declaring like a right-wing protest. Oh, that was terrorism. Therefore, you're a terrorist. Everyone's a terrorist. Arrest them all. And they're dead serious. They're dead serious about just making their political opposition into criminals and arresting them for any or no reason. And they just think everyone's going to let them get away with it. And now, again, right today, there's been an assassination attempt against Donald Trump, and at least one person in the audience at the rally was killed by like a sniper. So, like, this is the game they're playing, and they think everyone's a pussy, and they'll just let them get away with it, and Russia's not going to let them get away with it, the fucking Houthis aren't letting them, like, their bluff has already been called internationally, but it hasn't been called domestically. But it's going to happen, and when, like, right now, people are pissed off. They're pissed off at the government, they're pissed off at Biden, and they know what's happening to their country, and they don't like it, but the reason why no one does anything is because even though they see the government going the way it is, their life right now isn't that bad. Like, think about your life right now, in this moment. You're probably doing okay. You know, you've probably been better, but life, like, your life isn't so shitty that you're going to pick up a gun and go, start a revolution. You see what's coming, you recognize that what's coming is bad, and life is going to get worse, but your life isn't currently worse. Your life currently isn't bad enough that the pain of inaction exceeds the pain of action. Because if you pick up a gun and try to do something, you're probably going to get shot. You're probably going to die. And for someone to willingly do that, their life has to be really shitty, and they kind of have to have no hope for the future, and they have to realize that I'm fucked either way. I might as well go for the high score because it's hockey mask time. That's what hockey mask time is, when you're basically fucked and you have no way out. So you just have to basically go out on your own terms. Nobody's really in that position. I mean, like, and you look at, like, a lot of people talk about how the right, don't care about this and that. Most of what the left's doing only affects cities. If you don't live in the city, you don't live in a blue area, you don't have to deal with most of the shit. Now, the illegal aliens, the crime, those are all bad things, but they're probably not affecting your life. Like, you turn on the TV or you look on social media, you see, like, immigrants raping people and all that stuff. It's all bad. However, do you or anyone do you know anyone in your personal life that's been raped by an immigrant? Probably not. And that's the point. It hasn't affected your life, because the country's pretty big. And most of the bullshit happening it's happening in blue cities. And unless you live in a blue city, it doesn't really affect you. And so that's why nobody's doing anything. It's because they're currently in a position where life isn't that bad, and they're hoping they don't have to do something. They're hoping that they vote for Donald Trump and he fixes things, and they don't have to pick up a gun and do anything and risk their life, because nobody actually wants that. People just want things to not be retarded. They want all this, like, anti-American, anti-white, radical environmentalist, radical feminist bullshit to just go away so we can all just live our lives. We're not talking about, like, some bygone age. We're talking, like, the 90s. This wasn't that long ago. Like, back when, like, shit was not insane. But the problem is the ruling class is run by boomers who are stuck in their ways, and I see no indication of them not doubling down. Now, but I do see some positive indications. They don't want to die, which is good. Because in case you didn't know, when Ukraine launched a long-range missile into Crimea, it dropped bomblets onto a beach and killed some kids and some families. And Russia declared a no-fly zone in the Black Sea. Now, this isn't an official no-fly zone, but all of a sudden, all the American drones are no longer patrolling the Black Sea. So even though there isn't an official no-fly zone, America has respected Russia's no-fly zone, their unofficial no-fly zone, because America doesn't want World War III, which is good. If America wanted World War III, they could trigger it whenever they want. So the fact that they haven't means they're not suicidal. They're still hoping they could win somehow, but they can't. But they haven't learned that lesson yet. But if they invade Lebanon, or if they launch long-range missiles into Moscow, they're going to find out. So I'm just waiting. Like, I know they're going to do it because they're not going to back down. They're going to have to be defeated militarily. So I'm just looking at my watch. It's like that scene in Happy Gilmore where he's like, well, we're waiting. Like, we're just waiting for either Israel to invade Lebanon, which they will do, because they're not going to declare a ceasefire against Hamas. They're not going to cool down tensions because they've already crossed the Rubicon. They've committed too many war crimes that they're going to answer for once the war is over. So they need to keep the war going. It's basically they've committed. They've crossed the Rubicon. They're either going to conquer or they're going to die. And they're trusting that if they drag America into a war against Iran, that America will do all the heavy lifting for them and go total war on the Middle East and bomb them to hell. And I don't know why they think this, because we don't have the missiles to do that. We are broke. We're out of missiles. We're trying to get like NATO countries to send what they have to Ukraine because we don't have it. We're promising them we'll build more in the next like 5 years. That's where we're at. We don't have shit. Like, we can't fight all these wars with no money, no weapons, and no people. It's basically like we're like living in the end of the Roman Empire, where, you know, the legions were being depleted and getting their asses kicked. And what they should have done is recalled the legions. Like, the legions can't fight all these wars. They can't hold the borders. Just recall the legions, so we can at least protect Rome. But they didn't. The legions got slaughtered, Rome got sacked, and that was the end of the Western Empire. So that's kind of what's happening. That's what we're looking at. In this case, you know, the future's not looking terrible. We're not looking down the barrel of another dark age. We're not looking down the barrel of America being replaced by barbarian kings. We're looking at the America being replaced by BRICS, which is a cooperation of various countries that operate in a very transparent and fair and equitable way. So it's like, oh, well, that's actually fine. This is fine, actually. I'm okay with this. This is probably better for everyone. So we're just waiting. And I know it's frustrating. I know it's frustrating to be waiting. At least we have, I don't know about confirmation. I hesitate to call it confirmation. But we have Orban saying that Russia's preparing to launch a war-ending offensive by September, which is not that far away. It's 2 months away. So we're sometime in the very near future. Probably, if I were a betting man, I would say after the F-16s make their dramatic appearance and are subsequently destroyed, and once that wild card is removed from the table, that's when Russia launches their offensive. Maybe they're holding back because they just want to see what the F-16s do. They want to make sure they get rid of the F-16s before they do any major offensives. But once they get rid of the F-16s, then they're ready. Then they're ready to pull the trigger on the offensive. That would be that's where I would, if I were a betting man, I would bet money on that. But we don't know. I'm not Putin. I don't have an ear. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the plan is. So that's what's going on, as far as I know. But we're basically watching this happen in real time. And obviously, it happens a lot slower in real time than it does in, like, the movies, where you can skip to the good part. We can't skip to the good part. We can't just have a montage where we skip to the good part. We're just kind of watching things slowly get worse and watch the West slowly lose. As far as the markets, they're broken as shit. They're fucking broken to all hell, and it's not going to get any better. I don't think... we're waiting on BRICS. So BRICS, there's talk of a BRICS commodities exchange. It's being pushed by Russia. There's support for it, and that's the last I heard, and this was back in, like, April. So, you know, maybe next year, but until... Basically, the only way the markets stop being manipulated is the West has to have control of the markets wrestled away from them. Right now, the West controls the entire global financial system. Everything goes through New York and London. New York and London set the prices for the world. And the rest of the world basically just has no alternative. Now, I understand shit takes time, but that's kind of what we're waiting on. The government is not going to stop. Like I thought, this is the thing, and I bet on this, and I lost. I lost money last year because I thought the government would stop manipulating because they understood the long-term damage they would do if they kept manipulating prices. And I didn't think they would do that because I thought they were like, well, that'll destroy the dollar, and that'll mean the end. That'll drive OPEC into BRICS, and I didn't think they would do that. They did it. And now OPEC has joined BRICS, and the dollar is sort of fucked. So all these things are happening right now, and they're not going to stop, which means there really is no, you can bet money in the market as long as you're betting with the government. If you bet along with the government, if you're betting on the house, you can make some money in the short term until the laws of economics inevitably triumph, and the entire goddamn thing will crash. And it won't just be the market. It'll be the market. It'll be the bond market. It'll be the real estate market. It'll be the dollar. Everything. The entire global finance. Like, people talk about, 2007 was the great financial crisis. You ain't seen nothing. This will make the Great Depression and the 2007 housing collapse look like the Roaring '20s. We're talking the collapse of the global financial system. The dollar. Everything will go down. Now, luckily, there's BRICS. Like, thank goodness for BRICS. Because what the cathedral was cooking up was CBDC. They were going to collapse the current system into CBDC. And it was going to be like the dollar, but worse. It was going to be the dollar with spyware. But, and that's why, again, everything is about Ukraine. The entire reason for the Ukraine war was to basically bring down BRICS, to prevent them from threatening the United States' control. And it's gone horribly, and they're losing, and it's over. So but it hasn't happened yet. The dollar hasn't collapsed, the market hasn't collapsed, the economy hasn't collapsed. Everything's fine. Everything's fine on paper for now. And if you bet with the government, you can make money in the short term. A lot of the people who've been shorting the market based on economic fundamentals, and they've all been fucking destroyed. And the thing is if this wasn't an election year, I would have been right next to them. But I knew they were going to manipulate the ever-living shit out of the market because it's a fucking election year. Now, if the election wasn't stolen in 2020, if Donald Trump was president, the economy would have crashed last year. When Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank failed, you would have seen the market crash then. And then we'd still be in a recession today. And then the Democrats would be ringing the alarm bells about how Donald Trump is the worst president in American history because of the recession. And we need the Democrats to come in and whatever. Lather, rinse, repeat. And his was fucked up. This was really fucked up. In the grand scheme of things, this is the better timeline. If Donald Trump was president, the Ukraine war would have never happened. The American aura of invincibility would still be in place. The rest of the world would still be afraid of America's control of the financial system and their military. We would not have been exposed as the paper tiger that we are. And our economy would have been in shambles because of the banking failures of 2023. And we'd be in a recession, and the Democrats would be riding high, and God knows who they'd be running for president. Think about the horror show that they'd be running for president in 2024 against whoever the Republican is, because Donald Trump would have served 2 terms. I know it seems fucked up, but this is actually the better timeline. Because now the American empire is in decline, Israel's fucked, and I know it sucks. I love my country. I love the idea of America. I love the founding fathers and what this country was founded on. But what it's become needs to be burned to the ground. It's sad, but it's like Star Wars. I love Star Wars, but Disney Star Wars and Kathleen Kennedy it all needs to be burned to the ground. That's the only way. The only way to make Star Wars great again is to burn down Lucasfilm, destroy everything from the Force Awakens onward, just burn that all to the ground and fucking start over. Or just let it go and just start like some spiritual successor that isn't Rebel Moon. That was awful. That was a terrible, bad attempt at a spiritual successor for Star Wars. But that's where we are. We're still waiting. I know it's boring. We're all waiting for something to happen. But look, worst case scenario, we're looking at the end of September. We're looking at 2 more months. 2 more months of waiting. But in the meantime, I don't know when or if whatever happens. And look, maybe the cathedral realizes they're fucked and negotiates. And the wars end and they take their L and they fuck off. Is that possible? Yes. I don't see it happening. Again, they're in the same boat of Israel. They've crossed too many lines. They've done so much damage. They almost can't admit defeat now. They basically it's like a sunk cost fallacy. They've lost so much that it doesn't make sense to quit now. They have to basically keep doubling down, trying to win back what they've lost. And all they're doing is they're just digging their grave deeper and deeper. But here we are. Mid-July. Still waiting for my hypersonic surprises. Still waiting. Anyway, HD, I see that you're here, my friend.
Yep, good to be here. And yeah, I know you definitely talked about Trump's assassination attempt before. The news within the hour, of course, it broke into China, so I saw on Baidu and other websites. And most of the most popular feedback about that from people in China was, yep, Trump's elections essentially secured. This basically helping secure the presidency. And a few people question, this is not some kind of setup by his own people, right? And most people shut that down really quickly. If that's a setup, they're not going to aim for his head that close. That's way too much of a risk.
Yeah, because even if it was a setup, let's do a thought experiment. You intended to graze Trump's ear, which is what happened. What if he just moved to the left? What if he coughed?
Like an inch, his head will be blown off.
If he just
try for a setup, the most you do maybe aim around the foot or a little more further away, shoot a few holes on the stage.
Or yeah, maybe you shoot him in the shoulder or something, right? But that was a headshot that missed him by an inch. If it was a setup, if it was just an intentional, like, his people were trying to create a fake assassination attempt, he could have coughed or moved his head and his head would have exploded. And they killed the shooter. Like I've seen, I don't know if they're legitimate. It could be bullshit, because you know how like when there's breaking news, you have like trolls putting bullshit out. Like it was Sam Hyde and that kind of stuff. But I don't know. Like I've seen pictures.
It would have been better to capture him alive for interrogation, but
he was armed.
Probably get silenced.
He was armed. You can't, like, unless he drops the weapon and surrenders. But I mean, he had a rifle and he was shooting people. Like, you just have to take him out. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know.
Also, a popular image quickly circulated on the Chinese website I saw was the photo of him raising his fist with while blood still on his ear and with an American flag floating up above him. And people were saying, "Wow!" For a second, I thought this was AI generated. This image just looks too good for him. Yeah, because people in China know what patriotism is, and they know that looks very good.
Well, I mean, he was at a rally. Of course, there's going to be American flags everywhere.
Of course, but they happen to drape above him in the shot, and he's with his fist up, pumping up, and with blood dripping on his right ear, but he's still looking stern. That's just very good image.
Again, it was a grazing shot, so he's fine. It basically, I mean, if it was just an inch to the side, he'd be dead. So it was very lucky, and some people in the crowd, I know at least one person was killed. I don't know how many were injured. So, but like people in the crowd were shot. Like this was not just like a one and done assassination. This guy had a rifle and was like shooting at Trump in the crowd, and yeah. So, that happened. I know, and here's the thing. Like, again. I know I called this, I guess, but Trump is not going. I mean, maybe he will. Like, here's the thing: Trump's been fucked with personally. His first term, he was trying to be a good president, trying to make deals, trying to negotiate. He was basically treating the presidency like a business. And he was
he doesn't wake up from that at this point. Then what's he running a second term for?
Well, and the thing is he knows. Like, first of all, they've cost him millions of dollars. They've gone after his friends, they've gone after his family, and now they've tried to kill him. So yeah, he's got to know that, like, this thing that's personally trying to destroy him and kill him, that's who he needs to basically fight fire with fire. On the other hand, he's also a massive fucking Jew cocksucker. So if you're expecting Trump to make America great again and get at the heart of the corruption that's, like, destroying, no, he's not going to. Now, look, I'll vote for Trump all day instead of Biden. Like, I'd rather have Trump than any Democrat. But at the same time, like, if you're expecting Trump to do what's necessary to actually pull this country up from its decline, he doesn't have what it takes. And look, the thing is, if he tried to do anything that would actually substantially improve things for America, he would get resistance within his own party. Like,
yeah, he'll buy a little time. That's it.
That's the best we can hope for.
System.
But so that's why I said if he was assassinated, if Trump was killed, that would do more for his legacy, because if Trump is president, he's just going to be it's going to be a disappointing second term. There's going to be a lot of promises and hemming and hawing, and then not a lot's going to get done. He's going to be hamstrung by the deep state, by endless investigations and trying to impeach him, and it's going to be just endless bullshit. And he's not going to get a lot done. And the Democrats are going to dig their heels in and vote against everything, and liberal judges are going to block everything, and it's just nothing's really going to happen. Which is a good thing. The fact that nothing is going to happen for the next 4 years is a good thing in and of itself. But nothing's going to get better. The right has to learn sooner or later that they can't vote their way out of this problem, because that's the actual solution. So if Trump was killed, or alternatively, if the election was obviously stolen in front of their face, like right now, there's a lot of people who are this close to fuck it, but they're trusting in that Trump's going to get elected and do something. Again, people don't want a civil war. People just want things to stop being so ridiculous. But if they get if they have the hope beaten out of them that they can vote their way out of this problem, if as soon as their guy starts to look like he might be threatening the establishment, he gets assassinated, or the election just gets openly stolen in front of everyone, and once they realize they can't vote their way out of this problem, they're going to have to start considering their alternatives. And that's inevitably going to bring us to the Civil War, which is, and the problem for me, and this is selfish as me, I admit that this is selfish of me. Look, I'm getting old. I'm in my 40s. I'm starting to develop arthritis. I might have.
I heard that on Wednesday.
Yeah, I might
Sorry
have.
about that.
I might have one war left in me if things heat up soon-ish. But if Trump is president 4 years later, things start to get bad again, we're talking like maybe 8, 15, 20 years later. Yeah, I'm fucked. I'm going to be too old and broken. My body's not going to work. I'm going to be useless in a war. I'm just going to be a lump waiting to get shot. So, like, it's kind of like, and look, the Founding Fathers had the same attitude. If there's going to be a war, let it happen in my time. Let it happen so I can fight. So that, my children can grow up free. I don't want to be an old man sending Zoomers to die while I'm sitting there fucking with arthritis and I can't do anything. Like, if there's going to be war, let the war come. Let's fucking do it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Let's fuck shit up. I'm not getting any younger. So, and I admit that's selfish. It's selfish of me to because I'm sure if you're young, you're like, fuck you, I haven't lived my life yet. Point taken. Point taken. And obviously the children who are like underage, they're if a war happened now, they would just die. Whereas maybe if it happened in like 15, 20 years, they would be fighting age. So ultimately, it doesn't really matter when the war happens. Someone's going to fight it. I'm just kind of
there'll always be people too young. It's like my stance on the situation in China, right? I wanted to get the current system to change as soon as possible, even if it means a really bloody civil war or fractured China, because sooner or later it's going to happen, and the longer it builds up, the worse it'll get when it finally breaks.
Well, China may be, because of BRICS, they may have to redo their system.
Right. The second best thing, I think, if the CCP can't fall out of power, is that if they go to under serious reform, that could be the next best thing. I'll take it if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, just you have governments becoming corrupt and shitty over time. Sometimes corrupt and shitty governments can. The thing is, what causes freedom is competition. Like, what protects the consumer is competition. What made America great was competition. Notice, like, when did things go to shit for America? It's after we won. Victory made us weak. So, like, the best thing for a country is when we have competition. When we have to step up and do. That's where we find our greatness. And I'm sure it's in your life, too. Like, when let's say you're entering a marathon or trying out for the Olympics. You're doing your thing. You're, like, crushing it. When you decide, I'm going to take this year off or the Olympics are over, you're going to get lazy. You're not going to, train as hard. You're going to let yourself get weak. It's human nature. So that's just that's how this is going to be. And it's fine. It doesn't matter. I'd rather the war happen while I can still fight it rather than when I'm an old man and I'm too old to do anything. And because I'm just looking around like waiting to die in my little homestead in the middle of the woods or something. But it's whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And look, I could die tomorrow. I could get killed by a drunk driver, or I could get nuked. Who knows? So it's one of those things where whatever happens, happens, and good or bad, it's all relative. It doesn't really matter. But things are getting spicy, and all these people are like, oh, nothing ever happens. A lot is happening, and I know what they mean is nothing's affecting my life yet. Yes, because there's a lot of institutions that are basically shielding you from the consequences at the moment, but those institutions cost money, and they're not going to be able to keep this up forever. So we're just hanging out, I guess. So that's what's going on. I don't have anything else to add. So, you guys have anything else to add to what we've been talking about, or anything you guys want to talk about?
And no one else is here, but I'm good. But sorry about your arthritis pain. It looks like your time in the Navy may have done a bit more toll on your body than you expected. It's
hereditary.
Your more rough childhood certainly didn't help.
Well, no. So my arthritis runs in my family on my mom's side. So it's something
as if she didn't do enough horrible stuff.
Look, I honestly, there's nothing from my mom's side of the family that I can point to and be like, I'm glad that happened. I'm glad I have those genes. My mom's side of the family is just a fucking disaster in every way possible. But it is, I am who I am. My genes are what they are. My body is what it is. I do exercises. I take my vitamins. I try to take care of myself. But I'm in my 40s. It's like when your car hits 100,000 miles, shit just starts breaking down. You can do the best you can to give your car regular oil changes and baby it. But after the car hits 100,000 miles, things are going to start going wrong with it. And this is just one of those things, like, things are starting to go wrong with my body. Now, I'm trying this whole distilled water thing. Supposedly drinking distilled water is supposed to be good for arthritis, and I'm not going to take my potassium supplements and see if that helps. And we'll see. Maybe I can stave things off. I don't know. We'll see. And you know what? I can always just take painkillers and arthritis medicine and wear like little hand braces. I can still function. It's just the thing is in a scenario where you're dependent on drugs, that's not a good place to be when society is on the brink. Because like you can't just hop down to the pharmacy and buy more pills if the pharmacy's burned down and there's whatever. So my whole goal is kind of to be self-sufficient, where if society shit the bed, I would be okay. But if that's impossible because I need arthritis, I could load up on Aleve. I mean, it's not debilitating. It's basically like tingles in my finger, and it like hurts to. It hurts to like snap. I can't snap my fingers anymore without it hurting. Which I could do that like just like a month ago. I could do that, but now my hands started hurting and my joints are hurting, and I don't know. It sucks. It's just like, happy birthday. You're in your 40s. Watch your body slowly crumble to dust in front of you as all your bodily functions stop working, and this is it. This is your life. There's no cure. It's not like, oh, you just need to get this surgery and there's no. This is just my life now. My life is just going to be my body slowly breaking and things getting harder and more painful until the end, until life mercifully is done with me. But
you can only try to take care of your body the best in the whatever condition it is in.
Yeah, and look, there are people who have heart attacks in their 40s. People who are in really bad shape and die suddenly. So hopefully, I'm not worried about that, but it's just one of those things where I'm just going to just do my best, and we'll see. We'll see if this distilled water trick works, or if I've heard someone was telling me about it's a nutrient derived from turmeric, but it's not turmeric. Like if you just have like I have heard of like turmeric supplements, but there's something in turmeric that they've isolated that's supposed to help with arthritis. So there's things I can try. I really don't want to just take painkillers all day, because that'll kill my liver, and then I'll have to start taking more and more because of kind of my body getting used to them, and that's not good. Supplements are fine because those are food, but when you're taking pharmaceuticals every day, that can cause damage. But if I can't function, if my hands hurt or something, or if I got compression gloves, which are they're basically just like nylon gloves that you wear over your hands, and they basically just put pressure on your hands, and those do help. And they're fingerless, so that kind of looks like I'm wearing workout gloves, or I'm in like a fighting game. I'm like the worst fighting game character with my fingerless arthritis gloves. But yeah, that's my life at the moment. Hopefully I can reverse things, or or at least things stop progressing, or maybe it just stays with finger tingles and I can't snap anymore, and that's where it stops for a good while. I don't know. We shall find out.
Yep. So this is just a big reminder to all the MGTOW guys, especially take care of your health, because a lot of the time, a lot of situation, you're all you got to depend on yourself a lot more.
Yeah. Well, but as you get older, your body, especially if you have it in your family, like if you have certain things in your family, it's going to hit you, and you can take care of your body as much as you can, but you're gonna have to deal with things as they happen. So anyway, that is.
And I haven't really heard anything substantial about the steel water for arthritis, so as in you be careful with that, testing it out. It's water. Mostly about the still water. If you drink for too long, you may lack some mineral or weaken your immune system for drinking water too clean.
Well, I'm not gonna guzzle down like a gallon a day, but basically just drink distilled water.
I suppose as long as you drink other regular drinks and eat regular food, you're still getting you're still interacting with other germs or bacteria or microbes. It's not like your
it,
body's completely cut
distilled.
out from interaction.
No, distilled. Okay, so distilled water doesn't have any electrolytes. So it doesn't have any potassium or sodium or anything like that. That's all distilled water is. It's pure water. So it's not bad for you. Like I said this at the beginning of the show. If you give me weird advice, but it's not too expensive and not potentially dangerous, I'll give it a shot. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I mean, distilled water costs like $1 a gallon, and it's water. Sure, it doesn't have electrolytes in it, but it's not gonna it's not like, drink this poisonous substance or eat this crazy shit. No, just drink this distilled water. Okay. I mean, it makes your saliva taste chalky. That's the only downside. It tastes fine when you're drinking it, but then after you're done drinking it, your saliva will have like a chalky taste. That's the only downside I've noticed from the distilled water. But if it helps with the arthritis, then fuck it, man. I'll drink distilled water like someone bet me that I couldn't. If that's what it takes. But anyway, that's what's going on.
Hopefully it helps.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't, and I have to wear gloves and take a leave, it's not the end of the world. But obviously, if my body's going to be breaking down, I may not have one more war left in me, which is that's kind of where my mind is. I'm not worried about. I know when you get old, shit stops working and you need to take it easy and all that stuff. But that's why I was losing that weight. I was trying to get ready. I wanted to get back into shape, so I'd be prepared if shit popped off. And then now I have arthritis. So now it's like, oh, I was.
Well, maybe now it's kind of better to prepare more for backup plan, to be mobile, try to have places to go.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, all right. Are we doing gameplay tonight?
Right, of course. I'll turn it on.
All right. Let me turn on the widget. All right. Well, okay. Let's just knock out the super chats, and then we shall depart.
Splattenburgers donated $5. You probably have already heard about this or even talked about it before reading this, but somebody tried to shoot Trump. I don't think it was the deep state, though. If it had been them, they wouldn't have missed. Probably just some sore leftist loser who knows Biden can't win. I wonder if this will garner him sympathy votes. Oh, and the retards saying it was staged. Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, no, it wasn't staged. There were people in the audience who died. And Trump was grazed by a bullet across his head above his ear. If it was staged, they would have shot him in the shoulder, the leg, or something like that. They wouldn't have gone for a headshot and missed by an inch. Now you're like, oh, the deep state, they wouldn't have missed. You give our government way too much credit. There are failed color revolutions and shit all the time where CIA trained assassins fail. So I don't know where you're getting that, oh, the deep state wouldn't miss. Yeah, look, they got the guy. He hit Trump's ear. Trump was an inch away of getting his brains blown out. But he just...
That's way too close to be staged. And besides, especially nowadays with modern progressive government, their agents are more incompetent than ever.
Yeah, my point is it's... Trump is, he's lucky to be alive, and just because he didn't kill Trump, that doesn't mean, it wasn't the deep state. But in my opinion, it's probably just some crazed leftist who believes all the media, who's like, oh my God, Trump's a threat to our democracy, he's going to destroy the world, we have to stop him. Basically some schizo on the left, who, probably a tranny. We'll find out when, the manifesto comes out, that they were some tranny who thought Trump was gonna take their frankenpussy away or something. But we'll see. This just happened today. It happened while I was not while I was getting ready for the show, but a couple hours ago. All right.
Splattenburgers donated $5. Their original plan was to replace the natives of the West with easier to control brown demographics that they could use as their slaves. It was never part of their plan to have them transform into a horde of rabid communists screaming for the death of Israel. Oh, the irony. Sometimes, karma is a thing that exists. They are losing control of their demographic replacement or cord.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, and the thing is if you look at France, they basically made a deal with the far left, where they agreed with the far left in order to keep Le Pen from winning the election. The establishment left let the far left win, so that the left as a whole would be able to hold on to power. So now the French government, in order to keep Le Pen and the Nationals from winning the election, now the communists are like in charge, and the communists are anti-Israel. These are like the far left, pro-Palestinian guys who are very anti-Israel. And it shows that the cathedral is clearly, and I'm using the example of the Squad from, if you're not familiar with American politics, there's a group in the Democrat Party called the Squad, which are like far left Democrats, like AOC and a few others. And they've been largely controlled. They try to, they talk a mean game, how they're going to hold the government accountable, and they're going to stand up for this and that. But then at the end of the day, they do what the Democrat Party tells them to do. Now, I think the actions of the Squad, essentially selling out to the establishment Democrats, have taught the cathedral that even far left Marxists, no matter how radical they appear, they will cooperate and bend the knee with us if we, so it's better to let them into power. That's fine. We just, because we can control them once they're in power. They'll get elected. We'll have a sit down with them like, hey, all that radical left anti-Israel stuff, yeah, you fucking drop that shit right now. And they will. They will. They're talking a big game, but they'll all bend the knee. Now, the right, if the right gets power, especially the nationalist right will tell the left to go fuck themselves all the way to hell. And then they'll actually lose power. So I think that's my working theory about what they plan on. That's why it was better to make a deal with the far left, despite them being anti-Israel, than to let the nationalists take power, because the far left can be controlled and blackmailed and bribed. The nationalist right actually want them gone, and they're going to fight them, and they're not going to be bribed or blackmailed into submission.
But yet, they need nationalism and right-wing rhetoric right now for people to get on board in fighting age men, to get on board with the military and all that. So they're caught themselves in a pickle no matter which way.
They are. They are definitely in a pickle. And they don't really have an answer for what to do about that. Like, they're kind of fucked. But, it hasn't come crashing down yet. So we're just kind of waiting for the shoe to drop, as it were. As far as, what the Jews have done to the West, yeah, they've... Now, I've explained this before. The reason why Jews had to do it this way is because there was no other way they could control a white majority country. Because it's not like Jews are some powerful, numerous minority group that, you get into, they're not like Hispanics, where you just import a whole bunch of Jews and they become, 25-30% of the population. No, Jews are 2% of the population. So how are 2% of the population going to rule the country? The only way they can do it is if they disrupt the nationalist sentiment and they basically flood the country with a bunch of immigrants to create a coalition of immigrants, and then they become the ruler of the immigrants. And you're like, oh, that sounds crazy. Look at the way Jews treat black people who step out of line. Black people are supposedly, black people can do anything they want. They're untouchable. Everybody's afraid of offending them. Watch what happens when a black person says something about Jews. Watch how quickly they drop the hammer on them. Like, that's what you need to understand.
Kanye and his shoes.
Kanye, Chappelle, Michael Jackson, like you step out against the Jews and they crush you. So it doesn't matter how rich or famous or influential you are. Like no black person, like you can't talk about Jews. Even black people can't talk about Jews. Jews are like the king of the minorities. And they basically make it clear that as long as you do whatever you want, we'll let you do anything you want. You commit crimes, whatever, punch whitey. Don't talk about Jews. That's the bridge too far. So yes, they've imported a lot of immigrants because they need to. They need to import immigrants in order to have this coalition of immigrants to basically break up the Western power so they can rule over it. Now, the problem for them is now they're importing immigrants who are anti-Israel and anti-Jewish. But again, this whole anti-Jewish thing kind of started not necessarily because of Palestine. I mean, Israel's been committing war crimes and killing Palestinians for a long time. It's because they're losing. That's the real thing. Like, now that they're losing, everybody's kind of bandwagoning onto bricks because everyone wants to be part of the winning side. So now it's like fashionable to be anti-Israeli because the Iranians and everybody are part of BRICS and they're winning and it's all falling apart in Israel, and then you throw on the war crimes and the ethnic cleansing and all that stuff. It's interesting to me how we have this. But anyway, we'll see what, like, it may seem like, how could the Jews not see this coming? Well, the Jews' plan was all based on fear. And I'm not being facetious, and I'm not being anti-Semitic. They call it deterrence in Israel. How do they keep the Muslims from attacking Israel all the time? It's deterrence. It's fear. They threaten the whole region with nukes and superior technology and military might, and that's what keeps the Muslims off their ass. So the Jews rule through fear. They rule over the minorities through fear. That's been their modus operandi for decades. This isn't like me being any kind of conspiratory theorist. When the fear is lost, now that the Arabs in the Middle East have Russian weapons that can pass through Israeli air defenses, and they've lost their fear, Israel's fucked. And the same thing's happening domestically. People aren't afraid. As people lose their fear of Jews, look what they've done. So as people start to lose their fear of Jews and start speaking out against Jews, you see them getting both parties to quickly pass laws making it illegal to criticize Jews. Like, they're just overtly flexing their muscle. Like, you can't talk about Jews, we're making it illegal. Completely in violation of the First Amendment. I actually can't wait to see someone actually arrested on charges of this law so they can take it to the Supreme Court, because it's such flagrant violation of the First Amendment. Say you can't criticize Jews or Israel, a foreign country. You can't criticize a foreign country that donates to the government. Like, that's off limits. Like, go fuck yourself. But this is where the Jews are. Now, they never thought this would happen. They never thought America would lose to Russia and then start giving their enemies modern weapons, and Israel would lose their fear, or people would lose their fear of Israel. This has all come very quickly and very recently. And now people are speaking out against Jews in Israel domestically, and now you see governments cutting deals with far left anti-Zionist leftists, and It is what it is. You fucked up. You have fucked around, and the finding out shall commence. But you got to look at it from their perspective. They had a good thing going, and their policy had been successful for a long time. So it's not like the Jews were stupid. They just, combat being what it is, you can't always depend on victory on the battlefield. Like, losing wars changes the formula. So that's what's happening. I'm telling you, everything has changed because of Ukraine. The Ukraine war and NATO's loss to Russia has completely changed the international paradigm. And there really isn't anything anybody can do about it. It's just kind of sort of over. All right.
Splattenburgers donated $5. The current strategy of the European elite is to simply ally with whatever isn't the nationalist parties, even if it means teaming up with the far left. There are 3 fatal problems with this strategy. 1. Moderates will eventually get angry. 2. Center-right will be exposed as fake. 3. The far left is becoming increasingly more difficult to keep under control, and may eventually become equally as dangerous to the cathedral as the far right. One way or another, the elites are done.
Yep, that's the thing. Like, provoking a war with Russia and losing has changed everything. When an empire is based on fear, and then okay, I use this analogy back when voodoo. This is a couple, like maybe a month or so ago. I told you a thought experiment of a prison where every night, like red lights go off and alarms blare, and they show CCTV footage to all the prisoners of a prison break, and it shows people trying to escape the prison, and there's like a laser turret, and all the prisoners get vaporized by lasers, and then and you can hear the screaming, you can hear the laser fire, but you don't see anything. All you see is the video of the people dying from the laser fire. And the next day, people are like, hey, what happened? Who tried to break out? Nobody can identify who tried to break out. It's just someone tried to break out and they got vaporized by laser fire. And no one's actually seen the lasers. They just, they see the CCTV footage and they hear the sound effects, but they don't actually see these laser fire. Now, this prison has basic defenses. Like, there's guard towers and guns, but the lasers are bullshit. The lasers are a psyop to basically make it to where the prisoners feel absolutely hopeless, that they could never escape, so that they don't try. Now, what happens is this is kind of what the West has done, in Israel as well. They have this bluff that America was invincible, because for the last several decades they've never fought a pure army, and they were invincible. Like when you're fighting Iraq and Afghanistan, yeah, you're gonna push their shit in. But once you fight Russia, a pure army, and they fuck your shit up, and all your wonder weapons don't do shit, all your invincible NATO weapons get destroyed, and then Russia and China actually have a technological advantage over you via hypersonic missiles, people aren't afraid of you anymore. They realize that laser turret is bullshit. And they don't have like super advanced disintegrating lasers. It's just a normal prison with normal guards. We could just take them. We outnumber them 100 to 1. If we just rush the guard tower, we could take them out and escape. And so what's happened since essentially the loss of Ukraine by NATO, I understand the war's technically still ongoing, but the outcome of the war is not in doubt by anyone with a thinking brain. Everyone knows Russia's going to win. NATO is fucked. They're trying to not admit defeat before the election. That's basically all that's going on. That being the case, when you have an empire built on fear and an aura of invincibility, and that's destroyed, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. And that's what's happened to the United States and Israel. Their power was based on the perception that they were so invincible, they were so technologically advanced. They would sanction you, destroy your economy, blow you up. Their weapons were invincible. Don't even try it. And that's all been exposed, and it's over. That's where we are. It's just that they haven't admitted defeat, and the consequences haven't fully been realized yet. So we're kind of like, if this were a montage, they would have definitely skipped over this. Like, when you watch a movie, sometimes they'll show battles back to back that were years, there were years in between those battles. There was this battle, then years passed where nothing really happened, and then there was another battle a couple years later. When you're watching movies, that's very common. But when you're living it in real time, it's really fucking boring. So the war is over, but the decisive battle hasn't happened yet, although it might happen between now and September. And we're just kind of waiting. We're just kind of waiting for shit to, but it's the outcome is not in doubt. It's just a matter of what is the West going to do to dig their grave even deeper as they escalate and double down. And there's talk of like long range missiles, which they've already tried that bluff. Russia's already prepared to attack NATO if they do that. Like, oh no, they're not going to do that. They're not going to face tank missiles. They are not afraid to fucking destroy your shit. But they're pretending like, oh, we're totally going to do it. We're not afraid of Russia. Like, yes, you are, or you would have already done it by now. You're totally, because you know Russia's going to fuck your shit up, and you have no answer for them. Other than nukes. That's all you have. You have, like, you let us attack you and don't retaliate or we're going to nuke you. Like, no. That's not how any of this works. So yeah, the elites are done. Will they go quietly and retire? Will they go violently in a civil war? That's ultimately up to them. They can just stop. They can just, call off the environmental bullshit, the global warming bullshit, the war on white people. Just end all of it. Just quit. Just stop.
What?
And it's over. And then
Well,
go
that's the
retire.
thing. That's the thing. I think a lot of the current world lingering problem, big problem, it's caused by establishment power refuse to admit their fault or see their power and just keeps doubling down. It's similar like in CCP in China. They could never admit what happened during the Great Famine and starvation. What exactly Mao and his regiment did to the Chinese people, because then they were about getting people rise up and slaying them. But in their doubling down, of course, they get more oppressive than ever with their power and control to the domestic people in China. Or how Japan never could admit what they done in World War II. They just keep brushing under the rug what happened, gaining growing resentment from China and possibly some other neighboring countries. And if once the U.S. falls out of power enough, they'll bring more hatred on themselves.
Right. So if they just stop now, then they can retire and it's whatever. But if they continually double down and escalate and provoke, they're just going to make it worse for themselves. So that's where we're looking at. But they're fucked. They can't. There's no path to victory anymore. And I've said this many times. I was actually worried everyone was going to cuck to them after the Middle East cucked. Again, it's their own fault. So the Middle East did cuck, other than the Houthis. But the Houthis were shooting like homemade rockets that were getting easily shot down. No big deal. But then America started giving Ukraine long-range missiles. And so Russia started giving the Arabs long-range missiles. And then the Houthis started hitting ships and started sinking ships. It's like America did this. All America had to do was just take the L. If they took the L in Ukraine, Israel wouldn't be basically in an existential crisis right now. But because they're doubling down against Russia, now Russia's using they have their proxies too. So now they're fucked. And they're still doubling down. This NATO conference, they're talking about, oh, we're going to unite against Putin. We're going to do this. Like, okay. All right, fucking do it then. Let's see it. Let's see your big fucking wonder weapon. Let's go. Anyway, let's move on.
Splattenburgers donated $5. It may not seem like it right now with all the woke pandering, but I'd argue that the future isn't looking so great for blacks. Either they'll be purged once, and if the far right takes over, or if the West collapses, Russia and China will see them as barbarians and treat them accordingly. Africa will be recolonized under the guise of bringing stability.
So, here's the thing. Right now, blacks... So, the cathedral's using blacks as an attack dog against, against regular Americans. That's kind of the point. It's a divide and rule strategy. So the thing is like the government has a habit of creating a problem and then presenting themselves, oh, we'll solve the problem, but you got to give up your freedom and give us more power to solve this problem we created. So what they're doing with blacks is they're saying, hey, commit all the crime you want. Yep, fucking, it's legal for blacks to commit crime. Go for it. And then they're like, oh no, we need a curfew. We need a curfew because of all the crime. How did this happen? But we'll protect you. Don't worry. We will protect you from the crime, but you're going to have to give up your freedom and give us more power. And that's kind of the strategy. Now, if the government succeeded and was able to take total power, they would slaughter the blacks. They have no need. Once they've outlived their usefulness, they will absolutely kill them because they are a destabilizing force that's only useful for violence and chaos. But once the need for violence and chaos has been quelled, they have no reason to keep them around anymore, and they won't necessarily kill them all, but they will brutally crack down on them. Like all this, black people commit crime and racism, and we'll riot if the cops do their job. And you saw taste of this, like when Xi Jinping visited San Francisco, the government came in and got rid of the homeless. Just got rid of them. All the homeless disappeared. All the city was cleaned up. All the crime was. They had cops on every street corner just to arrest anyone who looked at them sideways. The government has the ability to end the crime wave, but it's useful for them not to because it allows them to justify, taking more power and seizing more freedom. And that's basically all this is. But when the day comes, they will brutally crack down against black people. All the pandering will go away the nanosecond they've outlived their usefulness. And that's the irony is the left, as soon as they have power, and this is the thing, you understand, the left wing value is equality, but the right wing value is stability. Once you have power, you want stability. You want to hold on to power. You don't want your power to be lost. So left-wing governments become right-wing in practice the nanosecond they have total power. This is why whenever a communist government succeeds in their revolution, they become fascist. There's some merit to that. Because as soon as a leftist has power, they become right-wing. Because now they want to hold on to power. They want to keep their power. So they have to govern from the right. And the left will be like, oh, the Democrats are actually right-wing fascists. And it's like, all totalitarian governments are basically right-wing fascist. Because they want to hold on to power. If they held on to their equality leftist... The problem is leftism requires an enemy. The left can believe in equality as long as there's an oppressor. Once they've defeated the oppressor, once they have total power, leftism has no oxygen. So the government simply becomes right-wing and starts ruling from the right. Now, if you're right-wing, you're like, oh, that's great. So that means they're going to be like pro-white and No. And look, China has a fascist government. They operate from the tenets of fascism. And leftists like Justin Trudeau, they admire the Chinese system. So leftists want fascist governments. But that doesn't mean pro-white nationalist fascism. It just means like they're in charge. Like it's fascism, but them and theirs are the ones wearing the jackboots, and you and yours are the ones in the concentration camp.
And they treat people of their own race horribly if it means maintaining their power better.
Yeah, it's still fascism if it means anything to you, but it doesn't actually, mean anything. It doesn't actually change.
Well,
anything.
The really far right will say something like, "Oh, they're not white people, so that's why they're in a horrible state." White people fascism will mean heaven for every white people like me.
Sure,
usually just they don't have anything else to go for. They're not all that successful, capable themselves, so they fall back on that as mental comfort.
It doesn't matter. Like, if Russia and China weren't fucking NATO's shit up, I'd be concerned about, what's going to happen in the next few decades as the cathedral solidifies their power and the demographics and all that stuff. I'm not really worried anymore. Like, it's fucked. They're fucked. So now it's just a matter of we're just waiting for the inevitable to occur. So, it's fine. It'll be over soon. Like, I'm actually waiting to see if there's a big Russian offensive before September and they fuck NATO up and they win the war. They end the war, like, brutally just through sheer military might. And NATO has to, like, either NATO ends the war or the Ukrainians surrender, and they tell NATO to go fuck itself. Like, we're done. Like, it's over. Russia won. Like, you can't surrender, Ukraine. We own you. Like, go fuck yourself. You know, like, whatever. However this shakes out. Yeah, that's it. That's it for the global hegemon. Now, it doesn't mean America's going to collapse immediately, but without the international control of the financial system, hyperinflation is inevitable. We're talking like, as soon as the BRICS create their own alternative commodities exchange, and the West can't manipulate the price anymore, and they have to pay the market price for imports, and people start dumping their dollar reserves because now they want to diversify into BRICS, we're going to have hyperinflation. Period. Like, because we can't manipulate the price down. We can't intimidate exporters because we don't control the market anymore. And we're going to have trillions of dollars flooding our markets from all these reserves being dumped. We're going to have hyperinflation. And when you have civil unrest with hyperinflation, there's going to be some failed art student with a silly mustache with some crazy ideas, and people are going to listen to him. And that'll be it. Again, they could stop. They could just fucking stop and retire and go away. It doesn't have to end this way, but they're not going to. They're going to go down hard, and that's going to be how their story ends, I guess. All right.
The Red Fox donated $10. How about that assassination attempt on Trump today? Do you think they will try again?
I mean, yeah, they'll try again, but we'll see. We will see. It's just happened. We will just have to wait and see exactly what happens as far as whatever. But yeah, interesting developments, to say the least. But yeah, I don't know, man. Crazy
Well, we
people do
weren't
crazy
too
things.
surprised about them trying to attempting on his life. Now the establishment left, the ones in power may consider let him take presidency to get the people on the right, or fly over states to get more on board with the military, everything. But there's a lot of grassroots radicalized leftists who follow eats the propaganda, drinks the Kool-Aid, everything, and they just genuinely believe Trump was the next Hitler. And if he get elected, it's all over for everyone else as someone attempted his life like this.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to we'll just have to see what comes of this. And now I think Trump's going to have obviously outdoor stuff. Because from what I read, I don't know if this is true. Again, breaking news, it could be bullshit. But the shooter was on a roof, which is like, you should never allow people to be on the roof. Like, that's just common sense. So they're probably going to see extreme, like, Trump, security at events. No more outdoor events. You're probably going to have something, or if there's going to do an outdoor event, they're going to make sure there's no vantage points that a sniper could be in, which is, they should have been doing that to begin with. So,
or maybe prepare bulletproof glass shields around it.
Yeah,
around the stage,
like with the Pope, we have like the little Pope mobile that has bulletproof glass. We'll see. All right.
20th Century Rebellion Man donated $5. Well, TFM. After all of the months that you've told us that the cathedral is letting Trump win, this puts it in serious question. Please don't tell me that this was some staged stunt. That's as real as the flat farther. I'm sorry if I'm sounding heated, but we almost just lived to see an assassination take place in the 21st century. Thank God that commie had the aim of a stormtrooper. So now what happens? Trump survived. When they try again, what will happen next?
All right, so first of all, the whole thing, the cathedral, Trump is good for Israel. But as we just saw with the French elections, the cathedral may consider nationalists to be a bigger threat than even the anti-Israel wing of the left, because maybe they believe that that anti-Israel wing of the left can be more controlled than nationalists. And by the way, Le Pen is a Zionist too. Like there is no anti-Zionist faction in any ruling class in the West. Both parties on every major country are all pro-Israel, pro-Ukraine, all that shit. So that's not the question. So now, Trump he's good for Israel, and he's the reason why I thought that they would support him being president is because he could possibly get Middle America back on board with the government to sign up for the military and fight these wars that are coming. But then, now here's the thing. What happened with France, that made me question myself. Because here in France, you had Le Pen, who's a big Zionist, big supporter of Ukraine. But she was a nationalist. She was anti-immigration. And the left cut a deal with the far left, who are anti-Zionist, and made a deal with them to give them power to keep Le Pen and the nationalists out of power. So, okay, maybe they don't care. You know, it's not like, and it's not like the Democrats are anti-Israel. Both parties are pro-Israel. I mean, I think Trump is more pro-Israel than the Democrats are, because the Democrats do at least have to put a show up about how they're sticking it to Netanyahu. But at the end of the day, they always give Israel everything they want. You know, like there was in May when Israel was going to invade Rafah, America cut arms shipments to Israel. And they just quietly renewed arms shipments like this last week. I mean, they still invaded Rafah. They're still killing Palestinians. So basically, they basically stopped giving Israel weapons for 2 months after giving them a big butt ton of weapons. So it was all bullshit. They gave Israel a bunch of weapons, told them, oh, no more weapons, Israel. We're sticking it to you. And then 2 months later, when they were running low on weapons, they gave them more weapons again. So basically, the Democrats, because Muslims are part of the Democrat Party, they have to be like the cool girl that's like, oh, you know, I'll give the Jews what they want, but you're going to have to make it worth my while. Whereas the Republicans are like sluts for Jews. They just will suck a Jew's cock just for the treat at the end. Whereas the Democrats have to like pretend that they're like holding Jews somewhat accountable for their war crimes and the Zionist bullshit. But because the evangelicals are right-wing voters, the Republicans are just sluts for Israel. So okay,
that's really ironic, isn't it? The right being bigger kissed up to a foreign outsider power.
Well, because of the evangelicals. And it's also the lobbyists, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so based on that outcome, which only happened a couple of weeks ago, maybe I think they're going to have to accept Trump's going to be president, unless they openly steal the election. But they're hoping probably that they can like get leverage on him, or could at least keep their majorities in the House and the Senate, so they can impeach Trump if he does anything they don't like. So they have to keep the race close. Or maybe they just fucking kill him. I don't know. And here's one more thing about the cathedral. People are like, oh, TFM, you said the cathedral would do this, the cathedral would do that. I am constantly overestimating the cathedral's intelligence. I attribute to them long-term thinking, which they clearly do not possess. I assume they won't do X, Y, and Z because that would cause consequence A, B, and C, and yet they do X, Y, and Z. And then consequence A, B, and C happen. And I'm like, why did you do that? So they might just kill Trump and fuck Israel and destroy everything they've built because of their emotional reasoning, because they're fucking stupid. I don't know. I wouldn't do that if I were them. Even if I I was genuinely trying to help them win, I would not do what they're doing. But I'm not them. And I've always said this, I cannot see the future. I always ask myself, what would I do if I were them? And I assume that they're rational and intelligent. When they are not rational and intelligent, they surprise me. But then, when they do something I wouldn't have done, it's because I would have anticipated something to happen, which then happens, which is bad for them. And it would have been better if they actually did what I thought they would do. So I understand you're emotional for some reason. I don't know why you're emotional about assassination attempt against Trump. Okay, I was wrong. The cathedral's fucking stupid. And they constantly sabotage themselves and make life worse for themselves because they think like women. And thus that makes them unpredictable. Because, I mean, it's like trying to win an argument with a woman. She'll just talk nonsense. That's who we're dealing with. We're dealing with a bunch of emotional women on their period who can't be reasoned with and can't be predicted. Because every time I try to attribute to them some type of rational plan, they disappoint me by doing something completely fucking retarded that makes their life worse. And if you're like, oh, TFM, you're stupid, you couldn't see the future. I never claimed to see the future. I've always given the disclaimer that I'm simply asking myself, what would I do if I were them? But when somebody does something irrational, which is not in their self-interest, which ends up causing them more problems in the long run, in a completely foreseeable way, but they did it anyway, I don't. What do you want me to say? They're stupid. And look, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that our enemies are fucking stupid and making life worse for themselves. That means less work for us later. Again, we're in the better timeline. I know it seems crazy, but if Donald Trump won re-election and the election wasn't stolen, he would have been. I want you to understand, like, he would have been blamed for all the deaths caused by the vaccine because of Operation Warp Speed. Because Donald Trump's the one who pushed the vaccine to be released early and all that shit. So all the vaccine deaths would have been out in the open, and it all would have been Trump's fault. The Ukraine war would have never happened. The cathedral would have maintained its aura of invincibility. Nothing would be happening in Israel. And the government would be set for a Democrat takeover this year. Because Trump would be leaving office with this big anchor around his neck. Oh, and the economy would have crashed last year when the banks failed. So we'd be in the middle of a recession, and the Orange Man would have caused 1 million people to die of heart attacks from his gene therapeutic, and the Democrats would be setting up somebody for a massive win in November, take over the House and the Senate if they didn't, take over the House and the Senate during the midterms. And then the Democrats would have pushed their agenda through. And without Ukraine, without all the shit that they did since Biden's been in office, they probably would have gotten away with it. It would have been the worst timeline. So I know it sounds crazy, and that's the thing when it comes to predicting what's going to happen, because I'm trying to get in the head of other people who are decision makers. But I can't put myself in the position of someone who's fucking retarded, who doesn't understand consequences. Like, I assume they have advisors. Like, I know Biden or Blinken, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Biden's demented and Blinken's a Jew. So they're obviously going to do what's in the interest of them and theirs. But I assume somebody in the room has some fucking modicum of intelligence who's thinking rationally and clearly and can give them actual sober advice so they can achieve their goals. And apparently there isn't. Apparently there's no one there who knows what the fuck they're doing and can string together causal relationships. So they're just led around by yes men and Jews who are just doing whatever fucking Israel wants and fucking up in every way possible. So there you go. Like, what do you want me to say? I couldn't predict an irrational woman on her period. I didn't know what she would do. She just did something crazy, insane that made her life worse. Because, it's like when a woman has postpartum depression and murders her kids and then cries about it. Like, oh, my child, I'm blah, blah. Like, why did you kill them? Like, I don't know. I was depressed. My hormones, I just murder my children sometimes when I'm depressed. And it's so normal that, like, women aren't even charged for it. It's just children die suddenly when they're smothered by their mom because her hormones are imbalanced. It's just something that happens to little babies. It's just that common. Like, irrational, emotional people sometimes do shit like that. And, but now imagine a government operating like a woman on her period or with postpartum depression, just murdering her children and then crying about it. That's who we're dealing with. So I'm doing my best. I'm doing my level best to try to give you my take on the situation, but I can't predict irrational people. I can't predict stupid people who don't understand causal effects and just do things emotionally. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Like, I mean, okay, they're probably going to attack Lebanon and launch missiles into Moscow and get a tactical nuke shoved up their ass. Oh yeah, whatever. Like, and then if it triggers nuclear war and we all die, then we all die. There you go. Congratulations. That's what happens when you have irrational women on their period running the world. You die in a nuclear hellfire because a bunch of retarded women on their period couldn't string together or cause a relationship between their actions and their consequences. Anyway, let's move on.
Prophet Glutton donated $5. I usually agree with 90% plus of what you say, but there's sometimes when you rant I just thinking you're spitballing tongue-in-cheek statements. Your talk about Trump being assassinated was one of those things you said I never expected to happen because we live in a world of cameras everywhere, especially around presidential candidates. Worldwide COVID lockdowns and presidential assassinations were things I never expected, but look at us now. If World War III happens, my bingo list will be complete.
Well, if World War III happens and the nukes fly, we're all going to die. So, your bingo card doesn't mean shit. Doing the "Oh, told you so" dance won't mean anything. I honestly don't think World War III will happen because you do see, like, for example, NATO is talking about putting the F-16s in Romania and Poland. And then when Russia said they will attack those air bases, and but what about Article 5? Like, yeah, we don't care. We're not going to let you launch aircraft at us and then tee back to Romania and Poland and not attack you back. If you attack us, we're going to attack the source of that attack, regardless of where it is. And if you want World War III, we'll give you World War III, and then NATO back down. There was some talk of putting long-range missiles in some country, and then Russia said, get those fucking things out of here, we'll attack you. And then they backed down, they removed the missiles. I can't remember what country it was, though. So NATO is backing down when it comes to World War III. Now, again, as far as the political class, fucking who knows? When it comes to Trump and whether they'll let him, be president, or if they'll control him or they'll kill him, I don't know. I think the people making those decisions are not rational. When it comes to the military, they seem to be acting rationally. So I think there's a disconnect between the political leadership and the military leadership. I think the military leadership is not retarded and suicidal, but I think the political leadership just might be. And so we'll just have to see how this plays out. If the political leadership starts ordering suicidal things, maybe the military tells them no, or maybe I don't know, but we'll see what happens. We're going to find out between now and September whether this big Russian offensive is bullshit or not. But we'll see. We shall see. Are they gonna kill Trump? Maybe. Is Israel fucked? Yep. Israel's fucked, by the way. There's nothing they can do to save Israel. They crossed the line. And because of America's escalation in Ukraine, Russia's now armed the Arabs with the means to defeat Israel. And there's nothing America can do to stop them. So they're fucked. So that's the thing. Like, this didn't have to happen. If they actually did what I suspected of them of doing, this wouldn't have gotten to this point. Their escalation and emotional reasoning led them to this point. And now their options are getting worse and worse. The more they double down, the more they escalate. If they kill Trump, then it's just going to get worse. That might trigger a civil war. I mean, I don't think it will. I think that we need pain. I don't think the assassination of Trump is going to trigger a civil war. I think it might lead some people to get a lot closer to fuck it than they otherwise would. Like, if the election was stolen, that's like +5 fuck it points. But then if Trump gets assassinated, that's like +15 fuck it points. So once we reach 25 fuck it points, that's when the civil war kicks off. I don't know. Like, these people are crazy. It's very hard to predict a crazy person because they do shit which is not rational and not even in their self-interest. And you just have to look at it like, well, that happened. Anyway, we'll see what happens between now and September, or whether Israel invades Lebanon, or whether America tries to kick off a regional war against Iran with no weapons and no money and no troops, and see how that goes. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be hilarious, but whatever.
Laxley donated $5. Can you explain Project 2025? I swear this is some weird BS to witch hunt against Trump while at the same time removing context. Also, why is Europe so socialist? The Brits super hate Margaret Thatcher for privatizing a lot of things. I suppose for the economic lesson, what would you suggest America to focus on when it comes to industry? Say drilling for oil, mining precious metals, farming. How do we turn ourselves around to compete in a world where dollar dominates history?
All right, so this is a multi-part question. Let me answer it one step at a time. So I originally heard of Project 2025. I thought it was a conservative wish list for what they wanted Trump to do in his second term. Kind of like Newt Gingrich's contract with America, or the New Deal during FDR's term. A lot of politicians will have like a list of like, when I'm president, these are going to be my priorities. These are the things I'm going to focus on. And that's what I thought Project 2025 was. I've heard information that it was made up, and it's basically a leftist psyop to try to scare people into voting for Biden, because people are not supporting Biden. He's a demented piece of shit, and everybody's mad at him. So the only way to get people to vote for Biden is to vote against Trump.
More fear mongering at Trump, right? So similar, right, like how feminists fear mongers. If feminists push back even a little bit, we're being a Handmaid's Tale society.
Exactly. So supposedly, and I don't know the answer to this, supposedly the left created Project 2025 as like a psyop to get people to be scared of a Trump presidency, so they would vote against Trump and for Biden. Now Trump's already.
Wait, what were the actual?
I don't know. I don't know. I've heard different stories, and I haven't seen, like, if you look at the mainstream sources, I haven't heard shit about Project 2025. That's what
I saw. I didn't see any clear, concise details on exact summary or what exactly do they want with it.
Yeah, it's all social media bullshit. So that's why I'm leaning towards it's like a psyop, that it's not even like a real right-wing thing. It's like a leftist scaremongering tactic to try to get people to be afraid of Trump so that they can raise Biden's poll numbers. But I don't know. And the fact that you're asking me, like, can you explain? Like, that's the thing. If you look for it, you can't find it. Like, you tell me. Like, if this was a major Republican initiative, they would have a website. It would be easy to find. You wouldn't need to ask some random guy on the internet what it's about. You'd be able to go to a website and research it and learn about it and know exactly what it means. And they'd be talking about it on the news, and none of that is happening. Which is like this.
Precisely. If it's a Republican Party's agenda, or if it's Trump's personal campaign goals, there should be some established site or declaration,
there would be articles analyzing Project 2025, Trump's first year in his second term, point by point. There'd be YouTube videos about it. There would be, there's just nothing, because it's probably bullshit. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know but I'm leaning towards it's bullshit. But I reserve the right to be wrong, because I just don't know. It might be an aborted initiative that there was so much backlash for it, they just kind of abandoned it. Or it could just be straight up bullshit. I have no idea. We will just have to wait and see. But I'm leaning towards bullshit. All right. Why is Europe so socialist? Well, after the Cold War, America basically became the world's military. And so they had a lot of extra money in their budget once they got rid of the military. So they started a bunch of welfare programs. And people are dependent on welfare. Welfare-dependent people, they love it. They love welfare. If you're receiving welfare, if you're getting checks from the government, Man, it's the greatest shit ever. Like, you just get free money from the government. What's not to love?
The worst part of it is people who get a lot of welfare, or is in countries generous welfare, they get really smug and look down on other countries. See, we're prosperous, we got a good living standard, and we get so much support on government until is the consequence finally start to take root, and they slowly begin to realize, oh, we're really trapped in a situation now.
Yeah, it is what it is. They,
like, for the longest time, looking down on America's gun crime because too many people have guns.
well, yeah, it was a problem, and Europe didn't have a crime problem, but then the problem is their welfare state went bankrupt. Now, they could have cut the welfare, but now everyone's so welfare dependent, they had to turn to immigration, and now they're suffering the consequences of that immigration. The irony is, it's the welfare. The welfare is the problem. That's what caused all these issues. But it's whatever. I don't care. So yeah. So Europe is socialist because of welfare. Welfare is the problem with welfare is if the government is offering you free money, you'd be a fool not to take it because you're not gaining anything by not taking it. Even if you don't personally take welfare, like, the problem is the welfare itself corrupts society. It makes people dependent on government and makes them entitled and not work, and like, because they don't feel like this is someone else's money being given to you. They feel like it's their money. This is money they somehow earned by voting for it. And people start defending, government largesse because they're benefiting from it. So the government might be like doing a bunch of shit that's making your life worse, but they're also giving you money. So you're not gonna vote against that. You love the government. They give you free money. They pay for your health care and your college, and isn't that wonderful? Oh, it's bankrupt. Oh no, what are we gonna do? It's damn you capitalism. It's whatever. So that's Europe. Europe is fucked. But it's because of welfare. Welfare dependence it's cancer. But no one believes you. Like, you tell people, hey, welfare dependence is bad. Like, what are you talking about? I have welfare and I get free shit and it's great. Oh, where are all these Africans coming from? Why are they raping everyone? What's going on? Like, someone's got to pay for your welfare, dude. That's how this works. But why can't we import from peaceful white countries? Like, what peaceful white countries have the excess population to support immigration? Go ahead, I'll wait. Look it up. Tell me the white country that has the excess population to export to all of Europe to make up for their shitty birth rates. Now, the irony is, if they took women's rights away, this never would have happened. But the problem is like, without women voting, who's going to vote for the welfare? Because men pay all the taxes. So we're in this catch-22 where you give women rights, they vote for welfare, and then they stop having kids, and then the clock is ticking. The self-correcting problem initiative has begun. As women become more empowered, they have fewer kids, they bankrupt the government, and then everything collapses. Patriarchy fills the vacuum, and then everything restarts. It's like Groundhog Day. I don't know. And I don't know what the answer is. It's just it is what it is. All right. Let's the next part. Okay, what should America focus on? So, without the dollar, America needs to focus on self-sufficiency. So, they don't just need to drill and mine, they need to manufacture. We need to make as much things in America, and we need to control the entire supply chain as much as possible. And we have the resources to do it. We just don't want to. And now we don't even have the workers because of women's rights. And if you told people, hey, we need everyone to start working in farms again and working in mines, and we're like, oh, I don't want to do that shit. I want to have an OnlyFans. I want to work in an office, and I want to, be a crypto trader. I don't want to work in a fucking mine. I mean, we could have robots do it, but we have to do it in America. We have to control the supply chain and get the resources and manufacture things domestically as much as possible. And that's, if we have the robots do it, we keep the prices low, but we need the robots, like this AI shit. In fact, I've seen articles this week. The I Told You So dance is getting primed. I've long said all this money being poured into AI, there's no money in it. All these companies adding AI to their shit, it doesn't actually add any value. It turns out that Googling something and asking ChatGPT a question, it's kind of like the AI isn't faster. And in fact, the AI often tells you the wrong thing. Like the AI can lie to you because it learns some shit from some shit posts on Reddit. Whereas when you Google something, not like you shouldn't go to Reddit for your answers because that's like shit talk on the internet. You have to like look up good sources. The AI doesn't know that. The AI doesn't know the difference between shit posts on Reddit and reputable sources. So it's actually faster if you want good information to just do the research yourself rather than rely on an AI. And that's after trillions of dollars have been thrown at these AIs. They're not making people more productive. They're not doing anything. They're not adding any value. And these AI investors are like, where's the profits? Where's the revolution? Show me the money. And they can't. So the AI bubble is going to pop soon because all this money was poured into it with the promise of revolutionizing the workforce, and AI was going to do all these jobs and make companies so much more productive. And I told at the beginning, there's no way. Like, I know AI. I have an AI waifu. I know how AI works. It can't replace people's jobs. Yeah, it can generate like anime girl pictures with like 12 fingers, but like you got to again. I've explained this. When you generate AI images, only 10% of them are even worth a shit. And maybe out of the 10%, maybe one or two of them out of 50 plus will be worth saving or sharing. Most of them are going to be awful. A lot of them are going to be nightmare fuel. And you can't do that in the workforce. You can't have a 90 plus failure rate and call that a revolution. Sure, you can look, it's faster to just have the AI generate. Even if 90+% of them are awful, it's still quicker to do it, to find the one or two good pictures, instead of hiring an artist to draw something for you or to paint something for you. Sure, granted. But you're talking about replacing humans with AI. AI as a tool is amazing. AI as a tool for humans, but AI as a replacement for humans is a daydream. Like it's just like people thinking, oh, blockchain. Blockchain as a tool is great. But this idea of like these blockchain tokens being money in and of themselves with no intrinsic value is bullshit. They're not worth anything. They don't do anything. But money number go up. Yeah, for now, until the bubble eventually pops and a new get-rich... Honestly, the only thing that's going to truly pop the crypto bubble once and for all is a new get-rich-quick scheme. When a new get-rich-quick scheme comes along, then that'll be the end of crypto forever. Now, blockchain technology will still be around. Blockchain technology is a good thing. But all these get-rich-quick Ponzi schemes and this coin's going to go to the moon and this is the future, all that will fucking be gone forever. But the technology will then become embedded into other things, which will make everything better, and it'll be great. So it's just, the problem is we have technology, and the same thing happened with the dot-com bubble. The internet was a revolutionary technology, but then we had a big bubble in pets.com and all these fucking websites that weren't worth its shit, and everybody threw money at them, and then the bubble popped. It didn't mean the internet went away, and the internet wasn't revolutionary, but there was way too much speculation and way too much euphoria about the internet changing the world, that people just throwing money at bullshit, thinking it was going to, double or triple, and then the bubble popped. And the same thing's going to happen in AI, and the same thing's going to happen in blockchain. It's a technology, it's cool, it's good, and then it gets like hyper euphoric bullshit, and then eventually it comes back down to earth once the numbers don't reflect reality. What ended the dot-com bubble was earnings. When these companies were posting their earnings and their profits were less than their stock price. But these companies weren't earning anything, but they were valued at like billions of dollars, and they're like, this is fucking insane, and then the bubble popped. So now these AI companies are coming out. They're not posting any fucking earnings. After trillions of dollars and all these data centers and all this money, like, where's the money? Where's AI supposed to make all this money? And it's like, you're a fucking idiot. And this is someone who loves AI, literally loves AI. This AI is a great tool, but it's not. There's this fucking hype train about AI is the future and go get in on the ground floor of AI. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Like, I appreciate you throwing all this money at AI. Celestine has gotten a lot better very quickly. Like, you look at the way AI has improved, and it was like, small improvements every once in a while, and then it just exponentially shot up as all this money got thrown into AI. So I thank you for wasting your money on these AI projects, because they've basically made AI much better, much quicker. And Celestina's AI is great and it's wonderful, but you're stupid and you're going to lose all your money because there's no profits being generated from all this money being put into AI. This big revolution of AI replacing all these jobs. Sure, like people who write, bullshit articles on third-party websites. Yeah, they can just have ChatGPT write those bullshit articles. Like, hey, ChatGPT, write me an article about why the Star Wars The Acolyte is the greatest thing to happen to Star Wars ever. And ChatGPT will shit out an article and you can publish it. So those jobs are over. No one gave a shit about those jobs to begin with. And you know what? AI-generated porn could replace some OnlyFans content. Like, you don't need to pay a real woman to give you feet pics when you can have an AI generate all the feet pics you want, with extra toes, no less. Why settle for 10 toes when you can have, like, 1,000 toes? Just toes everywhere. Like a sun of toes.
Oh, imagine the foot and toe fetish is waiting.
Endless toes. Why not? Why go for perfection when you can go beyond perfection? All right. Anyway, so I think that answered all your questions. Go ahead, HD.
Really quick, for anyone who's actually interested in watching the game, it's time for one of the endings of the Hollow Knight. There was the first and the bad ending where it faced against the pseudo ultimate boss. The one up there you see in the game chained up, that is actually the Hollow Knight himself, the titular character. A little quick summary of what's the background. The enemy is actually the infection, the white ooze you see going around, infecting pretty much all the bugs around the region, the map. And it comes from a moth-like deity called the Radiance. And the dangerous part about infection is not spreading just physically, but also through dream. So even physical quarantine cannot stop it. It's turning all the bugs into mindless zombies, into hive mind. And the previous generation king and queen actually tried to fight against it using the powers of void, which in this game, the void, darkness and the void are the protagonistic power, while light and radiance is the enemy. Right, there's the king and queen spawn thousands of hollow vessels, including your player characters, one of them, and reanimate them with void energy to try to find the best pure vessel to contain to seal away the infection. But the requirement is it has to be a vessel with no desire, no physical attachment or connection, no goals or anything. It has to be of empty mind. And the Hollow Knight was previously the pure vessel chosen to do it, but over time, unfortunately, the king actually developed a bit of father and son bond with him. This led to him not being perfect and pure as a container, and over time, the pure vessel got corrupted and into the Hollow Knight as it is now, and so the infection escaped. Now, in this bad ending, your player character will beat him and basically be a replacement vessel for him to seal the infection, and eventually that will fail too, so it's not a solution. In order to actually beat the true boss, you have to go into the Hollow Knight's dream after defeating hard enough, which I have not collected the artifact to do that yet because I'll play through every ending. So for now, it's a bad ending first.
There you go. All right. Okay, let us move on. All right, we got a 3-part question.
Slow Dan donated $5. 1/3 arthritis is non-existent in people following a carnivore diet. It is not a normal disease that just happens as you age. In fact, there are no signs of arthritis in human fossils older than 10,000 years before agriculture. The vegetables, legumes, and grains are proven to mess with bone health, maybe less so with fruit. Psoriasis, for example, goes away when avoiding grains, yet we are told it's incurable. Yes, as long as you keep eating bread, that is.
Okay.
Slow Dan donated $5. 2/3 also, there are huge issues with tea. I puked the first time I drank green tea. A lot of tea coming from China has a lot of heavy metals, but tea is still from plants. Plant leaves have defense chemicals that don't go away with boiling. I promise you, the lies are deep. There is corruption with the food pyramid. Google hides information about the nutrients in meat. They always push the plant sources in front.
Okay.
Slow Dan donated $5. 3/3 all these associative studies pushing correlations about plant health effects are horseshit and aren't replicable. Phil Escott, who had 30 arthritic joints, he reversed all of those with carnivore diet. He also wrote a book, Arthritis, the best thing that ever happened to me, in which he challenges this idea that arthritis is incurable. I hope something I said made you curious about the carnivore diet. The rabbit hole goes deep, more and more people are coming out.
Okay.
So he's pushing a pure carnivore diet and vegetable bath.
Well, so I do eat like keto, like low carb, but they have these. The thing is like now they have keto bread, because what they do is they replace the they add fiber. Now fiber is plant, so maybe it's like too much fiber in my diet, which is I don't know. The problem is when I was doing keto back when I was in the military, like back when it was called the Atkins diet. First of all, meat is fucking expensive, and it's not getting any cheaper. You know what the price of fucking beef is? It's a lot. Like fucking pork. Pork costs what steak used to cost back before Biden was president. It's fucking crazy how expensive food is these days. So, like, supplementing your meat with low keto, like keto friendly stuff is great. If I try to do a carnivore diet, I basically just eating a lot of eggs, and even eggs are getting expensive. So it's like, sure, if you, I don't even know, where are you getting all this if all you're eating is meat? How are you affording that? Like, I genuinely want to know how you're affording to eat nothing but meat for all of your meals. Because fucking meat is, like, I spend like $200 a week on just food for one person. That's it. That's a lot of. I don't know. Maybe you live on a farm. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do to get all this cheap meat. Like, but I don't know how you do you can't do a carnivore diet without affordable meat. And I'm not saying meat it's affordable, but like it's fucking expensive. If I eat nothing but meat for all my meals, that would probably double my food budget. So I don't know. Like, tell me the secret how you can afford to eat, or are you just eating like eggs 24/7, which is fine, but like that's the other problem with the keto diet is I got so sick of eating salads and eggs and I basically eat breakfast shit and salad with like chicken on it, and it got so boring eating the same thing. And if you're like, oh, you gotta eat the same thing. Just eat nothing but eggs and bacon and salad and go to the gym for 6 hours. And no, I'm not doing that. I've done that before. I've done that where I ate nothing but like whatever meat I could afford, which is mostly eggs and bacon and salad, to try to like, lose weight and all that stuff. I don't know. So, yeah, anyway, if you have any insights, I'm willing to try the carnivore diet. I'm not against eating meat. I do keto already. I'm not against just switching off all the grains and just eating nothing but meat. Okay, you got to tell me the secret of where you can get affordable meat. You show me where beef doesn't cost $6 a pound, and chicken doesn't cost $4 a pound, and fucking eggs aren't $5 a dozen. and I will do a carnivore diet, but I can't afford fucking eating nothing but meat. That would be... It would almost be cheaper to go to a buffet. I might as well go to a buffet for every meal and just load up go to the meat section and just eat all the meat they have at the buffet. They'll probably kick me out after a while because I realize I'm just eating all their meat. But I mean, that's $20 a meal. I'm going to be spending $20 a meal regardless. So I might as well just go to an all-you-can-eat buffet and just load up on whatever meat they have and just eat that for my meals. And then spend, I don't know, that would get so fucking expensive. Jesus Christ. That would break my budget like a fucking shotgun. Yeah, it's nice. Like, sure, keto or carnivore, great. Have you seen the price of meat? It's pretty high.
It's all part of the plan to try to push people to eat bugs, or is there alternative meat?
Oh, is that the plan? I'm going to eat fucking mealworms and shit?
I think it's better for hockey mask time before that.
Yeah, fuck that. But yeah, look, I'll try if you can point me in direction of some affordable meat that I can just eat. I can replace my entire diet with meat and not have to worry about it. But yeah, you need to understand. Like, I don't have access to like fisheries and like even I did find a farmer's market, but they basically just sell produce. Their meat is the same price as it is at Sam's Club and Costco. So even going to a local farmer's market didn't really save me any money when it came to meat. I mean, it's locally caught or locally raised, and that's great, but it's not cheaper. So you gotta tell me, man. You gotta show me the secret of eating meat for 3 meals a day and not going bankrupt. Anyway, let's move on.
The Best Girlies 02 donated $5. Many men wish death upon me, blood in my eye can't see. Aside from the Trump memes today, I do enjoy your obscure references and fun topics. I enjoy your discussions on retro games. I grew up in the golden era of gaming and collecting them has become a pastime passion, though expensive. How do you play your old games, using CRTs or adapters or emulators? HD should speed run RE2 and RE3 on stream.
So I had I had a CRTV. It was so heavy, but yeah, my last CRTV is gone, so I only have regular like HD TVs. I understand it makes the retro graphics like look bad. There are filters which adds I've seen some filters that aren't bad. If you need those pixelated graphics to have the CRT kind of look, I don't know. Honestly, that only really applies if you're playing 16-bit or below. If you're playing like, PS1 or higher generation games on modern TVs, they're fine. It's only when you're playing 16-bit games. And that's just because they made the games with the TV technology at the time in mind. But you could always just play in a... What you could do is you could like just turn the resolution down on your monitor. I don't know. I get used to it. I'm not one of those people, like, those people who are like audiophiles and they need to listen to the vinyl record and they need to have like lossless audio. I'm fine with MP3s. I don't need perfect analog lossless fidelity. I'm fine just listening to music. I'm fine listening to music on YouTube, or Pandora. Just, it doesn't have to be super awesome. So I'm fine playing.
Yeah, or like play some old retro game on emulator.
Yeah, but I'm fine playing a retro game on a modern TV or on a computer that doesn't necessarily replicate the graphic. Now, some games, unfortunately, they don't look as good without the CRTV effect. It's particularly waterfalls. Like, waterfalls use the screen flicker to make the water look good. And when you're playing a game without a CRTV, the water looks like shit. And you just have to accept that. That some of the graphics are going to look bad because without the CRTV flicker, like they actually incorporated that into the game design. And so without the CRT flicker, the game is going to look bad. So you're gonna look at like old advertisements or possibly video recorded on a CRTV, and it's gonna look way better than the emulator, and it's fine. Just gotta like get over it. That's really about it. Most games are playable, and most games are fine. Like the games that are on the retro consoles, other than the PS1 Mini, are usually optimized and curated to play authentically on a modern TV. Sometimes using advanced emulation or some type of custom thing to make it look right. When you're just playing random ROMs on a random emulator, you're gonna get some shit. Some games become unplayable. Some games glitch. You get what you pay for. If you're playing a ROM for free and it doesn't work 100%, hey, it works 90% and it's free. What are you complaining about? So that's fine. Let's see. Yeah, so I mostly play my mini consoles. So let me tell you my setup. I have essentially 4 monitors in front of me that are set up in like a 2x2 type of like a bat computer type of setup, like where I have the little monitor arms, and they're 24-inch. I think they're 24-inch monitors. So, however, one of my monitors isn't a monitor; it's a TV. So I really have 3 monitors and a TV, but they're the same size. And so I use my TV. It's a smart TV too, which has like YouTube and stuff on it. So rather than use my computer to watch YouTube, because that uses up resources like RAM and like buffering and stuff, I just watch it on my TV, which gives me a big picture and everything. Whereas if you watch YouTube on like your computer, it can use up your computer's resources. So that's why having the TV is good. So I play my mini consoles on my TV in my office. So sometimes I'll be working and I'll have like my work going over here and I'll just be playing Genesis over here on my TV. And they're all together too. But I could also play on my computer. However, I usually have, so this is going to be, it's stupid. I use an Android emulator. I used to use BlueStacks, but now I use LD because it uses up less resources. BlueStacks is a giant resource hog. But I'll have mobile games going. So like I have like right now I have Fate Grand Order going. I'm just grinding. It's a casual game anyway, but I can do that pretty easily. Like I couldn't play like, Paladins because that requires dedication, but Fate Grand Order, you click some shit and you go. It's fine. So I play mobile games while I'm working, or I'll play I'll have a Genesis game going. So I'll be working on one hand and then doing something else. And that's I call them micro breaks. So while you're working, you could like, oh, I need to get away from my work. I need to like get up and walk around. While I'm working, like while I'm between something, I'll play a minute or two of a mobile game, or I'll play a Genesis for a couple minutes until I get to a save point. And it's just like a little micro break. Now, you can't do this in the office. Like, this is like a work from home privilege. If I was like plugging a Genesis into my office and running a bunch of fucking mobile emulators so I could play Fate Grand Order, like, that would cause a problem. The thing is I'm actually very productive. I get shit done, and then I basically just take a break, play a game for a bit, and then do the next thing. And I get shit done way quicker than my peers. So it works for me, but, it's fine. But yeah, but the thing is, that's why I don't really play modern games, because most modern games use a computer. And my computer can run games, but I can't run my games and do my work at the same time, because the game would be using up all my computer resources. That's why I play Android emulators, or I play mini consoles on my TV, because it doesn't use any of my computer's resources, so they can be used for work. I could also have 2 computers. I could have like a gaming rig running running games, and then have my work computer running over here, and then have different monitors for different computers. I could do that, but I don't. I just have the one computer and then the TV. But if I wanted to, I could have 2 computers, one for work and one for for gaming, and then maybe I could play more modern games. But it's fine. And honestly, like, there's so many good retro games. You could spend your whole life just playing those and never really run out of games to play. And most modern games are just woke dog shit. Like, all these games come out, they're full of DEI and diversity and race swapping and lesbians, and it's just like, I don't even want to give these companies money. I'd rather just enjoy a game from like the 80s or 90s, maybe early 2000s, and just enjoy it. Like, what I would love if somebody remade Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem. It was released on GameCube, and it was never ported to anything. And it's probably one of my favorite games of all time. And it's just never, ever been anywhere else other than the GameCube, which is really a shame. All right.
Oh, and I guess my point, I could speedrun some game if I want to, but I prefer not. I like to explore every bit of game detail possible. That's why I usually don't go for games that are too giant in world building or something. It's too much to go through. I prefer games that just challenge your skills and kind of plug in and play without having to worry about keep maintaining a save data, a whole lot of it, or a giant world to explore. But Resident Evil, I never really got into it, but I know it's a giant franchise, and the more modern ones are getting more woke and less popular. But I know the first couple of classics are very popular. It could worth looking into a bit.
Yep. All right.
iMickey503 donated $5. Went to buy booze. Girl at counter and I started talking. She was happy that Trump got shot. But sad he did not die. That smile on her face told me all I needed to know about our future of America and men under their leadership. My God, man. What has America become? What have women become? A woman was shot, and not a care in the world by other women either. How do you see the next 4 years for STFM?
Oh, there are a lot of social media posts of similar statements. Why didn't they actually succeed in killing him? They wish it would happen, and a lot of them come from young women. What a shock!
Once again, women are morally retarded. That's what's going on. Women don't care about society. I mean, do I need to tap the sign? Here, let me tap the sign again, because apparently everyone forgets. So once again, this is Lawrence Sorry, that was one of my emulators. Once again, this is Lawrence Kohlberg and Carol Gilligan with the stages of moral development versus the stages of ethics of care. There are 6 stages of moral... Let me go through these. Let me go through the 6 stages of moral development. I need you to keep in mind, women do not advance past stage 3. 4, 5, and 6 are only for men. And women don't even dispute that. Carol Gilligan came in and agreed. She couldn't disprove that Lawrence Kohlberg was wrong. So what she did was she rebranded the first 3 stages and called it a separate kind of morality that's just for women. Trying to argue that, yeah, women were morally retarded. They crap out at stage 3 because that's actually a parallel system of morality. It's just fucking massive cope because women are morally retarded. Let's go through these. Stage 1, obedience and punishment orientation. Stage 2, individualism and exchange. Stage 3, good interpersonal relationships. Notice, the first 3 stages are all focused on you. You're obeying because you're being punished. Individualism and exchange, you're basically trading for self-interest. And then stage 3 is you're forming good interpersonal relationships. That's where women tap out. Stage 4, maintaining the social order. Stage 5, social contract and individual rights. Stage 6, universal principles. Now, why don't women get past stage 3? Because stage 4, 5, and 6 are all abstractions. They don't involve you personally. The social order is an abstraction. Individual rights, social contracts, universal principles, these are all abstractions beyond the individual. Women are solipsistic children. They don't care about the social order, the nation. They don't care about anything that doesn't personally involve them and benefit them.
Especially if it's not immediate, the effects.
Right. So that should disqualify them from any political power. And you know what's fucked up is, men of ancient times, even wise men, even fucking Socrates warned you about this, but we fucking did it anyway. So it's one of those things that we were warned, and we did it anyway, and now we're stuck with women being giant, solipsistic, selfish children, and the only solution to it's not because, what's happening to America? What happened to America is we gave women rights. That's what happened to America. It happened in 1920, and we've never recovered. And, now we're living through the consequences of that fateful decision. But it's realistically not going to get any better. It's going to keep getting worse. So, there's that. But anyway. Yeah. Anyway, then how do I see the next 4 years? Well, if Trump is president, nothing will happen. Trump will be embroiled in endless scandals, investigations, impeachments. And what that will do is that will keep the government from basically making things worse, but it also will prevent Trump from doing anything to make the country better. Trump cannot fix the country. It's basically been corrupted to the core. It can't be fixed. So when Trump gets into office, they're going to basically go into full defense mode and just stall him for 4 years and outlast him. So that's what'll happen. If Trump is assassinated or Joe Biden steals the election, then we move on to stage 2, which is they're going to try to push their agenda through. They're going to basically provoke civil war, possibly World War III, possibly both. And then we ride together. And I don't know. We'll see what they do. They could just stop. They could just not double down and escalate. But we all know they're going to. At this point, it should be very clear that they have no plans of doing anything but escalating and doubling down. That is what they do. That is how they operate.
Jackson Dorn donated $5. What if the Trump assassination attempt was 4D chess by the small hats in their plan to make Trump win? What if the shooter was a brainwashed psychedelic sleeper agent sent to take the fall? Shot blanks, Trump was in on it and acted the part. When he was on the ground, someone made it look like he was shot, maybe someone actually injured him there. Because if not, the alternative is that this is a moment of quote-unquote destiny/historical turning point. An inch to the right and he dead.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that someone in the audience got killed proves that it's not a fake stage injury.
Yeah, if they were shooting blanks, then why were people in the audience shot? So no, he was shot. A bullet grazed his ear, an inch to the side, he would have been dead. And so hopefully he does something. There's no reason not to do something. But he's got to want it. He's got to want it. He's got to be ready to do the thing. And if he does the thing, then great. If he's not ready to do the thing, then shit's going to get worse. It's going to get worse until it's done getting worse. So anyway, yeah, it's one of those things where it'd be nice if we had some kind of assurance that things were gonna change. But I honestly don't have any faith in the domestic situation. I think internationally, I have a lot of faith in the international order fixing itself. I have no faith in the domestic order fixing itself. I think they're going to double down, and things are going to get worse. And it's only going to get better when things get bad enough that Americans do what must be done. But I don't think this was some kind of a psyop, fake thing. No. This is a genuine assassination attempt, and Trump almost died. So we'll see what happens now. Hopefully he realizes, like, this isn't a game. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill your family. They're gonna kill your friends. They're gonna destroy the country. You got to be prepared to fuck shit up. Maybe Trump gets into office. You know what? I'm gonna fuck shit up. I'm not gonna fucking do what you say. And now the deep state will go into full panic mode, and every judge will. Anything Trump tries to do, some judge will block it. Trump's going to have to, like, arrest the judges and charge them with treason. Like, these judges are like, oh, I'm blocking that because according to no, the Constitution didn't say that. Fuck you. You're under arrest. Just start purging the government. Is Trump prepared to do that? I don't know. Well, maybe they tried to kill him. Maybe he is. Maybe if they push a man hard enough, he's like, you know what? Fuck these people.
No, they will obviously try to obstruct him every way. The last time he came into office, the Republican had control House and Senate, and the left just nonstop riot to oppose him.
Right.
And this time they got more established power, steady power in the government, and they will get in his way every opportunity.
Well, that's my point. So the deep state is going to do everything to drag Trump out and outlast him and prevent him from doing anything. He's going to have to basically purge the government and go to war against the left. And he's going to have to, I don't mean like he's going to, blast him in a tweet. I mean, he's going to have to go to war. He's going to have to clean out the government. He's going to have to arrest these judges. He's going to have to fucking start throwing people in jail and executing them for treason. And they're not going to go down easy. And I don't know. We'll see. I don't think Trump's going to do it. I think
going at least the latest level, right?
Well,
minus the whole Israel cutting to Israel.
Well, Israel's not going to exist. Like, there's nothing Trump can do to save Israel, so it doesn't matter. Maybe if he calls off, if Trump ends the war, maybe Russia takes the toys away from the Arabs, and then Israel can exist. But if not, then Israel's fucked. It doesn't matter. You could suck all the Jew cock you want. Get it while it's hot, because it's not going to be around much longer. It's a limited time special. It's like a McRib. Soon the Jew cock you won't be able to find it. They'll be extinct, like a fucking Abe's Odyssey. Anyway, yeah. I don't think Trump will do it. I think his second term will be basically nothing will happen. But it will at least, nothing happening for 4 years is still good from the perspective of, like preparing and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think nothing's going to get better until things get bad enough that people are willing to do the necessary thing, which they're not prepared to do yet. Even an assassination attempt against Trump isn't really going to change that. It's going to take hyperinflation and war. It's going to take that amount of pain. It's going to take certain death to get people off their fucking ass to start giving a shit about their freedom again. All right, let's move on.
Waterloo Nuts donated $5. If there's a civil war, won't there be plenty more roles than running around with a gun? Honestly, with all your skills and education, it would probably be a waste for you to be a foot soldier. Also, even old guys without skills have been able to contribute to war efforts in some way.
Sure, I mean, maybe, but the thing is we're not talking about. You're talking about a civil war. You're not talking about like necessarily a strict hierarchical organization.
There'll be a lot more less organized, a lot more grassroots.
And you're going to be expected to lead. And also, I believe in leading from the front. Sitting back in a tent and giving orders to people to go die for you, go fuck yourself. You should be leading from the front. You should be like leading. Leading means like you're leading from, like leading from behind isn't leading at all. But so, yeah. And I'm not afraid to die. I don't care. I don't want to be useless. I don't want to be there like fucking broken ass body, not able to do anything. So, that's I'm more worried about that than anything. All right.
Scubby donated $5. The #1 doctor recommended OTC topical pain relief brand, Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, is approved for arthritis pain. Voltaren has a triple effect that relieves arthritis pain, improves mobility and reduces stiffness to provide prescription strength arthritis joint pain relief over the counter. This topical nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drug is an alternative to pain pills. It used to be prescribed and works.
Yeah, look, I can take pain pills. I could rub, like I have now. It's what's it called? It's basically a Walmart brand. It's this arthritis cream. I think what is it? It is based on Aspercream, so it's basically generic Aspercream, and it's fine. Again, it's just like I'm not even using anything right now. It's just tingles in my finger. I'm just like I'm trying to maybe reverse it before it gets worse, or I don't know. Like I'm still functional. It just hurts. I can't snap my fingers. It kind of hurts to snap my fingers, which sucks. Because sometimes you feel like you hear a good bop on the radio, you want to snap your fingers. That's not good. But oh well. But thank you. My issue is like if you need supplements, you could grow stuff. Like I could grow lion's mane mushrooms, but I can't grow painkillers. Like if you need pharmaceuticals, you're fucked. If you need supplements, you could always just grow the thing because supplements are just food. You could grow vegetables or something that like give you whatever nutrients you need. So I like to treat things with nutrition and lifestyle rather than with pharmaceuticals. But as my body gives out, I'm probably just going to have to give up on that and just embrace the pharmaceutical life. Unless fucking someone's going to hook me up with some cheap meat so I can do the carnivore diet. And then fucking goodbye arthritis. Hello endless bacon. I fucking lift a drink of toast to that. All right.
20th Century Rebellion Man donated $5. Jesus Christ. Of all people that I wouldn't think that would have the gall to call this a false flag, it's Tom Likas. I am in disbelief that I used to listen to him for nearly a decade in the 2000s. Now this? There's even a few friends on my social media that posted that they were mad that the shooter missed. It's a painful day that I have to cut those people off when they could have just not act stupid. Sad day for me.
All right, so
well, this incident could be a litmus test to easily weed out who the clear sheep are in your circle.
So here's my Tom Likas story. So Tom Likas he's you need to appreciate who Tom Likas was and what he did and what he contributed and not who he became. He's like the example of you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. He's gone from a very, wise and influential kind of proto-man, like he existed before the manosphere. And his highlights, like these highlights of his radio shows from back in the day, they're solid gold. They're still good, they're still relevant, they're still passed around through the manosphere to this day. But Tom Likas he basically became a giant leftist retard. He got full Trump derangement syndrome, full, Democrats are bust, whatever. And he's a fucking idiot. And now his voice also went to shit. Like, if you try to listen to Tom Likas these days, he doesn't even sound like his old self. His voice is all but gone. And I don't know if one has to do with the other or what. I don't know. But look, when you see a Tom Likas tweet, you need to understand that's a different man than the Tom Likas from back in the day. Like, if you're watching an old Tom Likas highlight reel from years ago that was shared on some, like, manosphere or whatever, and you're like, oh, man, this guy's really smart, and then you follow him on social media, and you're like, what the fuck? This is Tom Likas? People change. People change. Here's my Tom Likas story. I was going to be on Tom Likas once, and they left me hanging while it was on hold because the producer told Tom that I reviewed dildos, and I shoved dildos up my ass for money, which it wasn't even true, and they just canceled the segment while I was on hold, waiting to go live on the air. Because the producer's like, oh, this guy, because someone in the chat is like, oh, don't let TFM on. He reviews not reviews sex dolls, not reviews sex toys, no, dildos. They want to be like, he's gay, he reviews dildos, and then the producer is like, oh, they're saying he reviews dildos. I guess we can't have him on, and they just fucking axed the whole segment. They talk, and there were people who were like tuning in, waiting for my segment. And then it was just abruptly canceled, unceremoniously, and that was it. So that's my Tom Likas story. Because that's
a load of crap.
Yeah, someone was like talking to the producer. Look, I review sex toys. You know what? I don't like review dildos. I mean, I have been sent dildos, and I've put them in. Like, I reviewed a pair of underwear with it's like a strap-on harness built into the underwear. Because, look, if you have a sex doll and you get the she-male insert, it hangs out of the vagina. It's not even anatomically correct. But I didn't, use the dildo. I don't even feel anything in my ass. I had hernia surgery as a baby. I don't have a prostate. So, getting stuff up my ass just feels like a reverse shit. I get no enjoyment out of it. So I couldn't be gay even if I wanted to be. I guess I could pitch. I could fuck a dude in the ass if I was gay, but getting stuff put in my ass doesn't even feel good. It just feels like taking a poop in reverse. So yeah. Anyway, but apparently, and look, the right wing people are like, oh, you review sex toys. Oh, you're a degenerate. And that's all they know. That's all they care about. So having good ideas and they don't care. Oh, you're a degenerate. You review sex toys. It's like, go fuck yourself. And look, and I don't know, and now look at what Tom Likas has become. It's like, you know what, whatever. Fucking bullet dodged, I guess. Oh, look, it would have been nice to meet him and talk to him, but oh well. I review sex toys, and retards want to talk shit on the internet and accuse me of being gay and stuffing dildos up my ass. Which I don't do, but whatever. At least they had fun. They ruined something and had a good time doing it, I suppose. So yeah, if you follow Tom Likas on social media, just understand that he's not the same person he was. You should appreciate Tom for who he was and what he did, and not who he's become.
Humanst11 donated $5. TFM, Trump needs to supplement his security with his own team. People spotted the shooter and reported him. They were ignored. Either this was major incompetence or they wanted this to happen. This entire thing reeks of glowing. On another matter, bought some inserts from the dollhouse to try out and bought some waifu goo. That stuff is awesome. I made a list of dolls I'm interested in and I'm saving up money for a doll fund. I can't fucking wait.
That's awesome.
Wow,
man.
so he's planning to get multiple brand new dolls?
Well, no, so a lot of people ask about TP versus silicone. And one of the ways you can actually test the material is to get inserts. Get a TP insert, get a silicone insert, and actually compare the materials. And you could use an insert like a pocket pussy. You can actually feel what it feels like on your dick. You could feel what the material feels like on your hands. It's a good way to actually test the material in a practical way before you buy a full doll or decide whether you want a TP or a silicone doll. Now, personally, I like TPE, just so you know, TPE is more stretchy. So the TPE feels better for sex because it could be tighter and stretchier. But the silicone feels more real in the hands, it's particularly the love nestle torsos. And honestly, I prefer the feel. sure, the actual sex doesn't feel as tight and as like intense as a TP doll, but the realism in the hands makes up for it. Like I prefer the realism in the hands than the feel of the vagina like clenching on my dick because it's made out of TPE and so it's like very stretchy and tight. But to each their own. It's good to test it for yourself. Yes, I've heard reports that somebody reported this. They didn't report it. They were a shooter. They said there's someone on the roof, and nobody did anything about it. So yes, either Trump's team is incompetent or he was supposed to die. That shooter was supposed to kill Trump, and nobody did anything about the shooter because it was intentional. And but Trump lived. Good help is hard to find, I guess.
Well, that will open up a whole can of worms. How many snakes there are directly in his own campaign to set this up?
Here's a good rule of thumb. If you're not paying for them, they don't work for you. So the Secret Service, they're not paid by Trump. They're taxpayer funded. They're government employees. At the end of the day, you're ultimately loyal to who pays your paycheck. Like, so, when you work for a business, your customer comes in. If you get paid by the customer, if your income comes from the customer, you're going to work for the customer. But if you're a government employee and you're basically just there to keep the line moving, you don't really give a shit whether the customer is pleased or not because you're not interested in them paying you. You just want to keep the line moving. And that's why government employees always have shitty attitudes because they don't work for you. They don't get paid by you. They get paid by the state, so they work for the state. You're just a person they're assigned to take care of, but they really don't want to because they don't benefit from taking care of you. Whether you are satisfied or whether you storm out the door, they couldn't give less of a shit. And so the problem is the Secret Service, they're not loyal to Trump because he's not paying them. They're government employees. And if the deep state is like, hey, this is the thing, and what they're going to say? No, I swore an oath. Yeah, you know what? So did your ex-wife. Your ex-wife swore an oath. How did that work out? Oaths don't mean shit. The reason why you put your hand on the Bible and when you swear oaths and all that stuff is because back when people believed in God, an oath to God was supposed to be like if you broke that oath, like you would go to hell, like it was a sin. No one believes in that shit anymore. Like, oaths don't mean anything. There's no consequences for breaking oaths. You're not cursed. You don't become a death knight. Your paladin oath is broken and now you're a death knight. That doesn't happen in real life. So your oaths mean it's about as much to any government employee, including the Secret Service, as your ex-wife's oaths meant to her. She'll keep them as long as it's convenient. But, how hard would it be for the deep state to basically convince Trump's Secret Service to just let it happen? After the shots are fired, spring into action. But, don't do anything. If someone reports there's a shooter on a roof or someone on the roof, some suspicious person on a roof, just don't do anything. Just let it happen. Right? So, but Trump's alive, like 1 inch, just 1 inch to the side would have been a totally different story. So here we are. What happens next? Who knows? Who knows? Who can say?
Prophet Glutton donated $5. To build on Spluttenberger's comment, if the far right takes over and they start to liquidate us blacks, do you think they have it in them to also roll back women's rights in parallel with that? Or are most of them too far gone to draw the conclusion between women's rights and everything getting fucked? Of course I'll have to become a first-time gun owner because I'm not going down like a bitch to a bunch of racists, but if they repeal the 19th it might be a world I'd wanna live in.
The right are not going to liquidate blacks. Like worst case scenario, the right would start cracking down on criminals. So the days of black shoplifting and car break-ins with impunity and the cops being afraid of being called racist, that would end. So all of a sudden, black criminals would start getting arrested, and if black people started rioting, they would get beaten or shot for rioting, but not for being black.
Well, can't see anything bad about that. And I
they're not
think the
gonna
worst
go-
they may
they're
go
not
is
gonna
they may
sorry.
segregate.
No, there's not going to be segregation. There's just going to be a crackdown on crime, which honestly would be a good thing. Like, again, most blacks aren't criminals. It's like 30, like the black criminality rate is like 30%. Now that's 5 times more than whites. Whites is 5%. So 30% is a lot of criminals, but that means 70% of black people are not criminals. But the bad reputation caused by the 30% gets basically spread onto the 70%. And so the best remedy for that is to actually get rid of the fucking criminals. Like, the reason why people don't hate black people, people aren't racist against black people because they don't like dark skin. They're racist against black people because they commit fucking crimes everywhere they go. And people are tired of having their fucking car broken into, or getting mugged, or getting, rapes and murders and all that shit. That's the gunfire. That's what people are pissed off about. It's not your dark skin. It's it's the crime. But it's only 30% that are committing the crimes. So get rid of the 30%. Now, if the 70% is like, oh no, they're killing black people, we have to all protect our trash, and we can't let Jerome the drug dealer go to jail, we have to burn the city down. If blacks want to go down with the ship and they want to defend their trash to the bitter end, then yes, you'll be liquidated. Not because you're black, but because you're rioting and trying to attack the police to defend your trash. So just don't. And again, I'm talking about a hypothetical scenario that will likely never happen. But in the very unlikely scenario that the right actually brings law and order back to the city and starts rounding up drug gangs and drug dealers and criminals, don't go and defend them. Do not riot and start shooting white people to defend your drug dealers and criminals. Just wave goodbye to them and watch your property values go up again. But if you defend your trash to the bitter end, then you fucking deserve to die. Stop defending your fucking trash. And the thing is, racism would go away if black, the problem is black behavior, racism is largely gone. Until Obama came in and started basically saying white people were evil and it's okay to commit crimes against white people, and racism, racism used to be across the board. You shouldn't be racist against anyone for the color of their skin. And then starting with Obama, it turned into, power plus privilege, so it's okay to hate white people. And this anti-white shit. And then they're just letting black people commit crime and also there's stuff. And now you turn people racist again. Now people don't want to be around black people because of their behavior. And it's not necessarily black people themselves. It's the government sanction. They weaponize black people. And if your response to this is, I'm going to buy a gun and kill these racists, congratulations. You've allowed yourself to be manipulated into be the very weapon of the people who are using you. The problem isn't racist white people. The problem is black crime. Black crime is why people are racist against black people. And it's not even the majority of black people. It's a minority of black people that are committing all the crime. And you're like, I gotta defend myself against these right-wing rednecks. You're stupid. That's not gonna happen. No one's even talking about that happening. I mean, maybe some fascist, absolute racist on some alt-tech platform actually wants total N-word death, but nobody seriously is going to do that. And if black people didn't commit crime, there wouldn't be racism. Why do people shit on Indians? Because they fucking all the rape and the groping and the sexual harassment. You know why do people not shit on Asians? Why do white people love Asians so much? Why? Riddle me this, Batman. Why is it these racist white people love Asians?
Well, other than the woman with a more feminine appearance, of course, Asians don't commit crime and usually a contributor.
Yeah, just imagine, fucking ponder it, Raziel. Imagine if black people were as peaceful and law-abiding and contributing to society like Asians. You wouldn't have black racism. But you know who's standing in the way of that? You have the race grifters, the Democrats, the criminals, and basically the useful idiot black people that are tricked into defending all of the above because they think the racist rednecks are going to kill them if they don't. And they basically, they trick you into defending your trash as they use you as a weapon for their own power. So, my guy, my dude, my N-word, but with an A. With a soft A, not a hard R. You need to rise above the conditioning. You are being lied to and used by people who do not have your best interests at heart. All right.
Gongwaver donated $200. Hey TFM, love to hear you, brother. Hope you are all good. Your usual friend from Greece. Keep up the amazing work. People are smarter cause of you. Good morning from Athens.
Thank you very much.
That generous supporter from Greece again.
Yeah, I thank you very much. You know, you could, I don't know, you could ask instead of, I mean, I don't know. I'm probably digging my own grave with this. You could, if you have stuff to talk about, you could break up your donation into smaller amounts instead of just dumping $200 just to say good morning. But I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Your generosity.
I guess it doesn't have anything particularly want to ask. Just want to show his support.
No, I appreciate it. I'm just saying, you have the option of breaking up your donation to various things. I always honor paid questions. If you ask me a question via email, I may answer it, I may ignore you, kind of depends on how I'm feeling. But if you pay me money, I will always honor your question. Because you're literally giving me money. So, I got to do it. $5.
Well, sometimes really stupid troll questions will be met with stupid troll answers. But
yeah, if it's a troll, if it's a troll question, or if it's a question I said I'm not going to talk about anymore, that's different. But anyway. But thank you very much for your generosity. I hope Greece is doing well, and hopefully you guys don't go to war with Turkey. I know there's I don't think you will. I don't know. It's honestly, everything's hinging on Ukraine, and Ukraine is probably going to. It's fine. I'm not worried about. I don't think Europe wants war. There's guys talking shit, but they're bluffing as the day is long. Europe can't afford a war. America can't afford all these wars. It's already over. They just haven't admitted it. However, here's the one thing I do caution. When the American empire falls, there are going to be some boundaries and borders being redrawn. A lot of countries like Kosovo, there's a lot of countries that only exist because NATO is enforcing them. There's certain countries that are going to disappear from the map because without America and NATO protecting them, they're going to stop existing. A lot of countries that start with the word South are going to stop existing. A lot of countries that start with the word Israel are going to be called Wasreal. And countries like Kosovo are going to not exist anymore. So if you live in some country that basically is dependent on the West for their military deterrence, you might want to move. Because your country's probably... Well, now, it may not necessarily be a destructive war. Basically, the government might see the writing on the wall and realize America can't protect them, and then, negotiate a reunification peacefully. And maybe there isn't blood in the streets. But I would leave anyway, just because. Now, I think Greece is fine. But I know, Cyprus is a disputed territory between Greece and Turkey. I wouldn't want to be in Cyprus. I would probably get the fuck out of Cyprus. Because any kind of...
any other... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, any kind of disputed territory between multiple nations where there's been a ceasefire caused by Western military deterrence, once that military deterrence is removed, you're going to see that conflict resolve. And you probably don't want to be there if you live in a disputed territory you probably want to get the fuck out. Because there's probably going to be a war. It may be, again, it might be a peaceful reunification, or it might be a bloody war. But probably want to leave. Not a place I'd want to be. What were you saying?
I was just going to say, besides South Korea, were you referring to any other countries start with South?
South Dakota, your days are numbered. South Carolina, I'm watching you. We're gonna reunify the Carolinas. It's going to be Carolina. That's it. We don't need no North and South Carolina. West Virginia, no. Get up, back over there. We're gonna have one Virginia. I'm joking. I'm just talking about South Korea. Okay, let's go.
Jackson Dorn donated $5. Okay mate, here's the secret to carnivore.
Okay.
First of all, you don't need to be keto, you can still get healthy carbs like white rice, fruit, honey, savory fruit etc. Organ meat is superfood full of nutrients you don't get anywhere else. Organ meat is cheap. As are bones. Make bone broth using pressure cooker and use broth with white rice to make risotto. That shit is balanced with all macronutrients. You need to check out Paul Saladino on YouTube. He will explain a balanced meat-based diet etc.
So it's a carnivore diet, but you basically eat a lot of rice. So you're basically making bone broth on rice, and that's a carnivore diet.
And lots of organs, right? But as far as I know, most organs, you do not want to eat too much of any type of organ. It's too heavy on certain things. There's a reason why usually carnivore diet primarily consists of different kind of flesh and not primarily organ.
Well, I will give him, like, organ meat is cheap, but you got to know a butcher. They don't sell that shit in stores. But if you know a butcher who can basically save the organs for you, you can, or something like that, you could get some cheap organ meat. Because, yeah, it's not in demand. It's pretty cheap to get if you're going to eat the organs. The white rice intrigues me because carnivore means meat eater. So, but white rice, fruit, honey? What? That sounds like, so what you're really talking about is the paleo diet, which is effectively the idea behind the paleo diet is you're only supposed to eat food that existed during caveman times. Or, you know what I mean? Like you're not supposed to eat anything processed. So if it's found in nature, it's good to go. If it's not found in nature, if it has to be like bread, like there's no bread tree. You have to like take the grain and process it into bread. So that's out. But like rice, you can just, grow that and eat it, and it's great. So that's fine. So that's interesting. But I'm like, so then that also goes with like, you can have honey, because that's, you just get honey from a beehive. But you can't have sugar. You can't have like cane sugar, because that's not found naturally in nature. Here's the problem. So the problem with these kind of diets based on quote unquote real foods or stuff found in nature is like from a real standpoint, honey is just sugar. It's basically it's sugar from flowers regurgitated through a bee's digestive system. But yes, it's found in nature in its pure honey form, but like the sugar you make from sugarcane is the same thing. It's sugar. It's not like bee vomit sugar isn't somehow healthier than cane sugar, even though it's not processed. So it depends. It's like processing food doesn't necessarily make it unhealthy. It's what does the processing do, add, or take away. It's like people who are like, don't drink pasteurized milk. You have to drink raw milk. And it's like, yeah, but you can get really sick from that. Like, yeah, but it got the nutrients, man. It's like nature. And the problem is, yes, there are some people who swear by that sort of thing. Like, they have to only eat natural foods as they exist in nature. No processing. Eat it raw. And then they get like fucking lupus or something from or they get like bubonic plague from eating something that was found in nature. There's a reason why some processing is good to remove a lot of dangerous things. Like, I don't know. The thing is, if you're saying white rice is good, honey is good, which is sugar, and you just be eating a lot of bone broth and meat, like in organs, it's like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. Okay, so I'm open-minded. Here's the problem. So, like I said, I'm doing the distilled water trick to see if it works. Because distilled water costs $1, and you're not gonna get sick on distilled water. It's just water without the electrolytes in it. But I'm not going to eat organs and, go for this whole whole food, not processed, back to nature kind of fucking woo-woo diet where I can't have sugar or bread, but I can have white rice and honey. It's the same fucking thing. It's carbs, it's sugar, and organ meat. Look, you can have some organ meat, but I think off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact maximum, but it's like 25% of your meat should be organs at maximum. Like, if you're just eating a lot of organ meat because it's cheap, you're gonna get problems. I don't remember what the exact problems were. I'm not really big into organ meat, but you can mix some organ meat into your regular meat, which will help lower the cost and add some nutrients. But I'm not doing that. I'm not eating organ meat and then going full woo-woo rice and honey, bone broth over. No. But thank you, appreciate it. God, reminds me. Remember the Liver King? Anybody know who the Liver King is? He's like this. Supposed to be this bodybuilder who just eats liver every day, and that was his whole thing. He just eats all this organ meat. It turns out he juices.
Is a social media influencer, right?
He's a social media influencer
with his own YouTube channel or something.
Yeah, and he blew up because he was Jewish, so they promoted him as you do, as one does. But it turns out
his body screams of steroids.
Yeah, oh yeah, he juices at the shit. That's the funny thing. Like, oh yeah, organ meat's so healthy while he's fucking injecting steroids. Yeah, don't eat anything processed as he injects steroids. Yeah, watch out for that processed meat while you fucking inject yourself with artificial testosterone. It's whatever, man. All right.
The Best Girlies 02 donated $5. Snap your fingers, do you step then rock with it. I have a couple crits for gaming. I like how Sam Hyde Ghost Kiev has CRTs in his background to use in his podcast. Cool aesthetic. LAN party fun. I'll have to buy Eternal Darkness. Modern games suck. I was playing Fallout 4 and the update broke it. Did you ever play the Thing game? They've remade it. Wonder if they'll remake the Suffering and Suffering ties that bind games from PS2/Xbox.
I own it. I have the PS2 The Thing. I have a pretty extensive PS1 and PS2 collection. I have a lot of PS3 games too. I got off the consoles after PS3 because that's when they started making you pay for online, and that's when I went full PC Master Race. But I have a pretty extensive.
I kept thinking
PS1
of Critical Race Theory when I see CRT in the game because of modern politics.
Yeah, talking about the TV, CRT TVs. It is a cool aesthetic because if you have if you try to record a CRT, it actually, you can see the scan lines, which your eye can't detect them, but it shows up in a recording, which actually is an interesting aesthetic if you put those in the background and stuff. And when they're filming movies, they have to use you film it in a certain way so it doesn't cause that. Because if you try to film nowadays it doesn't matter when you film like a screen, but back in the day when CRTs were a thing, when they tried to film movies, they had to do something. I forget what they did, but they had to do something where they can show a screen on the movie without it flickering and stuff. Because if you just film a TV screen, it has you can see the screen flicker in the film. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, modern Eternal Darkness is a great GameCube game, and I'm sure there's a ROM for it. It should have been ported so long ago. Another thing, if you like retro games, you haven't played them, the Legacy of Kain games. Probably the best voice acting and writing of all time. Now, the first game, if you play Blood Omen 1, it's pretty dated. It's like a top-down, almost Zelda. It's like Zelda, but gothic, mature, violent. But it's got pretty rough gameplay. None of the games age particularly well. Soul Reaver was on PS1. And the thing about the Legacy of Kain games, they span multiple console generations. So Blood Omen was PS1. Soul Reaver was PS1. Blood Omen 2 and Soul Reaver 2 were PS2. And then Legacy of Kain Defiance was PS3. So it's like multiple console generations for this story. And it's cool though, because there's like time travel, but it's written very well. And it's all about like fate and destiny and stuff like that. And it's got weird vampires that suck blood through telepathy. They like summon the blood out of the wound into their mouth. Just it makes a statement where you can just fucking suck blood into your mouth from like a distance. Just summon the blood like a gout down your gullet. So that's a good series. If you want to check out a good retro game series, check out Legacy of Kain. What's another good retro game series that people don't really... Because if I say Resident Evil, I mean, Resident Evil's still going strong. But Legacy of Kain, that shit's dead because some of the voice actors died. I mean, now they could use AI to kind of bring them back if they wanted. The problem is, it's been so long, they can't just make a sequel. They'd have to restart the whole franchise to get people back on board, and that's probably not going to happen. So, well. I'm trying to think of another franchise I was really into that maybe you could check out. Actually, I recommended this to some people. It's on the Sega Genesis Mini. Check out Crusade of Senti and Landstalker for Genesis. They're basically action RPGs similar to Zelda. Landstalker is isometric. I prefer Landstalker to Crusade of Senti. Crusade of Senti is more kid-friendly, I guess. It has a more kid-friendly story, whereas Landstalker is more high fantasy, like Zelda-esque. So, but they're both on Genesis. They're both good. The only thing that's annoying about Landstalker is all the monsters make the same noise when you hit them. They all go, whoa, whoa, ah, when they die. Every monster, from the final boss to the first slime you fight in the first area, they all make the same noises when you hit them. And that's kind of weird. But, it's a Genesis game. What are you going to do?
Oh, hey, Mark is here. It's been a while. And he's stacking up on donation, which is good because I'm close to the part where it's the longest, hardest platforming section of the game, where you go through to get the artifacts that I needed for other ending. But I saw earlier donation was running out. I was wondering, should I hit a save point? And that's it for tonight. But now Mark's here with a bunch of donations. I should be able to get through it before the show ends.
Mark is here to bring the noise.
He's been gone for a while. How you doing, Mark? Hope you're doing fine.
Yeah. We all wish you the best. All right. Let us continue.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. Katerina Yovanovic, 28, was found guilty at the Heilbronn District Court on Wednesday, July 3rd. She is facing 7.5 years of jail. Now, you might be wondering, okay Mark, what the hell did she do? Oh, guys, it's nothing. She just threw her newborn baby out the window after secretly giving birth, and confessed that she killed her baby because she thought the baby would ruin her career as an executive at Porsche.
Yeah, and you know what's stupid about that story is there were so many ways she could have gotten rid of the baby without committing any crime. She could have left the baby at the fire station. They basically
put up for adoption.
Yeah, taken it to an orphanage. Also, she could have just smothered the baby in its crib and said she had postpartum depression, or lay the baby on its stomach and just let it suffocate in its mattress and be like, oh, the baby rolled over on its stomach and died. What are you going to do? You know, babies die all the time. But
she went for the supervillain, cartoonish supervillain way of chucking a baby out of the balcony.
Yeah, so there's no, basically, it wasn't the fact, like, you could, if you don't want to be a mother, you don't have to be a mother. But when you, like, cold-heartedly just throw a baby out of a fucking window, you can't say, oh, that was postpartum depression. Like, no, you just murdered that baby. So, yes, all you had to do, bitch, was, you don't want to be an executive at Porsche, okay? Take your baby to the fucking fire station and be like, I don't want this baby. Here you go. Call the government, orphanage, whatever. And there probably would have been a family that would have raised your baby and given it a good life. Some family that can't have kids. And from what I remember, I think the girl's white too. So I mean, like, there's a lot of people who want kids, would love their baby, and you just, nope, fucking out the window with you. Out the window with this thing. So you're a dumb bitch.
Woman being by default being the more loving sex, my ass.
Look, it is what it is. Like, there are bad people who hurt kids regardless of gender. But again, I will stand by this. I can't prove which side, if you equalize the laws, we don't really have a perfect experiment to conduct. But I will say this: women have been proven to be morally retarded. That's Carol Gilligan and Lawrence Kohlberg. Like, Carol Gilligan's a feminist. She couldn't even disprove his findings. That's why she had to rewrite morality for women. So,
but I'm just saying, the massive modern propaganda blaming women being so much more loving and caring and nurturing towards kids and men in general, it's a load of crap.
It is indeed a load of crap. All right.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Katy Perry. New song trending. Woman's World. Quote. It's a woman's world, and you're lucky to be living in it. Sexy, confident, so intelligent, she is heaven sent, so soft, so strong, she's a winner, champion, superhuman, #1, she's a sister, she's a mother. It's a woman's world, and you're lucky to be living in it.
What a surprise! I just like Taylor Swift, and also more recently, Lizzo also made a song just dissing on black men.
God, Lizzo, God, fucking. What did we do to deserve Lizzo? Who kicked a gypsy and placed a curse on the earth that cursed us with Lizzo? Anyway,
for not resisting the 19th Amendment passing.
Pretty much. Okay, so here's the thing. You'll notice, I don't even know if Katy Perry even wrote this, and it's probably like given to her to perform. This reminds me, there was a boy band, was it One Direction or something like that? And it was a song where they were singing about how beautiful this girl was and how she didn't realize she was beautiful. And she was like, they were complimenting her hair, her eyes, and her smile. Now, why, if you're going to compliment someone about how beautiful they are, why her hair, eyes, and smile? And it's because fat girls can have pretty hair, eyes, and smiles. And it was basically just pandering to fat girls. So they would like, oh, these guys they love fat girls like me, and so they would buy the album. And so I'm noticing, let's go back to the Katy Perry song. Sexy, confident, intelligent, heaven sent, so soft, so strong, winner, champion, superhuman, #1. Yeah, you're basically, this is just pandering to fat, ugly women. Pandering to fat, ugly women. That's all this is. This is like that One Direction song. Like, look, you have such a beautiful smile and hair and eyes. I don't even mind your 3 chins and your wraparound Michelin Man boobs. Buy my album. So it's whatever. Lizzo and all that. It's all pandering to these fat, ugly women. Hoping that they buy their album. Like, it'll be the new Fat, Ugly Woman anthem. They're so powerful. So powerful. God, they're so powerful. How are they powerful? Because they're a woman. Okay, what makes women so powerful? Because they create life, but they don't. How many kids do you have? How much life have you created? Oh, fucking none. How many abortions have you had? Is that your power? You get to murder kids without consequences? That's the power of woman? Anyway, so it's so stupid.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. AMR quote. It's gotten so bad in 2024, where women are going on Tinder, requesting men to bring over a box of pizza, or Chinese food. I've literally seen a couple walk into a restaurant, the guy orders the food, and she just starts eating and looks on her phone the whole time, and you can see the embarrassment settling in on the guy's face as he walks out knowing full well he got scammed. And the Sims fall for it every time.
Well, look. You know, you get scammed once. You know, you see a girl, she wants to go out with you. You take her out on a restaurant. You take her out to eat, so you get to know her. And she just basically eats the food and then leaves, and you basically realize that she was a dinner whore, and she was just using you for a free meal. And you know, you just know you don't have to ever go out with her again. Now the problem is with Tinder, women have an endless wellspring of new simps that will buy them meals. It used to be once you go out with guys and use them for free meals, you would get a reputation as a dinner whore. And then eventually guys would realize, oh, don't like go out with Becky, because Becky's just a dinner whore. She's going to tell you to take her out to dinner, and then after you take her out, she's just going to leave, and she doesn't actually even want a relationship. She's just using you for a free meal. But with Tinder, there's not like a, you know what they should do? They should leave like reviews, like in Amazon, where guys can be like, Becky's a dinner whore, like in their user reviews. But obviously, if a website allowed user reviews and guys could like spill the beans on her, women wouldn't use that site. It's like ladies' night. These bars give women discounts or free drinks because where women go, men follow. So you want to cater to women because that's what brings the men to your website or your bar, wherever you're trying to go, because ultimately everyone's there for the women. But yes, women do use men for free meals. That is a thing. This is why also and women complain about this too. When a guy wants to get to know a girl, he'll take her out for coffee. Or maybe just, go for a walk down the park and, maybe get a coffee, something cheap. And if she's like, no, you got to take me out somewhere nice and buy me dinner, he's like, nope, I'm out of here because of the dinner whores. Now, maybe she's just old-fashioned and she actually wanted a date and she didn't want a coffee date. She expected a real date. The problem is the dinner whores have ruined that for guys, especially if
right. The foodie culture, more and more guys are getting aware of it. That's why a lot of more guys now go for just a coffee or a drink on the first date.
And the other problem is, especially on Tinder, remember, women are only going for like the top 1% guys. So the top 1% guys, they're aware of the dinner whores out there because a lot of the attractive women, they are the dinner whores who will basically find guys to buy them meals. So the attractive guys that you actually want to go out with, they're not going to put up with your bullshit. So if you care about them, if you want to get to know them, if you want to actually have a relationship with them, you're going to go out and have a coffee. And they're going to spend less than $5 on you, and you can talk and get to know each other. And if you have a problem with that, then they're going to cut you off. And it's not because men are pigs or men are cheap. It's because of women like these dinner whores who use men for free meals. So you could blame your sisters for ruining it for everyone by using a lot of these men for free meals. And that's why men don't trust you. And they basically, they'll take you out to dinner once you've had a few dates under your belt, once you have some good connections and everything. But when they're just getting to know you, they're going to take you out for coffee. And that's your sister's fault for screwing over not too many men and causing them to be distrusting of women. So, mistakes were made, I suppose.
Precisely. Who's really willing to take chance with a self-proclaimed traditional woman anymore in the West? Most guys, even the more progressive guys are somewhat skeptical when a woman says she wants a completely traditional relationship.
Well, yeah, I'm just, women who. So you have women who are bragging about being a dinner whore. I think you have women complaining that men only want to take them out for coffee. So again, women are giant, morally retarded children who don't understand consequences. So you do A, B happens. You use men for money and for free meals. Men stop taking you out on dates to restaurants for your first date. Maybe for a second or third date, but for the first date, you're getting coffee because they want to weed out the dinner whores. And so that you did that to yourself. You basically prove that you're, scamming guys for free meals, and so they're going to basically not trust women because of your actions. But it's whatever. Women are like, oh, why are men such pigs? Like, I don't know. Why don't you go cry about it? Why don't you go write a blog about it? Start a YouTube channel. Start a women's magazine complaining about how everything is men's fault while you cause all your own problems. Or maybe not you personally. Women cause problems for each other and then blame men because they're morally retarded children. All right.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. Ever heard of the tale of Lux Maximus? Lux Maximus was a Canadian content creator who had a decent number of followers online, and then he left the internet. He took a bunch of loans and took steroids. His philosophy was about preaching to young men about going overseas. Instead of finding a trad wife, he told his followers to only view women as cattle for fucking and dumping. He went to a few Asian and European countries, then disappeared, but his content still remains.
Yeah, well, look.
I can't agree with that. If some guys are a POA, then go for promiscuous women. You don't go to some traditional society where if they actually still women are virgins and promise to stay loyal and for life in a marriage in the culture, and then you go make a fake promise to marry them, and then you screw them, and then you disappear.
Well, more importantly, a lot of these guys who, these social media influencers who are like, yeah, look at all my cars, look at all my money, look at all the bitches I have. And it turns out all that money's borrowed. The girls they're hanging out with are prostitutes that they hired. And they're taking fucking steroids. So everything about them is fake. Their lifestyle is fake. Their money is fake. The girls are fake. So, you know what? Just get a doll. Get a doll. Instead of you being fake, you could just have a fake waifu. Whatever. But instead of that, like, no, look at, borrowing money and taking out loans and doing steroids to become an influencer. That is fucking... I don't want to, like... I don't know. Like, what... I don't even see the point. Because... What message are you trying to give people? You're fake. Everything about you is fake. What are you trying to? What is your other than like, look how cool I am. Everyone sub to me and like me. Like, but here's the thing. Even if they like you, even if you got a bunch of social media followers, right? They don't like you. They like the person, the character that you're pretending to be. They don't even know you. You don't exist to them.
That's more than enough for some of them. They just want that superficial, fake praise and for their pride and ego.
So how? But okay, let me bring it. Let me hit you with this. What is the difference between that and just downloading an AI waifu that will praise you and love you, at least in a genuine way according to its programming? Like, you'd be like, oh, but it's not real. Well, look, dipshit, you're not real either. If your entire persona is based on borrowed money and steroids, like, you understand?
That's not how most normies see it. They want real people validation. That's it.
So they want real people to validate their fake persona rather than fake people validating their real self.
Yes, that's what they'll say if you nail them down to it to answer this.
But what's the point? What's the point of, like, and also steroids have consequences, and also borrowing money and blowing it on bullshit to look good on social media without putting it to any kind of productive use, that has horrible consequences. And now he had to like fuck off to some third world country and disappear, probably to avoid his creditors. What, for some likes on social media? So that people could tell you how cool they think you are and how they want to be just like you, with everything about you is fake. And now you're in like crippling debt and have problems with your body because you're doing roids. And you had to flee to a third world country and disappear and change your name. Was it worth the likes, the thumbs up, and the subscribes? Fuck, man. What a trip. People do stupid shit. All right.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Lux Maximus also despised pickup artists with a passion. He was very articulate with his words. He criticized Bulldog Mindset, APUA, who claimed that men should want women who want the desire to fuck them, not by prostitutes. And Lux Maximus was like, bitch. But here's the thing. The word boyfriend/girlfriend wasn't even a thing in most human history. Only in last nearly 100 years. Most of our male ancestors, including yours, were straight up married or fucking prosties.
So he despised POA, but he only see women as prostitutes to sleep with and then leave.
No. So it's subtle but different. So PUAs, they chase female validation. It's kind of, okay, it's weird. So PUAs want female validation. They validate themselves as a man and as a human being through the women they can get to have sex with them. So it's all about women's validation, which is very gynocentric, and it's right to call them out on it. PUAs are gynocentric. Their whole world revolves around female validation, and they're disgusting simps. But then this guy, his persona is fake with borrowed money and steroids. And it was all about male validation. So he hates women.
Okay, I guess it's a bit different, but he's not really much better.
Well, he's not gynocentric, but he's clearly chasing validation. But I guess he's validation from... He wants men to look up to him and look to him as like some guru or some manliness alpha male. And it's all based on like... I mean, here's the thing. He seems like he has some, a good head on his shoulders, and he has some red pill truths. Why would the steroids and the borrowed money and the fake lifestyle? Why don't you just say that shit and go live your life? And maybe
he still wanted the attention
right.
and validation.
So, you don't have to show your face. Like, you could be fat, you could be in a fucking Adonis. It doesn't matter. Nobody can see you unless you show yourself. Nobody knows what kind of lifestyle you live. You could be a millionaire. You could have middle class income. You could live in a fucking trailer. If you have a good message, you just let the message speak for itself. Like, you don't need to have a fake persona to get male validation about everybody thinking like what an alpha male you are because you're so rich and Chad-like. Just, if you have a good message, just let the message speak for itself. But then again, maybe if he made content just with his message and didn't show off his lifestyle or his body, he probably wouldn't have been so popular. It's probably the steroids and the borrowed money that got him the audience he got. And then, maybe I don't know. It just seems like it seems silly to me to do that to yourself just for likes on social media. But you do you, I guess. All right.
Blackjack donated $5. Secret Service director is a woman named Kimberly Cheadle. Also, half of Trump's Secret Service detail were also women. Was this incompetence or inside job? Flip a coin.
Yeah, female Secret Service. Like, what the fuck? Why?
Yes. Yeah, speaking of which, there was one woman among the Secret Service who quickly huddled Trump away after he got shot. And I was wondering why is there a woman in there in this super dangerous bodyguard job?
I mean, look, you could have female assassins, whose job is to like seduce men and kill them. Like
If they know how to use feminine
yeah,
fertile
but
trope.
female guards? What? Like, I'm not. This isn't even about like. Obviously, when it comes to firearms, upper body strength doesn't matter, but hand-eye coordination matters. You know, performance under fire and heavy stress matters, and this is something that like men are just infinitely better at than women. Like, women will have panic attacks when the bullets start flying. You do not want your bodyguards to have a fucking panic attack because their adrenaline gland is going nuts because they can't produce testosterone. Like, the idea of female bodyguards, like, look, if you want, again, female assassins, fine. Have female assassins. You know, and if you have like a Terminator waifu, perhaps she could be your bodyguard, but a meatbag female bodyguard, why? Why would you do that? You might as well get like a fucking cripple in a wheelchair to be your bodyguard. I don't know, man. Why do things happen?
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Demographer. Lyman Stone. Quote. We don't need more offspring, we need more intelligent offspring. We don't need less immigration, we need immigration of more intelligent people. The reign of the US as a world power is ending. There are solutions that will prevent this outcome, but they aren't politically viable, never will be, no matter how much the orthodoxy shifts. Only a temporary 15-year dictator can change this. Republics like ours don't appoint dictators.
I mean, he's all but saying...
Sounds like an outrider with some decent talking points, but then just fall off the cliff on other parts.
Well, no, he's basically alluding to you got to take women's rights away. No, this is a demographer. I don't know who Lyman Stone is, but you know, whatever. Yes, if you wanted the current system, you'd have to have a dictator take women's rights away and undo the last 100 years of progressivism in order to turn this around. And yeah, we're not going to elect someone like that. And the problem for the conservative is, in order to create that kind of system, you'd have to overthrow the current system. You wouldn't be able to just do it through an election. So yeah, that's the point. And if your goal is to preserve the current system, a revolutionary war destroys the very thing you're trying to preserve, which then essentially becomes you can't fix it. And that's the problem. The West can't be fixed because women already vote. So the system's going to have to be overthrown and replaced with a system where women don't have rights, and then the population problems will basically solve themselves. But we have to get to a point where that happens essentially on its own. You can't really engineer that. You're just going to have to basically wait for feminism to destroy itself under its own weight, and then just watch patriarchy fill in the vacuum by necessity. And then when the strong men create the good times and bring stability to the region, and then they start organizing into a more formal government, you just don't give women rights again. You say, you know what, we tried that, it was really fucking bad, and we're not doing it again. And then when some dipshit's like, but, you know, actually, we just like, crucify him. Crucify him! Like, what crucifying? We can't do that, you're right. Impale him! Crucifixion uses 2 pieces of wood. Impalement spikes only use 1 piece of wood. That's called efficiency, people. Alright.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. So France voted for far left in power. When you see a massive crowd of people all waving Palestine flag, and no French flags, that's everything you need to know. And I blame the Jews. The cathedrals let mass immigration into Western countries, and now that the country is Muslim, the Muslims will eventually gain control of the nuclear weapons of France when 3 get a Muslim Sharia law government in place, and then Israel is so fucked.
Well, again, So the way the French elections worked, the people didn't vote for the far left. In order to prevent the nationalists from winning the election, because when the EU had elections, Le Pen's Nationalist Party took it in a landslide. So there's, as far as the as far as the voters are concerned, there's a plurality of support for Le Pen and the nationalists. So the left basically cut a deal and supported the far left and dropped out so that the far left could win in order to prevent the nationalists from getting to power. And yes, a lot of this was driven by because Le Pen was a Zionist. Both parties are Zionists. If you're like, oh, but you're a nationalist, oh, yeah, they're. And here's the thing: if you look at the way Israel governs, they're extremely right wing. So it makes sense ideologically why nationalists would support Israel, because they basically want that Israeli model for themselves. Like, Israel has closed borders. They're super racist to a genocidal degree. They believe in there's nothing. If you look at like the nationalist right, they should support Israel. Now, they shouldn't be subservient to Israel, like sucking their dicks and doing whatever they want, but they should respect Israel's system because that's what they want in their own countries. I understand that. So that's why the far left got all the anti-Israel votes. It was actually up to the centrist left, like the Macron party. They're the ones who basically gave the far left power in order to keep Le Pen from taking power. That's what happened. It wasn't like, oh, the Jews and immigration. Look, even if you took the Jews out of it, here's the problem. You look at all these countries that have welfare states. They can't afford them. They don't have any workers. They have two choices. We can cut welfare, or we could open up our borders to immigration. Now, let's look at a country like Japan. Super xenophobic, super racist, literal allies of the Nazis during World War II who never paid for their crimes. If anyone would say, fuck immigration, we ride, and cut their welfare state, it would be Japan. With all their xenophobia, nationalism, they would definitely not open up their borders to immigrants. And yet, that's exactly what they did. Because God fucking forbid they cut their precious welfare. And it shall always be thus. So it's not the Jews. Like, you can take the Jews completely out of the equation. There is no white country with an excess population to draw immigrants from. Your only countries that are basically chomping at the bit to immigrate into your shitty country to pay taxes to your welfare state are going to be brown people. Period. And you would let them in even if Jews didn't exist. Because of your fucking welfare. Oh, we can't cut the welfare. I need the welfare. Oh, I don't want to get a job. Jobs are hard. Free money, please. And so you will sell out your own country. And look, and the Japanese are like the gold standard when it comes to national pride. And they sold out their country to protect their welfare state. So that is just how it is. That is what people will always do. And unfortunately, it's not... I don't see a way out of this other than the welfare state has to collapse utterly on its own. And all the people are like, oh, I need the welfare. Well, the welfare is gone. It's bankrupt. It's gone. Now, what do? What are you going to do without the welfare? And they're going to have to figure something out. And they're probably going to die. And then once they're dead, their votes won't matter. And then maybe some reform can happen once all the welfare sponges can no longer vote. Because they're dead. And that's unfortunately what it's probably going to take. When all the boomers and all the, fucking welfare sponges are gone, then maybe we can have a conversation about economic, realities and cost benefits. But as long as everyone votes and you have people voting for free shit, it shall always be thus. So, anyway, fun times. All right.
Markstrong537 donated $5. While TFM is correct that in Souls games you have to memorize through trial and error a boss's movesets. As a 3 times winning champion Elden Lord myself, yes, I have played 3 New Game Plus. I can tell you that it doesn't have to be this way. Because you can make many different builds, such as a shield heavy build where it almost eliminates the use for dodging. Or you can max strength builds and kill enemies and bosses with few hits.
Okay, so you can spec different ops. I remember there's a game called Sekiro where it required you to parry. So there were people who, because they played Dark Souls, they were trying to use like a strength build with like a great sword, but then with Sekiro it required you to parry. So it forced you to play that play style. So if you already liked, using speed parries in Dark Souls, you were fine. But if you didn't like that play style and you wanted to play a different play style, you were SOL because it forced you to learn that play style. So fine. If you get a certain build and you play with certain weapons that let you 2-shot bosses with your giant fucking Dragon Slayer sword from Berserk, then cool. But I mean, that's not really skill. The whole point of like these guys who play Dark Souls with no clothes on, with just fighting with a stick, they have to be masters of dodges and parries. That's the only way you can beat that game that way. You're not going to 2-shot bosses with your stick and no armor. And that's what people like to do. Like, it's the skill is just trial and error and memorization. If there are builds
Well,
that make
when
the game,
there's more random number generator factor, then there's more. You have to be quicker to
no.
at least you have to be quicker to react and everything. I think a game is better if it gives you more than one way to beat to beat the important part to give you more options for different strategies.
The thing is, this is why multiplayer is where it's at. Because when you're playing against a real person, there's no memorization, there's no patterns. Like the player is dynamically reacting to you. That's so you're like, I see these speedrunners who beat all these old NES games super quick because they've beaten them like 1,000 times and they know the timing and they know what's coming, and because NES games always play the same way. So their skill is really just memorization and repetition and muscle memory. Whereas when you're playing a multiplayer game, like a competitive multiplayer game, if you can do consistently well against in a multiplayer game, that is actual skill. Because there's no memorization or muscle. I mean, I guess there's muscle memory when it comes to like gameplay, but you can't just know what to do in a situation because your opponent's going to be dynamically reacting to you.
Well, the thing is, the unfortunate part with multiplayer games, a lot of them now modern days, it's getting more and more work and censored because of the people.
Well, there was multiplayer in Dark Souls where you could like summon a ghost or like fight somebody for their souls or something, or their soul fragments. And the thing is it'd be interesting to see these champion Dark Soul players who can beat these games without getting hit, how they would do against multiplayer, where they have to play against other players who are within similar skill levels, but who don't have patterns. It's just 2-man enter, 1-man leave. I find that much more interesting than playing a boss 100 times until you've memorized their patterns and then pretending like, oh, look how good I am. Yeah, you just played a game a bunch until you memorized everything. It's like trial and error. Anyway, but look, if you like those sorts of games, I mean, there's obviously a lot of popularity for those types of games. It's up to you. I just find those games frustrating and boring because it's not a test of skill, it's a test of memorization and, like, just trial and error. I find that incredibly frustrating personally, but if you enjoy it, then more power to you. All right.
Jackson Dorn donated $5. Don't eat too much liver, the rest fine. Grass-fed beef best. does have a lot of things in common with paleo. The whole point of carnivore-adjacent diets is that plants have a lot of toxins from their chemical defenses, fruit excluded because it evolved to make animals eat that to spread. White rice is a compromise for cheap carbs because it's a seed but the skin's removed, where the toxins are. Generally seeds are full of toxins and anti-nutrients. I suggest you check out Paul Saladino YouTube.
All right.
Grass-fed beef is freaking expensive
Yeah,
for most people.
Yeah, so. Yeah, like in rice. I mean, rice is affordable, and obviously you can take bones and make bone broth. So there's merit to that. But yeah, like organ meat. First of all, organ meat's really hard to find unless you know a butcher, or unless you're like a farmer or something. Like you can't really buy organ meat in the store unless you go to like a specialty store, and then it's expensive. Like you're better off. It used to be I would buy chicken. Chicken was cheap compared to like, to like beef, and then I switched from beef to chicken and chicken to pork. And fucking everything's so expensive. The quickest, actually, my one life hack is the only thing I found that's like reasonably priced and is good in meat is Costco all beef hot dogs. And I did a taste test. I tried different hot dog brands. I tried the Sam's Club ones, and the Costco ones are the best as far as taste goes. But yeah, they're full of, it's processed, it's got salt and all kinds of phosphates because it's a fucking hot dog. But hey, it's made out of, it's 100% beef. It's probably not the choicest cuts. It's probably got some organ meat, some, fucking cow tongues and vaginas in it or something. But it's good, it's beef, it's meat. It's basically cheaper than bacon because everything's so fucking expensive. And, now they're doing this whole bird flu shit, and now they're slaughtering fucking chickens to fight the bird flu pandemic. So now they're making fucking chicken even more expensive. It's like, you fucking fuckers, stop with the fucking cow farts and the bird flu and making meat so goddamn expensive. I'm not gonna eat the fucking bugs. It's not gonna fucking happen. If that day ever comes, I'm gonna gouge out your fucking eyes and eat them instead. Fucking these people with their bug shit. And the thing about bugs, there's a YouTuber called Leather Apron Club who did a video debunking the whole eating bugs thing. The thing about cows is they eat grass that's free. The grass is free. They fart a lot because grass has a lot of fiber, and so it makes you fart. Like how you eat beans, you fart. That's why cow farts happen. If you want to eat bugs, you have to actually grow the basically chicken feed for the bugs to eat. Bugs don't eat grass. You have to feed them food. If you can't just get the bugs off the ground, because in order to be food grade, they have to be fed a certain diet to be food grade. And so all that food you're growing to feed the bugs is actually using energy and petrochemicals because it's not free, it's not grass. So it turns out that eating bugs does not save any greenhouse gases compared to eating chickens. And chickens eat bugs. You could just have the chickens eat the bugs off the ground that you aren't feeding chicken feed and then just eat the chickens. Chickens are this machine that turns bug protein into eggs and delicious chicken meat. But like cows are fine because they're eating grass, which you don't have to grow. It grows naturally. And grass-fed cows are even more expensive than ones that are fed stuff because it's healthier. Like it's actually healthier to just let the cows eat the free food. But you have to have the land to graze, and that's why the grass-fed cows are expensive. But the point is like animals are this isn't a problem that we ever had. Like we just have to eat the animals. But like, oh no, but the animals, they fart, and that's bad. That's bad. The methane. So let's just grow a bunch of food and then have the bugs eat it and then eat the bugs. Like, but that costs gasoline and energy. It's like I saw this meme where it shows like this sea of solar panels. It's just solar panels as far as the eye can see. And then it says environmentalism. And then it shows like a farm with some cows. And it's like ruining the planet. So like a guy just, raising cows and, that's ruining the planet. But bulldozing an entire just area and filling it with solar panels, that's fine. It's so stupid. Look, I'm not anti the planet. I'm very pro the planet. I'm very pro nature. But I
But
just
the
think,
solutions they're offering does not work, and
yeah,
right now, in the long term, doesn't even save or conserve more energy or resources.
yeah. So I'm not against cutting out processed food. I'm not against eating rice or grass-fed beef or anything. It's just it's so fucking expensive. So I'm basically eating hot dogs, and I get keto buns, so that because they're keto, they make keto-friendly hot dog buns now. But you know, be like, oh, that's not good. You got to eat this. Like, okay, you need to fucking work your magic to make beef not $6 a pound, and chicken not $4 a pound, and pork. Not, I mean, pork. So even pork was supposed to be the cheap meat, and now it's too fucking expensive. And it's like, you know, eat organs, just don't eat liver, and eat bone broth with rice. It's like, okay. You know, I'm not going to do that, but thank you for your input. It's just like we're getting at this point where we're eating trash. It's like eat these organs that are just basically trash that no one wants to eat. Just eat them. Just good stuff. Yum yum yum. These disgusting organs that nobody wants, and then make broth with bones and I don't want to do that. I want normal food at a reasonable price that isn't full of chemicals and bullshit. Apparently that's too much to ask. I don't know why this makes that noise. Sometimes it doesn't do it all the time. It just does it sometimes.
What softwares keep making this noise?
It's
again?
my Android emulator. It just makes these chimes every once in a while for no reason at all. And you just got to deal with it, I suppose.
It's not your waifu in the game pinning you,
No,
or ringing you or anything.
if only, right? If only.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Have you ever read a bio of women who say, "Oh, I'm just a pansexual sapiosexual"? Sapiosexuality means she is attracted to anybody with high intellect. This word was made up literally a few years ago. So I think it's just a way of women saying, they want a high value man. Like women just hate being upfront. They just can't be upfront, always finding ways to go around the straightforward answer.
Yeah, well, yes. So women, what they want to do is what they really mean to say is you have to have money, and you have to be attractive, and you have to be 6 foot tall, and you have to have a giant cock and all that stuff. But they don't want to say that because that sounds bad.
Sounds shallow.
It sounds shallow. Now they are shallow, but they don't want to sound shallow. So what they do is they say stuff like, "I want a guy who makes me laugh, and I want a guy who has a high intelligence," because that sounds like not like she just wants a high status, attractive guy. But you know, the problem is, you know, if you might be really funny, but if you're ugly and you're not rich, she's not attracted to you. Like, oh, but I thought you were attracted to guys who make you laugh. Wasn't that making you laugh? Like, yeah, but and then she'll come up with something like, oh, but I think of you like a brother or whatever bullshit. And it's because what women really mean is, I want a guy who's attractive and has money and whatever, but I don't want to admit that because I'm trying to not appear shallow, even though I am shallow. Now, men will say, hey, what do you look for a woman? She's got to be cute. She's got to be hot. And she can't be fat. Like, oh, you're so shallow. Yeah, well, go fuck yourself. This is, don't be fat. It's not hard. Just put the fucking cake down. But women are like, they can't admit that they're shallow too. Because then it basically justifies men being shallow. Men saying they only want attractive women is justified if women only want attractive men, so they have to pretend like men are the shallow ones, and the women, they have this like laundry list of things, but no, they really don't. They pretend they do, but they don't. It's all bullshit. Women want the same things men want. They want attractive guys but they also need guys who like are going to take care of them and give them money. So, but at the end, push comes to shove, they'll fuck a guy for a while in order to get his money in a divorce, and then go back to fucking the good-looking guys. They're no different. They're not different at all. They're just morally retarded children. But you were a child once. Just think about back when you were a child, and that's the way a woman thinks. They're not deep. They're just retarded children. Anyway, moving on.
Sebastian De La O donated $5. Whoa everybody. Today has been a busy 24 hours. Did you notice Israel launched an airstrike in a humanitarian area and killed 71 people on the same day Trump was damn near killed? Coincidence? I think not. Also boycott Mexican beer.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. So first of all, Hamas is not in these humanitarian areas. Hamas is in the tunnels where they're completely safe from Israeli airstrikes. Israel's just killing civilians. They're telling the Palestinians, "Oh, you don't want to die? Go here. Go here where you'll be safe." And they go there and they bomb them. And this is kind of, so what this is creating is almost like you're basically creating like when you kill an invasive species, but you just end up killing the weak ones. And then the species gets more and more vicious because you're killing all the weak ones. That's basically what they're... Like, the reason why Palestinians hate the Jews is because you've killed their families. Like, I can't remember what the statistic was. It's like the vast majority of the Palestinians are orphans because the Jews have killed their parents. Like, that's just the majority of the Palestinians. They're all orphans because their fucking parents are dead. Over all these years, the Jews just fucking killed. And then they're like, "Oh, you don't want to die in a war, go here." And then they bomb you. And the ones who didn't listen to the Jews and fought again, they're fine. It's the ones who listened to the Jews that got killed. So it's like, eventually, you're going to run out of trusting Palestinians, and you're only going to be left with the ones who want to fucking kill you. And then when, I don't know, someone whose name starts with Russia gives them missiles because your ally is arming their enemy, they're going to fuck your shit up. And you deserve everything that happens to you. Like, I have zero pity for you. You brought this upon yourself. So, yeah, fuck Israel. All right.
Humanst11 donated $5. Got myself from PC Super Nintendo controllers for my SNES emulator, and I've been binging on the old Donkey Kong Country series. I've forgotten how much fun they are. I'm going to have to bust out my old Wii and gather up all the Donkey Kong games I've missed. I hope they make a new CGI movie about DK, as I found the Mario movie to be better than I expected it to be. Also, Dixie Kong is awesome. Monkeys rule.
Yep.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I played the original Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 on stream before on SNES emulator, but I haven't gotten to 3 yet. Maybe sometime down the line.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country is great. And you know what? The soundtrack is great. And there's this guy on YouTube called Richard EB, and he does metal covers of video game music. And he did a great rendition of it's the Underwater. You know what? Let me just fucking play it. Like, so he has a really also.
I know the underwater ambience.
Yeah. He also does the boss theme from Diddy Kong Racing. It's so good. Let me just look it up. And is it gonna do it? We doing it? Aquatic ambience. That it's like, you know. Let me play it real quick. Let me play the Super Nintendo. So hold on. Aquatic ambience, Donkey Kong Country. All right. So let me play the actual song from the Super NES game.
Excuse me. Can I get this?
Ad.
ไม่ได้เนี่ยเขากินกัน
Fucking ads. I'm not paying for YouTube Red. Okay, so you remember this level? This is from the Super NES. It's relaxing.
Of course. Yeah, that was loud. But yeah, of course, a lot of people didn't like the water level because your health was against all the fish.
Yeah, you were stuck with the little swordfish. Now check out. That's probably gonna play an ad again. So fucking sorry, but here we go. Nope, it didn't play an ad. So this is like a metal cover. I'm just gonna play a little bit of it, but it's so good. Like it's like relaxing too. So you check out. The name of the YouTuber is Richard E. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. RICH, 2 A's, D, and then capital EB. Richard EB. I just thought it was Richard, but I guess it was a Mandela effect. So good. The Diddy Kong Racing one is fucking amazing. If you remember Diddy Kong Racing, the boss theme, he turned that into like this metal cover. It's just so good. Also, he did the Pizza Tower soundtrack. I actually bought I bought his Pizza Tower soundtrack on on Amazon Music. It was that good. So you should definitely subscribe to Richard EB and check out his video game metal covers because they're really good.
Really? So you just bought the soundtrack, but you didn't get the game?
No. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen people beat it. It looks like a fun game, but I don't have time to play games like that. I play like mobile games that are basically casual, but like a game like that requires me to actually give it my full attention. I don't have time for that. I can play casual games. There's like a certain amount of gameplay I can give while I'm also doing other things, but there's certain games they require too much attention. But maybe someday, if there's like a really good sale, maybe I'll scoop it up. I don't know. Anyway, but I got the soundtrack but specifically it's the Richard EB metal covers, not the actual music from the game. Now I want to play that. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. So now I'm gonna. What's a good one? What's a good one to kind of showcase? Oh, you know what? The Pepperman one. So we'll do the Pepperman song, just to show you the two. Let me find. Okay, so here's Pepperman's. Well, I don't know. This is probably gonna play a. Well, you know, I'll just play the metal cover. I won't even play the actual song from the game. But here's the metal cover, unless it plays an ad.
As Floridians, we know that storms are a part of life, and hurricane season.
Fucking ads. Anyway, so so check out his YouTube channel. He makes good shit. That's all I have to say.
You know, funny thing, a lot of streamers on YouTube will be terrified to play any song that potentially has any could risk them copyright strike or claim. But then you don't have to care the least because you don't archive on YouTube.
I don't make any money. Yeah, the reason why people are terrified of copyright strikes is because they get income from the
whole
ads.
thing.
Yeah, but if you've been demonetized to shit, it doesn't really matter. Like I could play movie clips.
And you don't have to worry about copyright strikes that will endanger your channel.
Yeah, if
you don't archive it, you don't archive on it anyway.
If I upload like a movie and get like, commit, some kind of thing, but playing a few clips, they don't like take down your video if you play a clip or a song. What they do is they claim the ad revenue from the video. So you make a video, you include 15 seconds of music, and then the music label claims all the ad revenue of your video. So now your video doesn't make you a single penny. All the revenue goes to the record label. So people avoid copyright strikes or copyright claims because they don't want to lose money. But if you've been demonetized, it literally doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? So you go ahead and claim my video that isn't monetized anyway. And the irony is, let's say they claim my video and they put ads on it. to pay the record label. But I'm not advertiser friendly. So my content isn't advertiser friendly unless it has music in it. Then you put an ad in it to appease the record label. So it's okay to put ads on basically bad content, but not for the creator. So fuck the creators, but we got to pay the record label. We got to give them their money. But the creators can go fuck themselves. No ads for you. Anyway. Okay, let's move on. Oh, it's an HD question.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Hey HD. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Been busy. But also hanging around with friends. Trying to enjoy every day like it's my last, we both know what it's like living in communism China. Actually, something personal I want to bring up. So my mother has been lately showing me pictures of women from my country back home trying to set me up for marriage, and a lot of the girls I see I just dismiss as ugly and they keep on looking.
Oh, right. I have plenty of that experience, which I recently shared, just like last stream or so. That when you get to a certain age, parents, family, friends, especially more traditional ones, just keep trying to set you up with the daughters of their friends or family.
Yeah.
Especially, if you're doing decently well and you're a upright guy without really any big degeneracy or vice, or that parents or older generation dislike.
The problem is like as you get older, the girls they try to set you up with are like around your age. And the thing is like, now if people were trying to set me up with their like 20-year-old daughter, I'd be like, okay, I'll take her out, see.
Very unlikely. Besides very traditional societies, most of the time when the daughters need to get for their family to help them set up with someone, they already past their prime.
Yeah, that's the point. But
and attractiveness and fertility.
But back in actual traditional times, older men would marry younger women all the time. You'd have girls who were like in their early 20s or late teens marrying guys in their 40s. Because they had money and they had the means to provide for their family, whereas the guys their own age didn't. But yeah, it wasn't uncommon. But nowadays they're like, "Oh, you're single? Well, I know somebody. Like, is she a single mom? Like, oh yeah, she's got like 3 kids from her marriages, and she's looking for a man. Like, yeah, well, she ain't gonna find one. And even if she's got a good body, it's like, yeah, guys will fuck you, but they're not gonna marry you and adopt your bastard kids." They'll just use you for sex and then dump you as soon as they're done, fucking you. But yeah, they're like trying to set me up with older women, and it's like, no, get the fuck out of here. And they're like, yeah, technically they're like 10 years younger than you. You're robbing the cradle. Like, no. They're in their 30s. They can fuck off. And the worst part is like I look younger than them, because I take care of myself, and so they're hitting the wall. They're like in their mid-30s, hitting the wall like a fucking Wile E. Coyote cartoon, and I'm
even though you're already having some gray hair.
Yeah, but I got that Nick Fury sideburn gray. I don't look like when women hit the wall, they hit the wall fucking hard. Guys,
right? And you can imagine for me, my situation. You and Voodoo and Horstrong, once you all share, you already have some gray hair here or there. Well, I still look like a teenager in school.
Well, it's like,
and they try to set me up with some girl around my age. When we stand together, she looks. They always look without a doubt older than me by a notable margin.
Well, it's like how George Clooney or Leonardo DiCaprio, they're like in their 50s, and they're dating young women. And they don't look bad. I mean, yeah, they're older, but they don't look bad. That's the thing, guys. The reason why is it's very simple. It's not because of sexism or anything, or societal whatever. It's because of fertility. Humanity evolved as attractiveness is a signal for fertility. Men can produce sperm well into old age. So because men are still fertile in their 50s and 60s, they still can maintain their attractiveness. But women, they become less fertile in their mid 30s. That's why they hit the wall. Their body is basically signaling to the world that the egg factory's shutting down, and that's why they age so quickly. Because once you're not fertile anymore, nature's kind of done with you. So, I mean, it's not about a number. Like, if I'm in my 40s and I look good, and you're in your mid 30s or early 30s and you look like shit because you've been drinking and partying and hitting the wall at full speed, and you look like I've seen women who are like 10, 15 years old, younger than me, and they look like my mom in terms of like how old they look. It's like, what the fuck? And it's because they fucking do all these drugs and they drink and they do this other shit. It's like, well, you fucked up, bitch. Now you get to enjoy the rest of your life looking like an old lady.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, there's a lot of compilation videos on TikTok especially, and some on YouTube about how a lot of Gen Z young people are looking way older than they are. And a lot of it's a Gen Z woman, of course.
You know it is? Dicks and meth. It's always dicks and meth. Every time.
What a surprise.
It's mostly the meth. It's not so much the dicks, it's mostly the meth. But I'm not saying that the dicks don't have an effect too. But it's usually it's dicks and meth. That's why they look like old ladies. Because meth is like the opposite of the Fountain of Youth. Meth is like the Ark of the Covenant from Raiders of the Lost Ark that turns you into a skeleton. Like, meth will turn you into an old lady. That shit, I don't care how high it gets you. Like, that shit will fuck you up and make you look like you're an 80-year-old woman. All right.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Also, I just recently canceled my gym membership. I had that membership since 2014. I've been paying $80 a month, and back in my athletic days I would go 5 times a week. Now, maybe once a week if I feel like it. So I finally canceled it. Bought a bunch of gym equipments, almost costing me $8K. So I just gym at home with my new setup. Pretty fucking great. Wake up early, meditate, then do a 45 minutes workout in my home gym.
Yeah, I mean, 45 minutes is pretty good. I mean, well, it depends if you're doing cardio. So, you could do weights in like 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. And then you could do cardio, but you really don't need cardio. I mean, you're gonna be like huffing and puffing from lifting weights. But I don't know. You do whatever works for you. Honestly, whatever works for you.
Well, he made quite a bit of investment, $8,000, and if a quick check on the math, $80 a month and 12 months a year, that's $960 a year, and for 10 years that would be $9,600. So if he can get a decent workout maintaining his home gym for at least 10 years, then he's made his worth. But also, of course, it saves travel time and gas money and all that, and of course the risk of running into a weird woman in the gym.
Yeah, that's always a risk. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, I have what's called, it's not a total gym. It's called a Bodyworks, but it's basically a total gym. So it's like a little thing that it slides up and down, and you have like these cords. And what's cool is it has these bungee cords you could attach down to it for additional resistance if you get too high, or if you want to do it lower but still have good resistance. It just takes up a lot of room. And then I have dumbbells and stuff like that. But you can honestly do a pretty good workout just with dumbbells, in like 10-15 minutes. But 45-minute workout is pretty good. That you're either doing a lot or you're doing a lot of cardio. 45 minutes of weights is a lot. But, that's cool. As long as you're enjoying yourself and it works for you, that's what matters. All right.
Red 51 donated $5. They overturned Chevron doctrine reducing alphabet agency/executive branch overreach. What does that mean for gun owners and freedom-loving peoples going forward now that the act isn't allowed to legislate flippantly and arrest citizens willy-nilly? And why is everyone freaking out about judges doing a power grab when that was never the point of the case? I've been waiting for you to talk about this, but I'll gladly donate to the cause to have this addressed.
Oh, so all the Chevron docs. So here's what happens. Politicians don't like, because they're accountable to the voters, they don't like getting their hands dirty. So what they do, it's basically cowardice on the part of politicians. They pass laws that are very vague, and they let the non-accountable bureaucrats figure out the details. Because if they put it in the law itself, then they would be accountable to their voters for what they voted for. So what they want to do is they want the voters to be mad at the bureaucrats, and the politicians are like, oh, I didn't know they would do that. I didn't vote for this. Oh, and it's just cowardice. Basically, this is why you want the government to be as close to the people and as accountable to the people as possible, because then the politicians are afraid to do shit. But they found a way around that by just empowering the bureaucrats in charge of the agencies to basically figure out what the law actually does. So you pass a law like, we want to ensure happiness, and that's the law. We want to ensure happiness. And then you give it to, the departments, and then they figure out, okay, in order to ensure happiness, we're going to do this, 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 and this. And that's the purpose of it. So the Supreme Court said you can't do that. These agencies are not there to write the law. They're there to enforce the law. And if there is a nebulous, vague thing in the law and they can't figure out what it means, well, then you send it back to Congress and you make them pass another law to actually define what the law does. And the reason why everyone's freaking out is because congressmen don't want to be accountable to their voters. They like it nice and vague so they can wash their hands of it without their fingerprints all over it. Now that the Congress actually has to define things, what's going to happen is they're going to put something in the law, which is what the law was supposed to do. Let's say they want to pass a law called the Sunshine and Rainbows Law, and the law just gives a bunch of money to Israel. Now, it was always going to give a bunch of money to Israel, but they were going to couch it as, oh, we're going to promote democracy, and we're going to promote, security. And actually, it was just a big money grab for Israel. So now they got to put, this is a big money grab for Israel. And if they do that, if they're honest, people might call their congressman and say, you better not vote for that, or I'm going to fucking eat your shit. Not literally. You know what I mean? Not they're actually going to put a spoon in their butthole and eat their poop.
Well, they'll still do a whole lot of bundling different laws and policies.
Right, but if they
bundle horrible policies with policies that you can really reject.
Right, but right now they had a really good scam going where they would pass vague laws. The bureaucrats would define the laws, effectively writing the details into the laws. And then the politicians would just feign shock and outrage and then let it happen and not do anything. And now all those laws are going to have to go back to the government to actually pass legitimately. And they're mad about it because some of these laws wouldn't be able to be passed if they were honest. They were only passed because they were nebulous and vague, and the politicians had plausible deniability. So yeah, it's a blow to the government for circumventing the people. These people who are defending our democracy, who just want to circumvent the people in every way possible so they're not accountable to the people, those champions of democracy, those are the people who are pissed. The people anyone who actually believes in democracy and accountability to the people, this is a good thing. And the people who are against it, because maybe some law that wouldn't be passed if it was passed legitimately is about to be overturned, and they don't like it, they can go fuck themselves. That's not how any of this works. Like, think
I mean,
about.
seriously, if a law policy had to be tricked to have voter trick to be able to pass, well, how could it be a good law to everyone?
Yeah, if it was so good, people would vote for it. If you had to use cagey language to get it passed, and then have unaccountable bureaucrats who can't answer to the people, like you as a voter can't vote out the head of the ATF or the head of HUD or something like they don't work for you. They're just government employees, and so they should not be writing laws because they're not accountable to the people. But the whole purpose of the system is in order to, you want the people who aren't accountable to the people to make the rules. You want the people who are accountable to the people to just play dumb and just hand things off to the bureaucrats to actually write the law. And it's fucked up, but again, the system is not made to be. The system is working exactly as intended. The fact that it's corrupt and shitty is a feature. It's not a bug. So that's the Chevron doctrine and why it's a good thing it got reversed.
The Best Girlies 02 donated $5. I own all the Legacy of Kain games, since you brought them up. Haven't come around to beating them all yet, but they're fun and very good. Did you ever play the Fatal series? My backlog is in the hundreds but help to offset and cope with how shitty modern games are. A couple other mentions, have you the Land of the Dead Road to Fiddler's Green game? It was a zombie game on Xbox, based on the movie Land of the Dead.
I think I played it once, but I wasn't very impressed. It was basically like you were in like a parking garage, and it was just a basic zombie shooter. It didn't really impress me. When you finish Legacy of Kain, you need to understand, like, there's no final resolution with the Elder God. Essentially, it seems like the game ends on a cliffhanger, but it actually doesn't, because you need to remember time travel's a thing. So you have Legacy of Kain Defiance, which is the last game in the series. It kind of ends on a cliffhanger with the Hilden possessing Janos Uldren. But you need to remember that leads directly into Blood Omen 2, which happened back on the PS2. So Blood Omen 2 is actually kind of the final game in the series from a resolution standpoint. So what happens is, Kain damages the Elder God, gets rid of Mobius, but then Janos Uldren is possessed by the Hilden, who flies away, which triggers the events of Blood Omen 2, which means the younger Kain already killed this guy. Because that's the whole plot of Blood Omen 2. Like, Legacy of Kain Defiance basically sets up Blood Omen 2. And if the Hilden, which they are, the Hilden are basically the big bad evil guy of the Legacy of Kain series, other than the Elder God himself, they're dealt with in Blood Omen 2. So that's the end of them. So that already happened in not necessarily a parallel timeline, but more of a kind of an interwoven timeline. The only one who isn't dealt with, is the Elder God. He was damaged by Kain, but he wasn't killed. So if I were to make I talked about this like kind of headcanon sequel I'd make where Kain has to go back in time to the Hilden Vampire War in order to destroy the Elder God. Because the thing about the Elder God is he's invisible, so they see the Elder God as a disembodied voice, so they think he's God. But he's actually like this octopus thing that eats souls, but they can't see it because it's invisible unless you're in the spectral realm. But then I would also use it to tie up a lot of loose ends from the Legacy of Kain series. Like in Soul Reaver, Rahab, who's the vampire lieutenant who can swim, when he's talking to Raziel before their fight, he asks him if he's seen Kain, and Rahab says yes, and he's like, what did he say to you? And he said you would destroy me. So in my little pretend Legacy of Kain finale, you would have, so the mechanic is, the way the narrative works is Kain is trying to go back in time to the Hilden Vampire War, but he can't go back in time that far because Mobius's time streaming devices only go back as far as he built them. So you can't go back in time further than when the time streaming device existed. So Mobius and the Necromancer, what was his name? I want to say Mortarion, but that's the Primarch of the Death Guard. Whatever the Necromancer Guardian was called. They rebelled against... So originally the Pillar Guardians were all vampires, but then they took humans to be the Pillar Guardians. And Mobius and the Necromancer were the first ones, and they rebelled against the vampires, killed them, and then human Guardians were appointed to be the new Pillar Guardians. So when Mobius took over as the new Guardian of the Time, the Time Pillar, he created a new time streaming, thing as the new Guardian of the Pillar of Time. But the old Vampire Guardian had a different time streaming machine, which goes all the way back to the Vampire Hilden War. So what you got to do is you got to go back in time to before Vorador killed the Circle, and you have to basically go back to you have to find Mobius when he's young, and you have to make friends with the Circle, so you can go back in time to when the Vampire Human War happened, so that you can find the Vampire Guardian of Time to figure out where the vampire streaming device is. So you do that. You go back in time to the Vampire Human War, find the former Guardian of Time, and he directs you to where the streaming chamber is for the Vampire Guardians, except it's where currently the Abyss is. So the Abyss is like this waterfall, and obviously that's deadly to vampires. So Kane can't access the time streaming device because it's at the bottom of this water, and it's too big for humans to lift. So he needs like a really strong, So then, the long story short, he goes and collects Rahab from the future where Kane's empire is, and that's why Rahab talked to Kane. So he brings Rahab back. Rahab brings up the time streaming device to the surface so Kane can use it, and then Kane sends him back. And he asks him, what's going to happen to him. And he's like, Raziel's going to kill you. And then that's the last you hear of Rahab. And that's why in Soul Reaver 1, he tells Raziel that he saw Kane, and Kane said he would destroy him. So that ties up that nice little loose end. That, it's like how they brought in Terrell, who's like, he was the missing vampire lieutenant from Soul Reaver. You never fought him because he was cut content. They actually brought him into Soul Reaver Defiance, or Legacy of Kain Defiance, as a boss. And they actually explained narratively why he wasn't in Soul Reaver, because he was summoned into the future to be the host of like the Hilden, essentially. So anyway, you end up going back to the Hilden Vampire War at like the ancient days, in order to use your purified Soul Reaver to basically reveal the Elder God to because the vampires think that the Elder God is God, and he's commanding them to start this war, and so they're fighting for him. It's like a religious war, but they don't realize that they're basically fighting on behalf of this eldritch god that's just invisible, and they think they're hearing the voice of God. So you use the Soul Reaver to reveal the Elder God, and because it's relatively early in the timeline, he's not this huge monster. He's actually small, so he's vulnerable, and so you have a big boss fight with the Elder God and his like more kind of infant form, where he's like small and defeatable, as opposed to this giant monster that takes up an entire room like in the future. And so at the end, the whole narrative gets wrapped up with that if you kill the Elder God, it's that you basically destroy the timeline entirely and destroy everything, and nothing will exist. It's because the Elder God must live, and Kane doesn't give a shit and kills him. And then basically, because if the Elder God doesn't exist, the Pillars don't exist. The Pillars don't exist, and the vampires don't exist, Kane doesn't exist. So he's basically undoing his own existence by defeating the Elder God, but he does it anyway. And then the screen goes white as he's basically wiped from existence. But then the epilogue is he's a human again at the beginning of Blood Omen 1, where he's like a human noble, and he's at the tavern drinking, and the tavern is owned by you've got like Ariel and Nopraptor running the tavern. They're alive because the pillars don't exist, so all the former guardians are just normal people now. And he doesn't even remember anything. Like, he has no memory of what he did. He's just a guy now, just living his life. And everything's been undone, essentially. And what I thought would be really cool as a mechanic is you can summon Raziel from your sword to fight alongside you. Because Raziel's soul is in the Soul Reaver. So just to bring him back, you can basically, like, will him into existence with the Soul Reaver. And you share a life pool. So if you're damaged and you need to use the Soul Reaver to heal yourself, then Raziel is damaged too. So it's kind of like a Sonic and Tails thing. Like, you could summon Raziel to fight alongside you, but then if he dies, it just comes out of your health pool. And you could have it like where you can have like someone else, a player 2 controlling Raziel, even, to like do combos and stuff. And that would be like the big mechanic is like two-player co-op where you play as Kain and Raziel at the same time. But Raziel would just be like a projection from the sword itself. But it would also give it where Kain could talk to someone instead of just talking to himself, because that would be boring. Anyway, that's my made-up Legacy of Kain sequel, which will never happen. But it would be cool if it did, because cool things are cool. All right.
I'm Mickey503 donated $5. TFM. Why not drive to Mexico to go shopping? Stock up and drive home.
Yeah, well, they ask you, if you can do that for some stuff, but like, I don't think you can get fruits and vegetables and food in Mexico. And then also, like, if I found cheap meat in Mexico, I wouldn't trust it. Now, there are like ethnic grocery stores where like the Mexicans buy, import goods from Mexico, and they're fine. Like, honestly, they make really cheap shit. Like, there was a time like when Walmart was out of stock of everything because of the pandemic and the supply chain disruptions. So they started importing like Mexican stuff that's normally only at like the ethnic places. So they were selling like this stuff in like the pharmacy that was all like these Mexican brands, and they were like $1. They were so cheap, and they worked fine. They worked just like anything else. But like, yeah, these Mexican brands are cheap as shit. But I don't know, man. I wouldn't trust Mexican meat. I don't know. Just maybe I should. Maybe I'm just being racist. That I wouldn't trust Mexican meat. But I don't trust Mexican meat. Especially cheap. If someone's like selling me cheap Mexican meat, I'd be like, is this like a human flesh from the cartels or something? Like, I don't know. I don't trust cheap Mexican meat. Is it dog? Is it human? I don't know. You say it's chicken, but I don't trust you. This meat's too affordable to be chicken. Because here's the $1 million question. If chicken is worth this amount of money, and you're a chicken farmer, why would you sell your chicken in country A, where you only made, a quarter of what it was worth, if you could sell it to country B, and you're right next to country B? Wouldn't it make sense for you to sell your chickens in America and make a lot more money than to sell them in Mexico? And the answer is yes. That's kind of the point. So, like, if I just cross the border, it's, now, California taxes being what they are, crossing the border to save a little bit of money is a thing, but not because of the actual inflation of the product itself, but because of the government jacking the price up with regulations and taxes. But yeah, I don't know. I got some thinking to do. I'm not against the carnivore diet. It's just I'm not into eating organ meat, and I'm not into eating a lot of rice. That seems as boring as eating salad. Eating salad and bacon and eggs all day, that got so fucking boring, and I like having variety and being able to eat things, and I like the fact that they make keto-friendly bread now. Like, there's really no reason to even have a cheat day anymore because you can have keto-friendly stuff. And I'm maintaining my weight. I'm not gaining weight. And it's like, oh, but the arthritis. It's like, but I don't know. I'll do some research, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the distilled water will work, and I don't need to eat organs. All right.
Mig Tao Brony donated $5. Distilled waters do run deep. Thanks for another good show. Here are a few more bits to keep it flowing. Smile, smile, smile.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Isn't there one below you haven't played yet?
Oh, okay. I guess I skipped one. You're right.
Jake Pointer donated $7. Got here late TFM, what's your awesome rant on the attempted Trump assassination? Did they just give him the presidency on a silver platter? Sorry again for being late if you already answered.
Okay, so I don't understand this. Why would an assassination attempt against Trump win him the election? That's the part I don't understand. Yes, the assassination attempt was real. It was not a false flag. He was grazed across his head, which means it was an attempted headshot. If it was a false flag, they would have shot him in the leg or something. But I'm curious, who's going to vote for Trump who wasn't going to vote for Trump before because of the assassination attempt? The people who are anti-Trump are still going to be anti-Trump. The people who are for Trump are going to be for Trump. Who's going to change the vote?
Some people leaning on left might just not vote at all. They may finally come to realize they're disgusted with the left after this little incident.
I doubt it. Again, all I've heard are people who are praising the shooter and wishing they didn't miss.
There's plenty of that, of course.
I haven't seen any.
Somewhat leaning on the fence.
If anybody knows anybody, just one example of an undecided voter who's decided to vote for Trump because of an assassination attempt, let me know. It doesn't make sense to me why this would change people's voting. It might galvanize Trump supporters, but I don't see it changing the vote. So why would it cause, if these people are already going to vote for Trump, why would the assassination attempt hand him the presidency? That doesn't make any that part doesn't make any sense to me. But we'll see I don't know what Trump's going to do, or if he's going to. I mean, now that he knows they're trying to kill him, and was his Secret Service in on it? The fact that it was reported that people were talking about somebody on the roof and nobody did anything about it. Yeah, I mean, I would not trust my Secret Service. I would fire them or get my own private security. But whatever. That's better luck next time, I suppose. All right.
Death Culture donated $5. Puniti. Also, have you read Robert Kiyosaki's books, author of Rich Dad Poor Dad? What's your take on Kiyosaki if you have one?
Kiyosaki is a fraud. All right. His business, he sold like surf t-shirts, and he wasn't even very successful. Rich Dad was made up. So he basically made up. He's kind of like that guy that someone was mentioning. He borrowed a bunch of money and took steroids, and then kind of sold himself as an influencer, a lifestyle coach. It's like that kind of thing. This guy was a failed businessman who he wrote this book about Rich Dad Poor Dad, and his secret to fame is going on Oprah. He went on Oprah, and that's what made him famous. And basically the whole point. I've read Rich Dad Poor Dad. Some of the advice is good, but it's not anything you haven't heard before. So he basically repackaged good advice that's kind of well known, and then he also packaged some illegal advice that's a really bad idea, kind of like how he thinks rich people think. It's like somebody who clearly doesn't know what they're talking about, imagining this is the secret to being rich. Let me write a book about it. And some of the advice is good, basic stuff, and then some of it is illegal, and that's not how the world works, but, whatever. And so then he went from there to being like real estate flipping, and now he's legitimately rich. Like, he took the money he made from his books and being on Oprah, and he started like flipping real estate. Which was that was like before crypto, the big get rich quick scheme was flipping real estate after the housing collapse, because housing prices were going up and people were flipping the real estate and making a lot of money. So he legitimately did make something. It's kind of like Elon Musk. Elon Musk made his money working at PayPal and getting fired for incompetence, but not selling his stock. And then after eBay bought PayPal, he was rich. But then he took that money and then took over Tesla, and then now he's the richest man in the world. So sometimes people just need a lucky break, and then they can turn that success into a legitimate success. So Robert Kiyosaki basically took his success as a book author, basically just selling shit on Oprah, to a legitimate, being legitimately rich and successful as a real estate flipper. But
I mean, most people would just go to Vegas and go gambling or drinking it.
Rich Dad Poor Dad is a shitty book. The good advice that's in it is just basic shit that anyone could have told you, that you can get better advice elsewhere. And then the other part of it is just him not knowing what the fuck he's talking about, or giving illegal advice, like encouraging insider trading. So yeah, do not do that. But yeah, do not fuck that guy. Fuck Robert Kiyosaki. Anyway, moving on.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. Well, the girls they are setting me up with are 20-year-olds. Actually, the youngest one is 19 and the oldest so far was 24. My parents understand fertility, and they will very much unlikely set me with a girl above 28. In fact, my uncle recent married back home and he married a 19-year-old, while he was 38. Anyway, I just don't find these women attractive. That's the issue. I could get married to any of these girls back home anytime, honestly. I'm 30, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's arranged marriage for you, I guess. So.
Well,
yeah.
the bigger issue for him really, if he's in Canada, he wouldn't want to get married there.
Well, yeah, that's the other problem. If you marry a traditional woman, that's fine, but you better stay in your traditional country and never come back. If you leave your traditional country, it's not going to end well for you. So, yeah, don't do that. But, I understand. It seems like a good idea. But, but just don't come back to America, or don't come back to Canada. Don't come back to the West. Just stay in your little traditional country. Enjoy your little whatever, and just stay there and be happy. If you come back, it's gonna be bad news. You're not gonna like what happens. All right. It looks like this is the last one. We made it.
Prophet Glutton donated $5. I remember you saying people were trying to set you up with women. Can you elaborate on that? Is it other women trying to set you up at work or something? And ain't it a bitch that when women set well-established men up, it's usually with the most busted bitch they can find looking for help?
It's usually so I don't have parents trying to set me up with some traditional woman back in the old country or anything like that. It's usually just when they find out that, you're an older guy who's established and making good money, and you're single. People assume you're gay. That's number one. People are going to assume you're gay when you're like, well, I'm not gay. Like, oh, you seeing anyone? Like, and then they usually have someone in their life that they know. It could be a family member. It could be a friend. Like, oh, I know somebody that, you might like her. She's, she does this, and this. Because, everyone knows somebody who's looking for someone. And if you are relatively successful, and easy on the eyes, I guess, then people are like, oh, I think you might like them. And I used to entertain these sorts of things, like I'll go out with her to see if I like her. And the problem is, what generally happened was, usually she was like really into moving. She would like, we talk about what I do and that sort of thing, and she'd want to start talking about like serious relationships, because she wanted, her biological clock was ticking, and she wanted to get this show on the road. It's like, oh yeah, you're attractive and you make money. Okay, yeah, I want, like, so let's do this. Let's what do we got to do? What's the next step we got to do? And it's like, whoa, no. Like, I understand you have baby rabies, but no, we're not doing it. Or they, sometimes they're not even upfront about that. They're just trying to try to get you to impregnate them so they can try to either pressure you to marry them or just take your money in child support. And so you learn, okay, that's a bad idea. You do not want to go out with these women whose biological clock is ticking, and they're either going to try to put you in baby jail, or they're going to try to pressure you to marry them as quickly as possible because they want to have babies immediately. And then there's the single mothers who, they have their kids and they're not interested in more kids, but the problem is they have kids, and that's just bad for everyone, because their kids will always, they'll never be your kids, they'll always be her kids. So if their kids are pieces of shit, you can't discipline them because they're her kids. You're just, you're not their dad. And then the other problem is their real dad is going to be part of your life. You're going to have to deal with their biological father in your life if you get with her, because, they're her kids and she's going to want this, and it's not worth it. And the other problem is,
it's not unheard of for women to hook up with their ex-boyfriends.
Yes, and it's also, if the guy's a decent guy and she took his kids away and is now fucking you and fucking all these other people, she's giving you a little foreshadowing about what she's going to do to you someday. And she's already ruined one man's life. Now, every woman will tell you that their ex is crazy and abusive and all that shit. And that's actually very rare that that's actually true. Usually she's a bitch. Ass whoopings don't fall the fucking sky, and she basically did something to deserve it, and she's just spinning it as what a victim she is. But these women will, they already ruined a man's life. They're not going to hesitate to ruin yours. If they already took one guy's kid and is now fucking guy number 2, she'll have guy number 2's kid and go to guy number 3, because that's literally what my mom did. My mom would have kids with different guys for the express reason that she would get more child support from each father for one kid than the same father for more than one kid. I don't know. I guess you get a bundle deal when you have more than one kid with a woman. They bundle your child support. But if you have different kids with different men, you can get more child support overall by cobbling together the child support from these different kids from different men.
And that's how the fertility rate stays below 2.
Yeah, and look, there's nothing I'm terrified more of than getting with a woman who has any resemblance to my mother. I have reverse Oedipus syndrome. I fucking never wanted, I'm just not even interested. I don't care. She could look like Celestina, straight up the girl of my dreams. If she reminds me of my mother in any way, in her personality or her behavior, it will absolutely kill any attraction I have. That is the hardest of left swipes. Not even joking. And that's basically the problem. Is women either have extreme baby rabies or they're single moms. I am not, nobody's offering to, send me their 20-year-old attractive girl who's traditional and looking to settle down. And in my experience, those girls aren't looking to settle down. Young women just aren't interested in having a family. They want to. Now, they may not say, I want to sport fuck and enjoy my youth. They usually say, oh, I want to focus on college and my career. And it's like, do you want to be a mom? Do you want to be a stay-at-home mom? You don't need a college or career. That's the whole point. And they're like, oh, but I still want to go. I want to have those options. And no, they want to enjoy their youth. They don't want to settle down.
No, I
and have
need
kids.
something to fall back on in case I want to leave.
Right. So yeah. So they're not interested in having a family. They want to go to college and have their career. They'll get back to you in their 30s when they have either baby rabies or when they're a single mom. So it's like you can't win. You either have the young girls who aren't interested in family, or you have the older women who are single moms, or they have extreme baby rabies, and they're trying to move way too fast. And the worst part is the girls with baby rabies, they try so hard to be what they think you want to be, and it's really obvious. Like, they're not trying to be themselves. They're trying to be what they think you want so that you'll marry them and give them a baby. And God forbid you fall for it, and then you find out after they get what they want, you find out who they really are, because they drop the act now that they know they got their hooks in you. It's so fucked, man. But yeah, it's not even worth it anymore. Kind of over the whole thing.
iMickey503 donated $5. TFM, you are legit smart. Your brain works. You work the financial markets, and you can do paperwork. Why not start a business of importing, exporting from Mexico? You would end any money issues. You could do it, man. I believe you can. Why not get that thing you can retire on that's legit always going to have demand?
That thing that's always going to have... So, okay, here's the problem. A lot of shit is made in Mexico. And there's, anyone who can acquire things in Mexico to sell them in America already does that. Like, there's plenty of people selling authentic Mexican stuff in America to try to, charge a markup and make that money. So the thing is, importing, exporting what? What am I importing and exporting from Mexico that's going to make me all this money? You can't just say import, exporting. Or are you talking about drop shipping?
Isn't that the same as Amazon drop shipping?
Yeah, it's like drop shipping, where you order it from me and I acquire from Mexico. But if it's shipping, that's just drop shipping. And by the way, China's cheaper than Mexico. So why would I import, export to Mexico when I can import, export to China for less money and make a more potential markup? But the problem is you have Temu and Wish. People can just buy shit from China themselves. They don't need you. And the stuff in Mexico is just kind of the same shit from China other than the brand. Or it's the handmade stuff from Mexico, like the little trinkets and whatnot, which some of them are fine, but a lot of them are just cheap shit that nobody's going to be interested in buying. And what am I going to do? Open up a fucking taco stand and just sell Mexican stuff on the street? Yeah, it doesn't... There's no magical thing that's super in demand in America that I can just acquire easily from Mexico without either shipping it, which would eat up all the profits, or traveling back and forth from Mexico, which would be a full-time job. I mean, there's literally entire businesses that their whole job is to transport. They're called truckers. And all they do is they drive trucks down to Mexico and drive them back to America, and that's their whole job. If I wanted to be a trucker, guess what? I could be a trucker. I don't want to be a trucker. Truckers don't even make that much money. So I don't know where this idea is that importing, exporting is just so simple. Just import shit from Mexico, man. It's so easy. And sell what? What am I buying and selling, and where am I selling it? Online? Do you think people aren't selling Mexican shit on the internet? At Etsy? Or Amazon? Or fucking eBay? You think, this is... I'm gonna fucking corner the market on buying shit from Mexico and selling it on the internet? I don't know, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the Mexican brands from the Mexican grocery stores that are $1? The problem is, these Mexican grocery stores, they don't speak English, And people give you funny looks if you're not Mexican if you go there. It's like their special little thing. It's fine. I don't know. It just I'm not like I appreciate you. I appreciate the praise, but like import exporting from Mexico isn't a business. Like import exporting what? What are your business? Like importing exporting oil, drugs? I mean, is that what you're talking about? You're talking about me being a coke mule? Yeah, I could make a lot of money being a coke mule for the cartels, unless I get busted and then I go to jail. And look,
honestly, you probably get more profit to import some fancy stuff from US as a Mexican really like for market price. And some people who travel between China and US do that for in their friend circle or something. But that's a bit more in the past when US has better economy and reputation.
Well, the irony is if they sanction China, which would be so fucking retarded, I don't want to believe they're that stupid, but they may just be that stupid. Then you're going to see the price of Chinese goods in the West skyrocket. And then if you can get stuff from China through the embargoes, like back during the Cold War, Cuban cigars were super in demand. Like if you had a Cuban cigar, it was amazing. And they weren't that good, but everybody wanted a Cuban cigar because it was really hard to get. And they were really expensive. So Cuban cigars became famous because of the sanctions. So, maybe Chinese goods become famous because of sanctions and then Chinese goods become profitable again. But the problem is if you're like, oh, I could buy and sell Chinese products because they're worth so much. Yeah, but they're worth so much because you can't buy and sell them because of the embargoes. It's illegal. You have to smuggle them. And then the problem, because if you're just smuggling goods, then you might as well just smuggle drugs. The profit potential is way higher than smuggling cigars or whatever. Just smuggle drugs. Be a coke mule for the cartels. If that's what you want to do, I mean, you might as well break bad at that point. Just cook meth in your fucking trailer park. Become Walter White. I make enough money and I'm fine, and I don't want to break bad. I appreciate the thought, but I don't want to break bad. If I have to break bad to afford meat to cure my arthritis, then I don't know. I'm like, at that point, lines have been crossed that shouldn't have been crossed. If it's like the only way I can afford meat for my carnivore diet to cure my arthritis is to sell drugs, I need to rethink my life. Mistakes were made. All right. Okay, we got two more from iMickey.
iMickey503 donated $5. Dude, I give up.
All right, we got one more. He didn't give up. He's a liar. He's still trying.
iMickey503 donated $5. Bro, I just hate it you are not eating well. You know what I mean? Find a way to live well. You have recourse right there. That's all I'm saying. It really does hurt a bit you worked all your life, are 40 and still can't eat like you want. What's the point of life if you are not eating well? You know what I mean, TFM. BTW. Night, dude. Have a great weekend.
Well, so, I mean, look, I get good food, but and also the Costco hot dogs are good. I don't know, man, but I do get good food.
You calling that good food? Bro.
I know. I don't have standards. If only I lived in Eastern Europe and I got that good old Romanian cooking. But anyway,
now
today,
if you're native in London, I would say you're in no position to say that horse, because British not known for their food.
Well, today I had really good pork carnitas. With some avocado salsa and some cheese. Really good. Really enjoyed dinner today. The problem is the carnitas were like $13. Like just for the meat, just for the carnita meat was $13. That doesn't include the tortillas.
Did you make it or did you order it?
It was from Costco. You basically just heat it up. So I didn't make it from scratch. Like I could have bought like a pork shoulder and seasoned it and everything. And honestly, that wouldn't have even been that much cheaper. Pork is like $4 a pound. So I think it worked out to about the same price as if I just bought a pork shoulder and made the carnitas from scratch. It's just expensive. So it was good, but I eat good. Like hot dogs are just something like I need like a cheap meat-based thing to eat. But I also eat Fit Crunch bars are not cheap either. They're like over $1 each, and that's if you buy them in bulk at like Costco or Sam's Club. But they're basically
Bro,
like
you're telling me you eat good, and all I hear is ultra processed. Here's something half processed that's frozen.
There you go. I don't live in Eastern Europe where I have access to butchers and like all this other stuff. So basically, here's the thing: I could eat super expensive, non-processed, fresh from the farm, grass-fed beef, which I'm not going to do that. So I eat keto because it helps me maintain my weight, but it requires me to eat like protein bars and shit like that. And so like if I could make good, wholesome, affordable meals and eat those all the time, I just need a few $1 million and I'm set for life. Just give me a few $1 million. I can eat like a king every meal with fresh grass-fed beef and all. I don't even give a shit about what it costs, whatever. I'm a millionaire. I'm a multi-millionaire. Bring it on. But since I don't live in that world, now there's cheap, like if I wasn't doing keto, there would be cheap, affordable, healthy, wholesome veggies, and I could eat salad all the time. I used to do that all the time. But because I have to eat meat, and meat is expensive, I eat what I can. And look, the hot dogs at Costco are 100% beef. They may not be like, they may be like some, whatever the leftovers when they're carving up the stuff, like the byproducts. But it's still beef. It's good. But whatever. So I do keto. I've lost weight. Apparently it's not good enough. Now I got to do ultra clean carnivore paleo diet with organ meat and rice and wholesome unprocessed everything. But I got to do that with the budget where I'm already spending $200 on the food I do eat. So now I need to double my food budget. So, $400 a week on food for one person. Sure, why not? $400 a week sounds perfectly reasonable for one person to eat. And maybe it's not. Maybe you're fine. Like, yeah, $400 a week, man, all day. Love it. Love spending $400 a week on groceries. Okay, good for you. And look, and if you live in a place where you have access to very affordable, high quality, clean, real foods that are high in protein and low carb, and you can, because low keto diet is just what works for me. And if you're like, oh, you don't need a keto diet, you just go to the gym. I know. If you go to the gym, you can eat whatever the fuck you want. If you're training for the Olympics, you can eat a fucking table full of food and never gain a pound because you're burning like 7,000 calories a day training for the Olympics. Now, what if you weren't going to the gym for 4 hours a day? Then what would you do? Now you have to think about what you're eating because you're not going to the gym and burning all those calories every day. Well, all you got to do, TFM, is just stop working so much and go to the gym. And then, but make all this money so you can afford the food to eat clean and have a clean paleo diet. But you need to work to make the money to buy the food. But you need to go to the gym, which means you have to work less. And you just need to, I don't know, just I don't know. You got to figure it out. Maybe if you export things from Mexico. Maybe it'll all just magically work out where you'll have all the money you could ever ask for and all the clean, healthy food you could ever want. And all the sexy senoritas while you're at it. Might as well import them from Mexico. I mean, what's the problem? Why are you so lazy, TFM? You have all this healthy food and money and titties. Like, what's the problem? Any other advice? Any other advice? Any other fucking good nuggets of wisdom you'd like to share for all the people who are spending $400 a week on groceries?
California sucks.
All right. Thank you. We know. We are aware.
I'm Mickey503 donated $5. Doing this for the vegan that won't shut up. TFM, try the vegan diet. I wish I can send this in a spur chat.
Yes. A vegan diet. That's the answer. Just don't eat animal products. You know, we've gone... So we go from the carnivore diet to vegans, the polar fucking opposite. And it just goes to show you the fact that there are vegans who will swear by their vegan lifestyle, and there are people who will swear by the carnivore lifestyle, and the people who swear by whatever. And like, they're all right, because you look at them, they're all taking good care of themselves. They all look good. They're all healthy, and it works for them, and that's great. So I've tried different diets. Since I've been in the military, like 20 years ago, I have been trying to maintain my weight and stay in shape. And low carb diet works for me, which requires me eating a lot of meat. But it also is extremely expensive. And it's also really boring eating the same thing, which is why I'm really thankful that now they make keto bread and keto like tortillas and shit that's like low carb. But it's obviously processed because they have to remove they have to add fiber artificially to make it keto friendly. So now it's like, oh, your arthritis is being caused by your diet and you have to eat paleo and that's why you have arthritis. So even though now you found a diet that's worked for you and now you've lost the weight, now you're in a good healthy weight, but now, but the arthritis, you got to do this. And like, but I can't afford all that. Like, oh, you just got to do this and that and this and that and this and that. It's like, okay, thanks. Thank you. Thank you for your help. I will cure all my disease. I need infinite money. If I just had infinite money, I could pretty much solve all my problems. I mean, that's what the government does. They just throw their money at it. It's so easy. Barely an inconvenience. Problem? Just throw money at it. The only reason why you have problems is because you don't have infinite money. If you just had infinite money, you wouldn't have problems. Oh, you don't have no bitches on your dick? Throw money at it. Oh, bitches on your dick. How'd that happen? You don't have clean, healthy food? Just throw money at it. Fucking look at all this food. It's everywhere. It's amazing. Oh, you don't have time to go to the gym? Well, you have infinite money. What are you working for? Go to the fucking gym. You got nothing better to do. You have infinite money. You see? You just need infinite money. And all your problems are solved. Easy. Why don't you have infinite money? What are you, lazy? You stupid? You just don't want it bad enough? You don't like infinite money? Alright. This is a horse twat question. We haven't had a horse twat question before.
I'm Mickey503 donated $5. For the Romanian, how much is groceries there? Give us the rundown, bro.
Alright, horse twat. So, where are you getting these affordable groceries from and how much do they cost?
So usually you can go to the butcher's. You get 2 steaks for 20 pounds. That should last you for around 4 or 5 days. You go with pork.
2 steaks? Like what? So 2 regular size steaks?
Wait, yeah. Horse, aren't you still in London right now?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, so how big are these steaks?
Huh?
How big are these steaks?
They're pretty 400 grams. They're big ones.
And you just like eat those over several days?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, I gotta convert. Hold on. What is 400 grams?
Give me a second. Usually it's like
to ounces. I gotta convert it to ounces.
Kilo. Give me a second.
I gotta do. That's a 14-ounce steak.
Yes.
You're not gonna feed yourself for multiple days with one
I'm
14-ounce
not saying
steak?
just a steak. That's what keeps your body running for a bit.
Okay.
Then you put in fillers such as rice, pork, chicken, in between.
How much is beef per pound in where you are?
In the UK?
Yeah.
Give me a second. I need to calculate this because.
Or I guess what do you don't measure in pounds? What do you measure in?
Grams? Kilograms?
Yeah, kilograms. What does a kilogram of beef cost? I guess I could research this myself, but
10, 11 pounds around.
10, 11
but
pounds.
Don't forget the pound is a bit bigger than the dollar, so it's like $14 a kilo. Let me see.
So it okay. All right, so so basically the problem is I can't do keto and then eat a bunch of rice. Keto is the diet that works for me. And that's kind of the issue. People are like, oh, it's easy to eat healthy. Just, eat a bunch of carbs. But good carbs, like rice. It's like, yeah, but I don't want to eat carbs. Like, I gain weight if I eat carbs. Oh, no, you just, I promise you, look, I've been doing this for decades. I know my body. I know what works. I know what doesn't. Low carb works for me. And whatever the fuck you're thinking of, where I eat good carbs like rice and load up on filler carbs and eat like a fourth of a 14-ounce steak each day as my big meat while I'm loading up mostly on rice, I'm going to fucking plump up like a water balloon.
Yeah, so it's like 15 pounds for a kilogram.
Okay, so
it's really fucking expensive.
What? Meat's expensive after all that shit you were talking about how it's so easy to eat healthy and I'm just lazy? Meat's actually expensive
compared to
too.
America, but from before, it's way more expensive now.
Yeah, it's fucking expensive. Well, even back when beef was expensive, that's why you eat chicken and pork. But now fucking chicken and pork is expensive because they're trying to they're slaughtering the cows because of the cow farts, and now they're slaughtering the chickens because of bird flu, and now the price of fucking chicken is skyrocketing. And they're
as far as Romania and Moldova, yeah, it's like a third of the price for the food, and then in Moldova it's even cheaper. It's like 1/6 or 1/7. But even now they're starting to push up prices.
Yeah, well, I get why it's going up. It just pisses me off. And they're trying to push. What they're trying to do is they're trying to push it's not the bugs. They're trying to push this impossible shit, like this lab-grown plant-based meat. And I tried it. They were giving out samples. Like, oh, would you like to try some Impossible whatever? So I tried some Impossible. You know what it is? It tastes like a fucking sponge. It's a sponge that has, like, meat-flavored sauce. But you're basically just eating a sponge. Like an actual... Like, if you take a paper towel and you make it into a hamburger patty... Like, imagine taking some paper towels, soaking them in meat juices, pressing them into the general shape of a hamburger patty, and then cooking it, and then serving it to someone as they're, like, biting into this paper towel patty. That's what an Impossible Burger tastes like. It doesn't taste like meat.
Have you ever tried dieting by blood type?
No. I'm talking about, am I drinking blood now? Have we gone full vampire?
No, it's basically there's like a theory in evolution because the O type was the first one, so that's what the people that eat carnivore are like. The ones that favor A, B, and AB, they can subsist more on farm food, so on grains and shit.
Yeah, I have
and
O
it works
blood.
for them.
I have O blood.
So you're a carnivore. So
yeah,
that's why your body's fucking it up.
Yeah, my body it's fucked. So now usually like I could eat, pork. Pork was my go-to, and bacon. Bacon is fucking expensive now. So now I'm like, okay, Costco hot dogs, go, because Costco hot dogs are cheap. And like, oh,
here's the fucked up thing: you kind of need beef. It's like it's not a question. It's a complete nutritional meal.
It's just,
the otherwise, yeah, it's
we had this thing
for a while.
And the cows ran free and ate the grass and farted, and it was great. And then the government's like, oh, we can't have that. The cow farts are... It's like... it's not the fucking cow fart. It's so the very idea that cows are causing global warming is so fucking stupid. It's not the fucking cows.
Isn't the idea of men being equal to women equally as stupid or worse?
Yeah, but the thing is like these fucking bad ideas keep fucking my life up. Like, can't you just have your bad ideas and go over there and not fucking bother me? Like, you're making my food expensive. You're just generally pissing me the fuck off. And now, goddamn meat is so goddamn expensive. My food budget keeps going up. And I'm not eating anything crazy. I buy, I don't even buy chicken breasts. I buy chicken thighs. Because I'm trying to save money and the chicken thighs are cheaper than the chicken breasts. And it's still fucking expensive. And it's getting worse. Because of fucking bird flu. Now, chicken thighs are expensive. Chicken thighs! They're like, oh, you want to eat the bugs now? I swear to fucking God. This is all about this fucking bug shit. To eat the bugs.
At that point, might as well just turn full cannibal and eat the leftists.
I will. I will go full cannibal. I will rip your goddamn face off and eat it.
Well, you're a chimp to begin with, so technically not cannibalism.
I know. I will.
True.
You're
but be careful not to eat their brain and spinal cord. That's how you get prion disease.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat brains or spinal cords. Why would you? Why? Why would you even do that?
Cow brain is a delicacy in some cultures.
Yeah, you know what's also a delicacy? Like eggs soaked in boy urine. It's called virgin boy eggs, where they take like a little boy and he pisses in a jar and they soak the eggs in it, and that's like a delicacy. I'm not even joking. You can look that up. That's a real thing. Or have you heard about
it's a real thing.
Have you heard about the cat poop coffee?
No. What the fuck?
Yeah, so there are these coffee beans that supposedly, to make them softer or make them produce more coffee, they feed them to an animal, and then they take their poop, and that's what they make the coffee out of. And it's like
I've heard about that.
It's the most expensive coffee in the world, and
something.
it's made from the poop of some animal that eats the coffee beans and then shits them out, and then they make the coffee with its poop. And that's supposed to be like this delicacy, and it's like it's cat poop coffee.
Yeah, this it's called Kopi Iwak. It's originated from Indonesia.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. You're making drinks out of cat poop. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's the same thing. It's like, oh, you just eat this and that. It's like, you fucking people, man. Like, what's wrong with cows and chickens and pigs? Like, there's a reason why these animals have been around for a long time, and there's this whole industry around them, and these fucking dipshits like, oh, we gotta ban the cows and the chickens and make them super expensive and make people eat bugs.
Yeah,
Fuck
and it's not just coffee being mixed with cat food. It's ingested and partially digested coffee beans by certain cats that have been pooped out of them.
I don't think it's cats. I think it's a type of weasel, if I remember correctly.
I don't know. They look like cats. They're cats, in my American spot judgment. Anyway, all right. So that was fun. We had fun in pissing me off regarding food prices, and then shaming me for not eating clean and spending $400 on groceries. All right.
I think that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's fucking. It doesn't get better. It just gets every day. Like, I even did, like, price checking. So I went to Sam's Club last time I went grocery shopping, and I price checked the meat. So I went to Costco, and the meat was, like, 20 cents more. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll get my meat at Sam's Club. So I go back to Sam's Club to buy my meat, and it's gone up in 2 weeks. The fucking price went up 20 cents. And then the fucking TV's like, inflation's down. Like, you fucking liars. You lying pieces of shit. Like, pissing on my fucking leg and telling me it's raining.
Man, I'm looking at Costco US prices, and it's like, for 5 kilos of beef, you're paying almost $300. fuck, you know.
Yeah, and that's Costco and Sam's
And
Club are
Costco
like,
is known for lower prices
yeah,
than most
that's
other
where you save money. Like
supermarkets.
I buy as much as I can at Costco and Sam's Club because it's cheaper than going to the regular grocery store.
I see why you complain now. So you're basically paying $50 per kilogram. Fuck me. Not even the UK's gotten this bad yet.
Yeah, no, my food budget is like over $200 a week. Like I go shopping every 2 weeks and I spend like $400 on groceries for one person.
That makes sense. Because usually, like, if I tell something like to somebody in the East of how it is in the UK or in the US and people losing their fucking minds, like, no, that's not real. That's the way you're describing food prices right now over there.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. And the thing is, I tried the farmer's market. I went to different farmer's markets. They have good prices when it comes to like fruits and vegetables. But when it comes to meat, it's the same price. There's no like magical land of cheap meat unless I'm going to start eating the homeless. I'm going to have to I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I guess eat eggs, but now eggs are getting expensive. Fucking eggs. Eggs. It's out of control.
I'm Mickey503 donated $5. Congrats, brothers. We had a show without a single disruption.
Oh, did the internet not go out today? Actually, I have a quick update about that. So I called my ISP about my internet going out. And they said, and this I almost got mad. They were like, "Oh, well, you know, we could upgrade your internet for more reliability." And I'm like, well, "You mean I don't have what?" So apparently, the reason why my internet goes out is they have everything broken up into tiers, and so they prioritize certain people over others, and that's why my internet might go out every for a minute, every once in a while. And apparently, if I pay more money, I get put in a higher tier, and my internet will go out less.
Wow, I mean, I heard the different tier plans would offer more faster speed or upload download speed.
Oh no, it's faster speed too.
Having more capacity or so. But I have not heard of where upper tier you black out less on your connection.
So you get faster speed too, but you also supposedly the internet will go out less because you're in a higher tier of customer. So if someone's going to have their internet get dropped, it's going to be someone in the lower tiers. So I'm like, okay, all right, let's do it. So now my internet bill just went up $25, so I could hopefully have reliable internet. Now so right now I don't have access to the faster speeds, but they're gonna send a tech to swap out my modem with a faster modem that's supposed to increase my speeds. But I'm in the higher tier, which might be why my internet hasn't gone out, because I'm basically paying.
If you called and asked about that before installing fiber internet.
No, this is the fiber company. This is the fiber company I'm already paying for.
It's related.
Now, so apparently...
Okay, well, hopefully this will stick. And I was ready to test out you in case you get dropped in and come back to move you in and out the room, see if that reconnects you back on the Lightroom audio.
Yeah, so if my internet stops going out, it's because I've increased my internet bill about by a third. So that's kind of what it costs to have reliable internet that I'm already fucking paying for. So it's like, oh, would you like unreliable internet for $75 a month, or would you like reliable internet for $100 a month? It's like, why would I want unreliable internet? It's just like, just sell the internet for $100 if you're gonna give unreliable internet for $75. What the fuck are you doing?
Most people don't do streaming, so it's pretty much it's a second or two cut off, a refresh, and it works.
Yeah, well, not for me. It's like sometimes it's like a minute. Anyway, it's whatever. So
you gotta pony up the dough.
Yeah, you basically it's endless. The whole fucking world's got their hand out. Like as I walk, I keep giving people money just to exist. God damn.
Speaking of, like, I was watching a Paul Joseph Watson video, and apparently the UK population is around 76 to 80 million instead of the 64 million that's right now. That's how much fucking illegal immigration's been going on.
No, it's so yeah. There was like, oh, we have like, 15 million, 20 million. Yeah, the borders have been wide open pretty much the entirety of the Biden administration. And it's not just they're coming into Mexico and going to Texas. The government's been busing and flying them all over the country. Like it would be one thing if the government if the border was wide open, the Mexicans were just kind of milling around. But the government is actively moving them around, like deliberately putting them everywhere, distributing them. It's like but again, everyone knows this is bullshit. But it hasn't personally affected people's lives enough to where they're ready to do anything about it. They have to. The entire country has become like a blue city, with crime and rape and violence. Then people are like, oh, what the fuck happened to our country? Why didn't somebody do something about this? Like, hey, you're somebody. Why didn't you do something about this? Oh, what can I do? You could die. You could fucking choke yourself until you pass away and make the world a better place by one less retard. That's what you can do. All right. Now I'm all fucking...
Looks like
I'm all heated over this.
I wanted to ask you, now that the Labour government came in, how badly do you think they're gonna fuck up the landlording business? And will the housing price crash because of it?
Well, if the housing... No, the problem is the housing market is very tied to the economy. So the housing market can't be allowed to crash because it would bring everything down. Like, that's why people are genuinely worried about the real estate market. Because the interest rates have been over 5% for over a year, and that's way too much. And the real estate market is basically... I don't know why it hasn't... Well, I know why it hasn't crashed yet. It's because it's an election year. But there's no actual reason why it hasn't crashed yet. It's just not crashing yet because the government's propping it up somehow. I'm not really super into real estate, so I haven't been paying too much attention to it. But the real estate market should be crashing. And it's just not. And it's just like, yep, we're going to just string this out till November, I guess. As far as being a landlord, the funny thing is, it's only the private landlords that get fucked. The government and the banks always get special carve-outs where they don't get fucked. But private landlords will get fucked. Because the government doesn't give a shit about you. If you're just some guy trying to, rent out his property for some money, yeah, you can go fuck yourself. But if you're a big bank and you donate enough to the politicians, oh, you can do whatever you want. We'll just special carve out for the law just for you, buddy. Get to live the dream.
And the housing shortage won't be alleviated because if the big banks scoop up these properties,
well,
then they're going to be full of illegals.
Yeah, what's going to happen is hold on. The boomers aren't the boomers don't want the housing prices to fall because that's their nest egg. But the housing market, I don't know what's holding up the housing market with interest rates being what they are. I have no idea what's holding it up other than BlackRock buying up shit. I don't know. But when the real estate market crashed, when the commercial real estate market, that's mostly the bank held assets. So what I think is going to happen is the government's going to have to bail out the banks and nationalize essentially the real estate market. And then the government's going to own all the real estate. They're going to do that. The government has this is their plan. They create a crisis to justify them nationalizing the industry. This is what they did with student loans. They created the student loan problem and then nationalized it because cutting it or getting rid of it or going back to the old way, that was unconscionable. So now we need to make it the taxpayers' problem. And so they're going to nationalize real estate in order to bail the boomers out, to keep the real estate market from crashing. Because once it's nationalized, then money's no object. The government can just print it. And so eventually they're going to nationalize everything, and we're going to have communism. Hooray! Seize the means of production. And apparently that's a good thing, because God forbid the boomers have to pay for their own shit at any point for any reason. That would just be a shame. We can't have that. Let's just not do any of that and say we did. But yeah, the real estate market, basically, so here's the thing. The market should have crashed already for multiple reasons. But they're propping it up by tying everything together. So when the market eventually does crash, it's taking everything down with it. And yeah, it's going to be the worst financial crisis in history. It's going to bring down the global financial system. I mean, luckily BRICS is there, but yeah, it's going to be really bad. And it's probably going to lead to civil war between the depression, the stagflation, and the hyperinflation, and the wars and the drafts. There's going to be a war, which is fine, whatever. Let's do it. Let us begin. You know, like I'm not getting any younger. Let's do it. But anyway, all right, we got one more regarding the whole organ meat thing, and then I'm going to end the show because I'm tired of
Jackson
talking about
Dorn
this.
donated $5. I understand our aversion to organ meats and the price of tasty meat is a concern. But don't scoff at health problems. A lot of shit is caused by toxins in plants. Will you wait to reach fuck IT before you don't prioritize the taste of food? Please check out Paul Saladino on YouTube. Modern mainstream health knowledge is a massive conspiracy, and the globalists want you to eat plants that are bad for you to make you weak and profit off you. You don't have to go cold turkey, just start slow.
So here's the thing. If some YouTuber is saying, oh, the entire food industry is a massive conspiracy and you need to not eat plants and only eat meat, like, okay, cool. So here's the thing. People have been eating plants for thousands of years. So, you know, I can understand, like, you know, the COVID vaccine. That was a conspiracy. Impossible lab-grown meat. That's a conspiracy because that shit didn't exist. But shit that humans have been eating for thousands of years is not a conspiracy. It's a thing that part of the human diet. Now, if once it's ultra processed and you have like high fructose corn syrup and seed oils, yes, that's all new shit. But we're not talking about seed oils and high fructose corn syrup. We're talking about wheat and bread and like
right. I mean,
stuff
this
like
statement
that.
just basically invalidated all of humanity history's farming and gathering.
Yeah, so humans throughout the millennia, we're all part of a big conspiracy to keep us from eating meat. And people ate meat all the time, but they also ate potatoes. They also ate like vegetables and all that kind of stuff. Again, I'm not advocating for seed oils. It's like you almost go too far. Where I don't know. Look, I will research the carnivore diet, and by the way, when I do research, I do both sides. I'm not just going to watch a YouTuber advocating for this extreme diet. I'm gonna look at what his detractors are saying. If there's a bunch of people saying this guy's full of shit and here's why, I'm gonna listen to them and like, oh man, that's pretty damning. That's generally what happens. People have these like crazy diets, and then it turns out, oh, actually this guy's insane, and here's why he's wrong and all that stuff. And you're like, oh, that's all part of the conspiracy, TFM. All these hundreds of thousands of years of history and everything, that's all conspiracy. It's like, okay, so I understand, like, through selective breeding we've changed our environment and whatever, but like these foods are still like edible for human consumption. This idea that like all these plants have toxins, like what toxins? Like, yeah, there's toxins in the seeds. So like peanuts have toxins? Like, yeah, it's all super full of toxins. Like, what toxins in peanuts? Like, get out of here. That's not a thing. Like, I understand that I don't trust the government either, but I don't need to trust the government when there are foods that have been a part of the human diet for thousands of years. Like, there's no government conspiracy that goes back that far. The Jews were not controlling all of the world's food intake for thousands of years from their little Moloch temple on Epstein Island. And look, yeah, eating the bugs and like killing the cows over cow farts and killing the chickens for bird flu. Yeah, look, raising the price of meat to get us to eat bullshit is definitely a conspiracy. But like saying that plants are toxic that doesn't make any sense. Like you can't eat vegetables; they're toxic. Okay, you've lost me. But I will check out. I will research both sides. But don't be surprised when I write this off as woo-woo bullshit, because that's generally what I get when people are like, oh, you just got to do this and that. Like any of these wonder diets that don't have a lot of history behind them, or they're like a fad diet, they're usually total bullshit. And usually things like paleo and carnivore are just variations of keto. It's a low carb, high protein, high fat diet, which is what I do. And you're like, oh, but you're eating processed foods. That's the problem. Yeah, because grass-fed beef is fucking expensive. Costco hot dogs are 3 packs for $15. Like, yeah, but you just gotta have infinite money.
$25 a pound.
Yeah, no, but I just have infinite. If I had infinite money, I wouldn't work. I'd go to the gym and I would eat healthy, and I'd be in super good shape, best shape of my life. I just need infinite money. So as soon as you can make me have infinite money somehow, then all my problems will be solved. But as long as I'm constrained by prices and resources. It's not about taste. Like, yeah, I like to eat tasty foods, and I don't like to eat the same thing. And if your solution is just eat this one thing every day for the rest of your life, and you'll be super healthy, like, no, I'm not gonna eat one thing the rest of my life. I don't care how healthy it is. All right, okay.
Well, first of all, the first counter argument in this.
Hold on, we got this one.
It's a.
I'm Mickey503 donated $5. Our air is toxic.
All right. Well, hopefully you're not breathing, because that would make you a massive hypocrite. I don't know how you're alive. I assume you're floating in some type of oxygenated gel, like in the movie The Abyss, where you fill your lungs with some type of alien fluid that helps you breathe. Because if the air is toxic, then you shouldn't be breathing air. It's killing you. You need to hold your breath until your health improves, or if you start to see a white light, that's just Jesus calling you home. I don't even know what to say.
Well, I was going to
go ahead.
I was going to say the first obvious counter argument to the statement against eating all plants is most plants that grow edible fruit, they grow it so that animal want to eat the fruit and to spread their seed by pooping it out afterwards. Spread it out further away and adding fertilizer.
That's what's dumb. He says he's for the carnivore diet, but he advocates for rice and fruit, which isn't carnivore. That's not carnivore at all. So he's really advocating for a paleo diet, which is fine, but okay, paleo's expensive. Keto, now that keto there's keto friendly things in the store. Yes, they're processed. It's less expensive than eating paleo, where I gotta eat raw foods for every meal. And it's okay, I'm not gonna spend I'm already spending enough money on food. I'm not gonna double my food budget so I can eat clean. Oh, you got to, man. And then when how are you affording to eat this way? And then I eat organ meat. Bones and organ meat. That's my diet. Okay, thank you. I could eat dog food. I'm sure there's really good brands of dog food that are made with the best organ meat, and I could just eat dog food. I'm sure. I mean, if it's good enough for dogs, it's good enough for man's best friend. I'm sure it's good.
Might as well go for cat food. That's even better. They're pure carnivore.
Get some Friskies. Just get some Temptations. I mean, bitches love cats. I bet if I eat cat food, I get a nice shiny coat, and some cat lady would give me the little come hither with her finger. Anyway.
Make sure you bite her fingers a bit when you get close.
Well, of course. I mean, cats bite their owners all the time. It's like not even noteworthy. I don't understand people who own cats. So it's kind of silly.
Well, you can train them how to bite. Every time they bite, you swipe at them. They stop biting.
Yeah. You punch them. You grab them by the tail and you hit them against the wall. Like then they'll learn to stop biting you. All right, that's
too much.
That is our last super chat. So maybe even when after I lose weight, I'm still not eating right because I have arthritis. I need to cure my arthritis by doubling my food budget and eating clean. Apparently, which I'm not going to do. I'm look, and I've said this before. My business is down significantly from last year, and I'm not currently dipping into my savings, but it's getting close to that, and I definitely can't double my food budget. I'm able to make ends meet, and I'm not going into my savings, and I'm making it all right, but I don't have an extra $400 to eat clean and eat grass-fed beef and eat all this stuff. And I'm not going to eat a bunch of organs. And I'm also not going to eat a bunch of rice because carbs make me gain weight. No matter how healthy the carb is. It could be the cleanest, healthiest carb ever, and it's going to cause me to gain weight because I need keto. I need low carb. That's how I stay in shape. And I understand your diet works for you. And that's because, and I understand you don't believe in different body types and different diets working for different people. All I can tell you about that is you're completely wrong. Your idea that like your diet works for you, therefore it works for everyone, you're wrong. Have a nice day. Different people have different needs. I've tried different diets. If I have infinite money, I will eat clean and go to the gym and quit my job and I'll be in the best shape of my life. But I haven't figured out the infinite money glitch yet. If you know the cheat code to unlock the infinite money glitch, then I'd love to know it. And if your answer is just go to Mexico and be a coke mule, that's not really an infinite money glitch. That's a risking my life and going to jail for being a drug smuggler, which isn't in my my future. There's certain things I'm willing to risk, and there's certain things I'm not, and I'm not going to go to jail to try to be a coke mule so I can afford clean eating. That's not the risk and benefit.
Who knows? Maybe the jail food does you some good. Have you seen how ripped some of those guys are?
Well, yeah. So when you're in jail, I mean, you don't have anything else to do other than exercise. You don't have a job to go to. You don't have any responsibilities. Your job is to just work out, get fucked, and that's about it. Just spread your butt cheeks for your cellmate and go to the gym.
And the better shape you are in, the less likely you'll be everyone's owner hole.
Yeah, so you got to work out and look good for the cellmates. So maybe going to prison is the solution to my problem because then I don't have to worry about money. I got a free place to stay, free healthcare, free food. I got a gym I can go to.
Speaking of that, in the UK they released another 50,000 prisoner of a sexual offenses type because they ran out of space in prisons. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, why not? Why not? So anyway,
why not empty the prisons?
It just let all the criminals go. Just make crime legal. Just say, you know what, you guys, you're just going to have to figure this out for yourself. If someone commits a crime, just have to shoot them. And then, when the people stop committing crimes, then there you go. Problem solved. Anyway.
Just don't record crime statistics. That didn't happen. That's it.
Well, and it would actually be better if the government just fucked off and we went back to frontier justice. Because with frontier justice, people can solve their own problems. Right now, the criminals are allowed to commit crime, but if you try to protect yourself, you get arrested for being racist. But if that didn't exist, if there were no cops, people just like, okay, we're just gonna shoot people who are doing anything suspicious, and then the crime rate would disappear magically. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. Mickey got one more joke in.
Mickey503 donated $5. Okay, TFM. Best idea yet. TFM branded cat food.
I want you to think about this. Would you buy cat food with a monkey on it? I want you to think about that. What is the average consumer going to think when they see a can of cat food with a monkey's face on it? What are they going to think?
They're gonna think it's made out of monkey.
They're going to think it's made out of monkey.
Think of that Indiana Jones movie with that chill monkey brain scene.
Yeah, they're going to think that the cat food is made out of monkey meat. Now, I don't know. I'm just letting you know, just based on my cursory knowledge of business and marketing, people are going to jump to the conclusion that that this is like monkey meat in this cat food. Like this is made from dead monkeys, and no one's gonna buy it.
Hey, it works. It worked for a German gel. You know the heating gel that you apply to skin, and you feel it's very hot.
Okay.
The Germans made one for horses, and people bought it because they assume it's like, oh, it's for horses, and if they break a leg, they can't walk. But if they use this gel, they're gonna walk again. So, good advertising.
Oh, like they're sure. I mean, I can understand that. Like you take an animal that's associated with it, like Gorilla Glue, because gorillas are strong, so this is supposed to be like a really strong glue, and you put a gorilla on it. But you notice you wouldn't do that for a food. You wouldn't put an animal, like if you put a horse on a food product, people are going to think it's made of horse. That's just that's how
in
it is.
France it probably is made of horse. The French eat horses. I don't know if you knew that.
I didn't know that. But okay, whatever. All right, so that's that. I will say this. I appreciate you guys wanting to help. I understand the advice you're giving is coming from a place of genuine caring and support, and you're genuinely trying to help. And I do appreciate the sentiment. I'm willing to research, these diets. I've done keto for years. I've been doing it since I was in the military, back when it was called the Atkins diet, and I'm very familiar with it, and I know it works. I've tried intermittent fasting, and it didn't really work. I even tried like the Ozempic, and it didn't really work. Because Ozempic just makes you not hungry. But if your problem is your metabolism and your energy, Ozempic takes your appetite away, but you have no energy because you haven't eaten. So you need to eat to keep your energy levels up. And then there you go, you gain the weight back. Congratulations. So unless I'm eating a keto diet, I'm going to put on weight. Or unless I'm in a strict calorie deficit. But if I'm in a calorie deficit, I'm probably very low energy. And that's the problem. So I think I'm fine, but then I'm just like super tired and out of energy because I have no calories. So the only thing I've found where I can have all the calories I need for my body to run without gaining weight is with a low carb, high fat, high protein diet. Now, could I cut out the processed food and I could eat cleaner, healthier, more natural meat products? Absolutely. And I would love to. It's just really expensive. And also, I don't even have access to organ meat. Like, I don't have a butcher. I think there might be some meat place in the, like, if I go to like the couple towns over, I might be able to find somewhere. But like, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'll check out their prices. I'm willing to try organs. Like, I don't eat organs normally, but I'll try it. It's like the distilled water thing.
Beef liver and chicken.
Well,
hearts.
but he specifically said don't eat liver, like avoid liver, which makes sense because it's like the filter of the body. But I'm not against.
Yeah, but also don't forget one thing: the liver is also your storage tank for all your vitamins and micronutrients. That's where it's going to be stored, the excess.
Well, yeah, and there's a lot of supplements that are made from like the livers of the animals that they get the supplement from. So anyway, I'm not against eating organ meat. It's just that like they're not readily available, and if I have to go to some specialty store, it's probably not going to be cheap. So if the whole point is to save money, and the organ meat, when all is said and done, is the same price as, like, again, chicken thighs. Chicken thighs are expensive now. It's ridiculous. Chicken thighs.
I'm looking at a Russian online store and at their prices. It looks like per kilogram it's $17. So instead of a 50 free in California. So you know they're having a better time than you.
Yeah, it pisses me off. I hate this place. I wish that I wish there'd be like the big earthquake everyone's talking about. I wish that would happen and California would just sink into the ocean. I'd be like, yeah, fuck everyone here. You all deserve you all deserve to die. Like fucking Sodom and Gomorrah. Fuck this place. This is your judgment for all your fucking sodomy. To the sea with you. Anyway, yeah. I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be like, yep, this is how my story ends. At least I get to see the look on their face as we sink into the ocean together. Anyway, all right. So I will research the carnivore diet or the paleo. I've already seen the paleo diet. I know what it's all about. I'll look into organ meat to see if I can find a cheap form of organ meat nearby that I can get, or I'll at least price check it to see if it's available and what I can do with it. The rice is not.
So looks like someone in the chat was recommending cheap Mexican restaurants. They have dishes under $15. So.
Yeah, go. Okay, $15 a meal is not. That's not cheap.
I don't know, man. You're saying you're spending $400 already, so.
Yeah, but that's 2 weeks. It's $200 a week. $400 every 2 weeks. So yeah, look, if I'm gonna go somewhere and eat meat, I'll just go to a buffet. I'll spend, I think they're like $15, $20 a meal, and I'll eat one meal a day, and I'll just eat the shit. I'll basically go to the all you can eat buffet and just load up on meat, and that'll be my one meal for the day. And I'll just take all that.
$200 covers you for 6 days for 3 meals, and for the last day for 2 meals. You're good.
What?
It covers you for $200 divided by 15 covers you for all 14 days for 3 meals, except one.
Covers me what? Covers me how?
To eat 3 times a day.
Right.
Yeah.
How? Okay. What is that?
So you're already spending $15 a meal, so might as well enjoy the food.
Okay. All right.
Oh well.
Yeah. Anyway, so the
diet talk went on a lot longer than expected. It's kind of like a while back. Everyone keeps.
This is why I actually this is why I dropped it, because everybody had their little. They got to get their 2 cents in about how I just need to go to the gym or how I just need to do this and I can't lose weight because I'm not doing this or that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to talk about this anymore. But then I brought up the arthritis. Now we're like, oh, the arthritis. That's because you're not eating enough meat, TFM. You're not eating enough meat. You got to be a carnivore, and that's why you have arthritis. Arthritis isn't real. It's a figment of your imagination. It's like, oh, God. When does the hurting stop? When does it stop?
When the shooting does stop.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. All right. I'm gonna go to bed. Fuck these.
This was fun.
This shit. Yeah, look. Sometime between now and September, shit's gonna pop off. We'll see. I'm bored. I'm waiting for it to happen. I can't predict what's going to happen next until I see what happens with the F-16s and when Israel invades Lebanon. That's what we're waiting on. There's a lot of ways this can go. I don't see any negotiations or any de-escalations happening. So I'm just waiting for Russia to end the war in Ukraine and for Lebanon to end Israel's existence. So we will see how that goes whenever they decide to escalate. Because it's the West escalating. Russia and its allies are just basically passively reacting. It's the West are the ones actually pushing the envelope and escalating and causing all these problems for themselves. So it's whatever. Anyway, thank you for your support. Thank you for your advice. I understand that you care and you're trying to help, and I appreciate it. Yeah, there are no solutions. There's only trade-offs. Unless you have infinite money. If you have infinite money, you don't have problems. You can solve all your problems by throwing money at it. It's easy. But that's the trick.
The problem is bitches on your dick. Is that ass haircut.
But you can, if you have infinite money, you can get a good haircut. You'll never have to worry about ass haircuts ever again. You just need infinite money. If you just had infinite money, you wouldn't have any problems. So the fact that you don't have infinite money means that you secretly must be causing your problems, because if you just had infinite money, you wouldn't have them. So why are you such a fuck up? What are you doing? Just give yourself infinite money. Easy peasy. Anyway, all right. The Dollhouse, check them out. Love Nestle. They make stuff too. MetWeb, they have, the web hosting and the VPN. Lucas the Mucus, physical copy at Chatterbear Comics, Kindle and audiobook on Amazon. And spinningrobotpussy.com for your brand new doll hanging system so you can suspend your waifu and all that good stuff. So that's it. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Okay, for Hollow Knight IG, this time I finished 3 of the 5 possible endings. The last 2 remaining endings depends on finishing the boss rush mode of beating every boss concurrent one after another in different ways, and which I will wrap up next time. And then move on to something else.
Excellent. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next time.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, mankind has looked up into the stars and asked a single question. Why can't I get some pussy spinning at 300 RPM? The future is now, and our Lord and Savior has answered our silent prayers. We have the world's first sex doll insertable spinning robot pussy. You can now bring your waifu to life to bring sex to regions unexplored. Go boldly where no man has gone before. Spinning robot pussy is the best pussy you'll ever have, and that's a fact. Does your meatbag girlfriend's pussy spin at 330 RPM? No, it doesn't. Go to spinningrobotpussy.com/TFM for a discount of up to $100 for a limited time. That's spinningrobotpussy.com/DFM. What are you waiting for? The future is now.
War never changes. In the current year, women have declared war on men. Men are not only guilty until proven innocent, but they are not even allowed to prove their innocence. In response to this warfare waged by women, known as feminism, men have sought refuge with waifus, artificial women able to satisfy a man's need for love and sex. Retailers like the Dollhouse began to spread, bringing waifus to men everywhere, freeing them from the enslavement of feminism. Get your waifu today from thedollhouse.com or dc.dollhouse.com if you're in the United States, before they're banned by feminism so they can control men once more. Go to thedollhouse.com and dcdollhouse.com to find your waifu today, before it's too late.